Chapter 1. New Game Plus. The character's name is Scarlett Hartford. Her skills include minor mana control, pyromancy, minor pyrokinesis, minor hydromancy, and lesser hydrokinesis. Her traits are dignified August, supercilious, cavalier, callous, overbearing, conceited, and third-rate mana veins. Her current mana is 967 out of 967 and she has 0 skill points. Scarlett felt as if in a daze, staring at the floating window of text before her. Just a minute ago she had been, well, she wasn't sure what she had been doing, but she could vaguely recall being home in her apartment. Now, she was sitting in front of a very chic wooden desk, at the end of an office that she'd never laid eyes on before, where the walls were adorned with bookcases and gaudy paintings. The lines of text hovering in midair right in front of her were one thing. But where was she? Scarlett Hartford, she mumbled. It couldn't be. She glanced down at the desk, noting the oval mirror laden with golden filigree that stood at its left corner. The reflection shown was far from what she was expecting. Distinct dark red hair, straight and well-groomed, draped over a pair of lean shoulders to reveal a long, elegant face, piercing amber eyes meeting her own, forming into a frown. She brought her hand up, caressing the smooth skin. Impossible, huh? That was her. She was staring right at herself. But that wasn't her face. That was the kind of face you would see on TV, post-makeup and all, and, more importantly, it was a face she recognized. It was more detailed and lifelike than then. But she had seen it before. She looked at the wall of text in front of her once more. The woman in the mirror was Scarlett Hartford. The name was a bit on the nose, but that was about what one would expect. After all, Scarlett was a fictional character, a low-level villain. From a game, but she wasn't Scarlett. Her real name was Amy Bernal. She was just a small-time editor who enjoyed reading and playing games in her free time. One particular game that she'd played a lot of recently was Chronicle of Realms, an open-world fantasy role-playing game whose primary draw was its promise of player freedom, along with its living, breathing, calendar-based world. She had dedicated a decent amount of time to this game, having already completed 2 playthroughs of the game and currently being in the middle of her 3rd. During her last session, she had just left the city of Freybrook after finishing a quest line to stop a corrupt noble from performing various misdeeds. Ultimately, she ended up having to kill them. That noble had been Baroness Scarlett Hartford. Taking a deep breath, she turned away from the mirror. In her current situation, it felt like it'd be natural to scream, to cry out at her general confusion. But there was something inside her that told her she couldn't, that it wasn't dignified. She froze. Dignified. Since when had she cared about that? Her most used piece of clothing this last year, no matter if she was at home or outside, was a piece of worn sweatpants. But now, every fiber of her body was screaming at her as if her dignity was the most important thing in existence. This felt wrong, as if there was a voice telling her how to feel. But the voice was hers. Normally, she would quite justifiably, if you asked her, freak out over such an implication. But there was a strange calm to her thoughts. She looked back at the floating text. Traits. Dignified August. Supercilious. Cavalier. Callous. Overbearing. Conceited. Third-rate mana veins. Did it have something to do with these traits? Most fit with what she knew of Scarlett Hartford's character. She was a ruthless woman who looked down on all around her, always upholding her image as a distinguished noble. She was, however, a relatively low-level boss in the game, so having a trait called third-rate mana veins aligned with that setting. The current situation made no sense whatsoever, though. Had she somehow transmigrated, Was that the word into the body of Scarlett Hartford? And the personality traits attributed to Scarlett in the game, were they also somehow affecting her right now? This situation was, quite literally, unreal. Amy Bernal, that's my name, she muttered to herself. It didn't matter what some lines of text said. She waved her hand at the window. Go away. It didn't budge. She glared at it, away, with her full attention bearing down on it. The window disappeared. She nodded her head and shifted her focus to the office that she was in. It was rather spacious. The bookshelves were, as one might expect, filled with books, both new and old, many having backs emblazoned with silver and gold trimmings. The paintings spread around the room appeared similarly extravagant, no doubt far more expensive than they had any right to be. At the other end of the room, next to the entrance, stood a short table with glasses, alcohol, and other refreshments on it. All in all, it was exactly the kind of room one might expect from a noble's home in a late medieval-esque game setting. She thought through her options. How she got here was a mystery, as was getting back, or if that was even possible. Was she inside the game? Or was this just a world like the game? Was this like that movie with Robin Williams in it, where one got sucked into a game and had to beat it in order to return everything to normal again? In the end, her information regarding her current situation was extremely limited. In addition, she was in the body of a minor boss. For all she knew, a player could come barging in any minute now, ready to put her down. And what about her actual body? Was she just unconscious, dead? She didn't go out much, so it would take a while before someone noticed if she'd disappeared. Her parents died years ago, so if someone was going to notice, it'd either be her sister or some of her old college friends. But her contact with all of them was pretty irregular, so might take over a week before anyone even started thinking something was wrong. She massaged the bridge of her nose as several worst-case scenarios ran through her mind. She really didn't know where to go from here. Would just waiting resolve matters? Maybe she would wake up in her bed after a session of late-night binging. A handbell made of gold next to the mirror caught her attention. She hesitatingly picked it up. Perhaps the first thing she could try to do was gather some basic information. She rang the bell. It didn't take long before she heard movement outside the office. A moment later, a brief knock echoed out from the door at the opposite end of the room. "Come in," she said. The coldness in her voice surprised her. A woman with short black hair walked in, stopping near the entrance and lowering herself into a curtsy. "My lady called," the woman said, raising her head. She wore a dark outfit with a long, wide skirt that reached down to her feet. Scarlett almost gagged as the words began leaving her mouth. She had tried removing the edge from her voice, but that turned out to be harder than she expected. "What day is it?" she asked with a frown. She'd thought she could ignore these traits or whatever by charging through it, like getting rid of a Band-Aid or a particularly disgusting bug. But to think even the mere thought of sounding nice to the servant almost made her feel like puking. She could only grind her teeth at the fact. The woman before her seemed to mistake the anger as being directed at her. Scarlett saw how she visibly flinched under her gaze. "It is the 3rd of August, my lady." She hadn't meant to scare her so, but she couldn't get herself to apologize either, so she ignored it for now. Instead, she focused on what the woman had said. "What year? What year, my lady?" The servant gave her a confused look. "Yes, what year is it?" The poor woman looked like she'd start sweating like a pig any second now. "It is the year of 1143 in the calendar of Rastad." Scarlett tapped her finger against the wooden desk. The 3rd of August in 1143. She was lucky that the developers didn't bother with creating their own calendar system for the game, simply basing it on the Gregorian calendar. She was pretty sure the game itself started on the 1st of August in 1143, which meant she was close to the proper start. If there were any players in this world, it would still take a while for them to reach her. The game took place over a period of years, after all. She eyed the woman for a moment. What was the last order I gave you? Arousing needless suspicion wasn't something she wanted to do in her current circumstances. But right now, she prioritized getting a hang of the situation over confusing the servant. My lady, you asked me to bring you the revised domain ledgers for last month's finances. And then what did I do? My lady, you've been inside your office since then. She clicked her tongue. The woman immediately bent her head. I'm terribly sorry if I've offended you. My lady, this lowly servant begs for forgiveness. Scarlet frowned. This body's habits were incredibly hard to ignore. Stop begging. While that was not the answer I was searching for, it does not matter. The servant slowly raised her head. Is there something else you need? Scarlet considered it. There were many questions she wanted to ask, but this servant probably couldn't answer most of them, not without Scarlet sounding even more suspicious. At least, it was enough that she knew where she was chronologically, relative to the game's timeline. She waved the servant away. No, that is all. You may leave. A relieved expression passed over the woman's face before she seemed to recall something. My lady. Yes. The servant lowered her head again. Madame Evelyn arrived earlier today along with Seneschal Kinsey when he brought the ledger. She has asked to meet with you. Scarlet raised an eyebrow. While she had no idea who Kinsey was, she did recognize the name Evelyn. After all, that was one of the quest givers in the game, as well as Scarlet's younger sister. Her quest line was the one in which the player confronted Scarlet about her crimes. Lead her here, she said after a moment's thought. She would have to meet the woman eventually anyhow, and she was curious about meeting a character she'd interacted with inside the game. Yes, my lady, the servant said with another curtsy. Before fleeing the office, Evelyn Hartford sat in the mansion foyer along with Kinsey, clenching her fists in anger as they waited. It had been hours since they arrived to deliver the revised domain accounts. She had explicitly asked to meet her sister, but instead, she'd been asked to wait here, with nothing but some tea to pass the time while her sister read over the accounts. Scarlet had no doubt told the servants to treat her this way the next time she visited. Her sister abused her power as the head far too often. Evelyn knew the things Scarlet was up to, but she wouldn't back down this easily. Finally, as she was nearing her limit of both patience and time she had to spare, a servant with short black hair arrived in the foyer. Molly was her name, if Evelyn remembered correctly. The woman approached them and curtsied. Madame Eveline, Master Kinsey. She greeted them both, then turned to Evelyn with an uncertain expression. Madame Eveline, her ladyship wishes to see you. Evelyn's eyes widened. Scarlet wanted to see her. That was doubtful. Still, she gestured towards the servant as she stood up. Lead the way, she said, before looking back at Kinsey. I'll be back soon. Ready the carriage? The man lowered his balding head. As you wish, my lady. Evelyn followed Molly up the stairs to the second floor and out of the foyer, through the mansion's hallways all the way to the mansion's east wing, where Scarlet's office was located. She paused for a moment, looking at the old ornate wooden door leading into the room. It brought back memories of when she was young, and this was still her father's office. Shaking those thoughts away, she signaled for Molly to open the door as she entered. Inside sat Baroness Scarlet Hartford, the current head of the Hartford family and Evelyn's older sister. Her dark red hair, inherited from their father, stuck out before anything else, a stark contrast to her own. Dull, brown-red hair. If only Scarlet had been worthy of the rest of their father's legacy. The desk in front of her sister was mostly bare. A lavish mirror took up a good amount of space in the corner. It wouldn't do for Scarlett to not be able to see herself for more than a minute. After all, with the ledger Evelyn had brought next to it, seemingly untouched. Evelyn stepped further into the room, and Scarlett's gaze turned from the mirror to her. The woman's expression formed into a glower. In high society, Evelyn had frequently heard how Scarlett was known for her grace and her composure. The grace part, Evelyn could understand. For as long as she could remember, Scarlett had been the embodiment of what most considered a true noble. She always wore the finest garments and had a stature that befitted even royalty, never breaking decorum. But composure was a stretch. Evelyn couldn't recall a single time when her sister hadn't looked at her as if her mere existence disgusted her. When she was younger, that had hurt her more than anything. Now she couldn't care less. "Did you have fun leaving me waiting for hours?" she asked, not even trying to hide the irritation in her voice. Scarlett stared at her for several seconds, her glower easing into a frown. "Not particularly. No," she eventually answered. Evelyn scoffed. She pointed at the ledger on the desk. "Did you read through the accounts?" Her sister glanced down at it, then slowly nodded her head. "Anything you want to complain about? Or can I take it back?" As expected, Scarlett shook her head. Now she was going to object to the budget allocated for the Sao. "You may take it." Evelyn paused. "What? You may take it," Scarlett repeated, gesturing towards the ledger. Evelyn stared at her sister for a moment, then moved over to pick up the book. She wouldn't complain if Scarlett wasn't causing any extra issues over the matter. "Is that all?" Scarlett asked, voice cold as ice. Evelyn glared at her. "No, it isn't. I heard you repealed the stipend for new mages given to the Brook Tower." Scarlett cocked her head to the side. "Is that so?" Evelyn's eyes grew wide. "Is that so? Father himself arranged for that stipend? He gave his word we would continue issuing it as long as we had the means. What you're doing goes directly against his wishes. You're sullying both his name and our families." Scarlett met her eyes, those amber eyes piercing into her, then return it. This time, Evelyn froze completely. "What? Return it? Are you serious?" Scarlett nodded her head ever so slightly. "Of course. You have my approval to do so. Now." Was that all? Evelyn stared at her sister. Scarlett looked at her as if she couldn't wait for her to leave. But Evelyn couldn't understand why she would just give up like that. Was that all? Scarlett's voice caused shivers to go down her spine. "Yes, that's all," she muttered. "Good. You may leave." Evelyn turned around and left the office. When the door closed behind her, she let out a tired breath. This was probably the best result she'd ever gotten after a meeting with her sister. Yet it didn't feel right. What is she planning? Chapter 2. Good Old Magic. Scarlett sighed deeply after Evelyn left the office. That did not go as well as she had wanted. The original Scarlett's personality was more twisted than she'd thought. The moment Evelyn had entered the room, it had felt like Scarlett was overwhelmed by a wave of loathing. This wasn't Scarlett merely disliking her sister. This was complete repulsion. She was sickened by Evelyn's mere existence. And all of that hatred from the original Scarlett came rushing at her all at the same time. As disturbing as it was to have such feelings forced onto you against your will, it was more disturbing that Scarlett felt like that to begin with. It had taken all her willpower just to speak with Evelyn relatively normally just now, although she had also ended up agreeing with everything the original Scarlett's younger sister wanted, just to get her to leave. Not that she minded that part too much. In the game, Evelyn had been a decent enough character, and the one who actually took care of most of the Hartford family's management. She was bound to know more about any matters than her. But this did make it clear to what extent Scarlett was affected by the original's personality. Drumming her fingers against the desk, She looked out across the office. She had to figure out what to do next. If this world truly was like the game, then there were a lot of dangers just waiting to happen, especially for her character. And though she was slightly curious, she didn't want to find out what would happen if she were to die as Scarlet. Naturally, that meant figuring out how to survive. Scarlet was a low-level villain, so even amongst NPCs in Chronicle of Realms, she was on the weaker side. Third-rate mana veins and minor mana control both showcased that. Minor mana control was one of the starting traits for the player if they chose a mage route and lowered mana costs in general. In her first playthrough, she'd already managed to level that to mana control by the time she faced Scarlet and her goons. The problem was that she didn't know how to upgrade this version of it. In the game, the player earned experience with skills and slowly leveled them up like that. But her status window didn't indicate any such feature. In fact, it lacked a lot of the features that the player's status window had in the game. To add to that, she had no idea of how to use her apparent magic. Nor did she have much mana to begin with. Her current mana capacity is 967 out of 967. This was even less than the player had at the start of the game. 2 or 3 low-level spells would probably run her dry. This did explain why Scarlet did so little in the game when you fought her. Instead, she relied on her underlings' strength in that fight. But she didn't know who those underlings were. Nor did she really want to know, considering most of them were ruthless criminals. But then what was her priority? Growing stronger. Finding strong people to work for her. Going into hiding, Scarlet rose from her seat and crossed the room before opening the door to the office. Walking down the hallway, she spotted the servant from earlier sitting inside a small room next to a small table. The woman was knitting a pair of small mittens. When she looked up, a shocked expression came across her face. My lady!" The servant hastily put away her knitting needles on the table next to her and stood up to curtsy. "Take me to the training facility," Scarlet said, not bothering with hiding the chill in her voice for the time being. "Training facility. My lady." The woman looked at her oddly. Scarlet clicked her tongue. She'd hoped there was something like that. "The courtyard. Bring me to the courtyard." The servant bent her head. "Of course, my lady." She then began leading the way further down the hallway. Scarlet did her best to memorize the corridors as they moved through the mansion. They soon reached what looked to be a large entrance hall at the mansion's main entrance. The servant opened a pair of wide doors that led outside. A pair of curving stone stairs reached up to the doors. Beneath them was the courtyard, situated between 2 extensions that protruded out from the main building. These 2 wings were linked by a high archway, past which Scarlet could see a beautiful garden and a gravel road that led to an iron gate and a stone wall that seemed to encompass the whole compound. Outside the walls, she spotted a few other equally fanciful buildings in the distance. "You may return to your activities," Scarlet informed the servant, before passing through the 2 open doors and starting to descend the stairs. She would have imagined walking down them would have felt somewhat precarious, considering she wore a very tight-fitting dark red dress that didn't leave much room for her legs to move, as well as high heels, something she could count on her fingers the number of times she'd worn. In her world, but it was surprisingly effortless. She could tell that Scarlet's body was used to this. The courtyard itself wasn't anything particularly special. There was a nice fountain in the middle with 4 grass mounds surrounding it and stone pathways separating them. Around the fountain were a couple of curved benches that encircled a quarter of it each. She walked over and sat down on one of them. For a while, she just sat there and observed the cascading water at the center of the fountain. Then she held out her right hand. "Move!" Nothing happened. She'd been hoping it would be that easy, but perhaps that was naive. In the game, magic was mainly split into 6 different schools: pyromancy, hydromancy, terramancy, aeromancy, lumomancy, and umbramancy, the classic old fantasy elements, just rebranded. Before you could use any of that magic, however, you had to at least have one of the prerequisite skills. For fire magic, that meant one of the pyromancy skills. Then there was a separate list that kept count of all the spells that you knew. Much like a certain tabletop game, you could only have a certain number of spells memorized at any given time, and you learned new spells by reading specific spell books. Scarlet had access to the pyromancy and hydromancy skill trees. Not the best mix as far as she knew. There were no composite spells between the schools, but better than nothing nonetheless. If you knew any spells, at least, in addition to that, she had minor pyrokinesis and lesser hydrokinesis. In the game, those skills did nothing more than lower the mana cost of the respective school's spells a bit more than minor mana control did. But she was hoping they were more than that. She locked her eyes on a part of the fountain that was relatively tranquil. She focused her complete attention on that part, willing it to move. At first, nothing happened. Then she felt something inside herself, like a small ripple of movement, a flow. A tendril of water rose into the air above the fountain, forming a ball that floated above the water's surface. Incredible, Scarlet mumbled. She was doing magic, a dream come true for anyone who had once been a fanciful kid. She tried moving the ball of water. The water undulated across its surface as it wobbled to the left and then to the right at her command. She then brought it over to her hand, letting the water lose its shape and drench her skin. Feeling a slight smile tug at the side of her mouth, she looked around the courtyard. The sun was high up in the sky, and there were no fires around and that she could try her pyrokinesis skill with. She considered it for a moment. Perhaps a living fire wasn't needed. She focused on her hand, imagining a lit flame above it. Something moved inside her again, but it was different from before. This time it felt warm, eager. A moment later, a small flame appeared above her palm and burned her skin. She immediately pulled her hand away as she clenched her teeth. The fire died out a moment after. Perhaps not the smartest action. She tried commanding the water from the fountain again, and another ball of water floated over to her. She brought the singed part of her hand up to it and let the chill water cool her skin. She would have to test the limits of these abilities later and see if she can't get a hold of any good spell books. But this was definitely a beginning. Later that day, Scarlet sat in the office she'd woken up in once again. Piles of books lay on the desk in front of her. Her experimenting with magic had been fun, but she'd ended up having to quit after half an hour when she realized she had used up over half her mana. She didn't know how it was here, but in the game, it took a while for one's mana to recover, and she wanted to preserve some for later. Since then, she had been scanning through the books in the office to see if any of them were spell books. Most of them weren't. Most of them covered subjects she had absolutely no knowledge in. Estate management, the history of the Grainal Empire, transcendental elementalism, Vonian linguistics, and the list went on. She had only found 2 spell books as of yet. One of them was about umbramancy, so she'd ignored it for now. The other was a compendium of beginner pyromancy magic by one R. Hallowell. Scarlet had opened that one hoping to learn some basic spells. She'd tried casting some in the courtyard without success, so she assumed it wasn't something she could just do. So she'd thought reading a spell book might help, but she couldn't understand any of it. It wasn't a problem with the language. She was pretty sure it was all written in English, as were most things in the game, but it was all complete gibberish to her. The pages were filled with diagrams and magic circles that made absolutely no sense to her, and the descriptions and terms used in the book left her even more confused. It felt like trying to understand discrete mathematics with only an elementary understanding of math. A disturbing thought had crossed her mind. She took the golden bell on the table and rang it. When the same servant from earlier knocked on the door, Scarlet told her to enter and leveled her gaze on the woman. "My lady called," the servant asked with her head slightly bent downwards. "What magic do you know?" Scarlet asked. The servant looked up at her with a hesitant expression. The poor woman seemed to get so confused today. "I only know some essential pyromancy, my lady." "Be more specific." The servant jolted back at her tone. "Kindle and heat." Scarlet tapped her finger against a book with black cover. "And how long did it take you to learn those spells?" "I originally began learning when I was young, my lady. But magic has never been something I have put much focus into." Scarlet frowned. "I want a number." "Perhaps a few years," the servant said, shifting on the spot. Scarlet grabbed the book that was opened in front of her and turned it towards the woman, pushing it to the other end of the desk and pointing at one of the pages. "How long do you believe it would take for you to learn the scorching whip spell?" The servant took a couple of steps forward and leaned over to study the page. "I'm afraid this is beyond me, my lady. I don't recognize most of these circuits. I'm not sure I could ever learn to cast this spell," she said, and took a step back, seemingly afraid Scarlet would attack her or some such. Scarlet merely shook her head. "Very well, you may leave." "Yes, my lady." The servant performed a short curtsy before hurrying out of the room. Scarlet pulled back the book to her part of the desk and looked over its pages again. Maybe it wasn't so surprising. Mages and wizards were often presented as scholars. As such, it would only make sense that magic was something that took a lot of time to learn. But even though the game took place over a period of a few years, she didn't have that time to learn magic. She'd hoped that, as the player would in the games, she too would be able to learn spells by just reading a book, maybe by giving her another skill or something like that. But if it would take years to learn even some of the more basic spells, then perhaps it wasn't worth wasting time trying. She closed the book and leaned back in her chair. She would have to do some more research regarding the subject, but this hampered her plans somewhat. If she wanted to grow strong to survive in this world, but couldn't do it through magic, then she'd either have to do it more physically, which she had no idea how to do without being a player, or she would have to rely more on other people who were strong. Another option was to get a hold of several strong items, but many of those were hard to obtain to begin with. Though, she did have some ideas as to where she could start. Chapter 3. Business Time. Later that evening, as Scarlet sat in what was ostensibly her office now, she heard knocking on the door. "Enter," she uttered almost out of habit. The door opened, and an aging man in a neat black suit walked inside. He had dark gray hair that was combed back and almost reached his shoulders, as well as a finely trimmed mustache above his mouth. His whole appearance practically screamed butler. "My lady," the man said, bowing with his left arm bent behind his back. "Mr. Wyther is here to see you." Scarlet raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Wyther? It seems he has important business with you." She considered it for a moment, then inclined her head in a small nod. "Bring him here." "I will do so at once," the butler said before leaving the room. The door quietly closed behind him. Scarlet looked down at the half-empty book on her desk. She had spent the last few hours writing down what she could remember from the game, as well as what options she had in the future, in case she didn't find a way back home. She didn't want to risk forgetting anything important. She took the book with a red cover and put it in one of the desk's drawers before locking it with a key she'd found in the drawer. A few minutes later, there was another knock on the door, followed by the entrance of a tall man in a gray topcoat. He had a slightly bent nose and unruly dirt-blonde hair. His eyes immediately locked onto Scarlet to take her in. She found herself annoyed at his uncombed presentation, but she hid it as best she could. The butler soon closed the door behind the man, leaving them alone in the office. "Lady Hartford," the man said, not even bowing as he made his way over to the chair opposite hers at the desk. "It's been some time, hasn't it?" he asked as he sat down. "That it has." She didn't even bother with trying to hide the frigidness that naturally entered her voice. "What brings you here?" He smiled. "Business, of course. It's regarding our little venture over in Vonea." She inspected the man's appearance. She usually wasn't one to judge a book by its cover, but this man had the word slimy written all over his face. Considering Scarlett's background, though, it wasn't exactly surprising. She already knew the original did business with shady people. "Does this business require you personally visiting me in my home?" she asked him. That didn't feel like something the original Scarlett would have appreciated. Wither smiled as he scratched the back of his neck. "Ah, usually not. But you see, the hall this time is especially large and arriving soon, so I had to go and check everything was clear on this end." Scarlett tapped her finger against the wood. "Is that so?" She had a decent idea of what this was about. He nodded his head. "That's right, and they're very high quality this time. We're bound to make quite the profit." "I see. And when does the merchandise arrive?" "We're expecting the kids to arrive at port in about 2 days. Her finger paused. 2 days. That's rather soon. Wither shrugged. "It is what it is. They'll probably dock sometime in the evening and move everything into Warehouse 37. They've got enchanted crates, so there shouldn't be any problems with noise and all that. All we have to do is pass the warehouse inspection, and we're good as gold. I'm assuming you can handle it as usual." She pondered it for a moment and leaned back into her chair. "Warehouse 37. You said..." "That's right." "Very well," she said after a while. "I will deal with it. The inspection will not cause you any inconvenience." He smiled. "I'm glad we've got that figured out then." Scarlett looked at him with a firm face. "Was that all?" "Yeah," he began. "But I was Then you may leave." She interrupted him before he could say anything more. His smile disappeared. It looked like he wanted to say something else, but a look from Scarlett's end silenced him. Eventually, he stood up from his chair. "Right. I'll take my leave and all that then. Pleasure to do business as always." With that, he left. The butler from before looking into the room for a moment, before closing the door after Wither. Scarlett kept staring at the door for a while even after he'd left. That had been slightly unexpected. She knew Scarlett did all kinds of nasty things in the game, human trafficking one of them, but she didn't know it involved kids, nor had she expected to run into those things so soon. Honestly, if possible, she would just have liked to ignore everything the original Scarlett had done and pretend it never happened. She was unaware of the details regarding most of it, so it wasn't as if she could do much, even if she wanted to. But this... Scarlett was at least partly responsible. So as the new Scarlett, maybe she should at least take responsibility for those kids. She couldn't do anything about whatever inspection Wither was talking about anyway, so the situation was bound to escalate no matter what. Perhaps it'd be better if she involved herself now, as to avoid getting caught up in whatever happens when Wither and his people get caught. She did have a few ideas as to what she could do. Lost in her mind, it took a moment for Scarlett to notice there was knocking on the door again. "Enter," she commanded. The butler stepped inside the office once more and bowed. "I have led Mr. Wither out, my lady." "Good." She nodded her head. "Don't bother letting him inside if he returns." "As you wish," the butler said. Then he stayed quiet as he stood at the entrance of the room. Scarlett looked at him. "Is there something else?" "My lady eaten supper today." She paused. Had she eaten? No. She hadn't. She had been so busy thinking about her situation ever since she arrived that she'd completely forgotten about it. She didn't even realize she was hungry until he mentioned it. I have been occupied. He lowered his head. I feared as such. I have taken the liberty of preparing a meal for the lady in the dining hall. She rose from her chair. I appreciate it. You may lead the way. He gave her a surprised look, but ultimately nodded his head. Of course, my lady. Follow me. Scarlett followed the butler to a large hall with a painted ceiling and bright chandeliers hanging from it. The lights in the chandeliers didn't seem to be living flames, but rather some kind of magical candles that emanated a bright shine. In the middle of the hall stood a long table with a chestnut rug beneath it, and an assortment of different plates with silver lids near the head of the table. She wordlessly sat down in the seat in front of the plates, as the butler removed the lids to reveal the food. It was a mixture of soups, meat, and bread to the side. It looked extremely appetizing to Scarlett, who hadn't eaten for the whole day, and she wanted nothing more than to just dig in. But the remnants of the original Scarlett's personality forced her to pick up the silverware and calmly start cutting into the food and take small bites. But God, was it good. For once during this day, she was thankful for Scarlett's traits, as they allowed her to delight in the taste for much longer. The elderly butler stood at the edge of the room the whole time, his back straight and his eyes forward. For a moment she considered offering him some food, but quickly shook that idea off. It probably wasn't a good idea in her position. Instead, she continued eating by herself. About halfway through her meal, another servant entered the dining hall. It was a woman with similar clothing to the dark-haired servant Scarlett had met earlier. But this girl had bright blonde hair and was clearly a few years younger, probably not even past 18 yet. The servant walked up to the butler and spoke to him. Scarlett couldn't make out exactly what she said, but she did hear the servant refer to the butler as Master Garside. The two spoke for a minute before the young woman curtsied towards Scarlett and left the room. After that, Garside directed his attention back to Scarlett. My lady, we just received word that Lady Leslie Hayden is planning on holding a banquet in the coming week. She has asked that you attend as well. Scarlett turned away from the food in front of her and looked at him. Hayden, in Killsfell. She remembered there being a quest giver by that name in that city, although he'd been a count, not a lady. Yes, my lady. Did they mention the reason for the banquet? She asked. Garside seemed to pause for a moment. No, my lady. They simply informed us that they were organizing one. Then you may inform them that I will not attend, she said. Turning her attention back to the table, she cut a part of a roasted steak and dipped it in the gravy that was on the side. Shall I give them a reason? Garside asked. Scarlett used an embroidered handkerchief to wipe her mouth. The action felt like it was practically ingrained in her hands. Tell them that I have important business to attend to and do not have time to travel. Very well, I shall do so forthwith, he said. Good. She put the handkerchief down. And Garside. Yes, my lady. Did I have anything scheduled for tomorrow? No, my lady. Excellent. Ensure that I have a carriage ready in the morning then. The driver should know the local area well. As you wish. She took another bite of the steak. She could think of at least a dozen downsides to her current situation from the top of her head, but the food she could definitely get used to. Chapter 4. Swords and Shields. Scarlett looked out through the carriage's window at the wooden and stone buildings as they passed by outside. In the game, Freybrook had been the fourth largest city in the Graynell Empire, where the majority of the story took place. The game world had been massive, even for an RPG's standards, so there had been a lot of different towns and villages spread around the map. The vast open world had been one of the game's main drawing points, and the large cities had been part of that. But the Freybrook in the game didn't really do it justice. The city was vibrant with life. The sides of the cobbled road the carriage was driving on brimmed with people that were moving about with their lives. She had passed by stalls selling all kinds of fruits and wares, open storefronts with detailed signs, groups of children playing in alleyways, and many more sights that made it feel so different from the city in the game. Granted, this seemed to be in a more well-off part of the town, but it was an impressive sight nonetheless for her who was used to the cities of the modern world. After about 15 minutes of travel, the carriage eventually arrived at its destination as it stopped in front of a large stone building with an overhanging roof that looked to be made out of white birch. It was situated at the edge of a large public square that had a tall statue of a knight at its center and was surrounded by several similarly sized stone buildings. This was a busy part of the city. She saw several other carriages and wagons moving around the square, as well as many people that were on foot. Scarlett heard the carriage driver murmur something to the horse outside. A moment later, she heard him move to the carriage door and open it. He wordlessly folded out a short stair from under the vehicle and stepped aside for her. She stepped out of the carriage and took in the building in front of her. There was a large sign hanging above the door of the building. It depicted an upturned, extended triangle with a wide blue shield inside it. The handle of a sword showed right above the shield. This was the Shields Guild's headquarters in Freybrook. In the game, the Shields Guild was an organization that worked to support the common people. They were a lot like a mercenary guild, but they were both more liberal with the kind of requests they took on as well as pickier. They would take on everything, from working as a protective escort to finding a lost cat, as long as it fit within their principles. They also had limited support from the law and could perform some basic arrests and such. If one wanted to play a good playthrough and get some easy quests, becoming a shielder was a decent way to start. The player always started out as a junior shielder, but they also had the oft-used alphabetical ranking system that one could advance through to get better quests. And it just happened to be that they were the perfect fit for her current goals. Scarlett walked up a set of stairs to the door, the carriage driver hurrying up the stairs to open it for her, and entered the building. Inside was a wide lobby. At one end stood a large board filled with pamphlets. That's where you'd find many of the quests in the game. Close to the board were a few sofas and tables where an old couple was currently sitting and having a conversation. On the other end of the lobby was a reception desk with a woman behind it. She had long dark hair and a flowing purple dress. A smile appeared on her face when Scarlett approached. "Hello, miss. What can we do for you?" Scarlett felt a tinge of annoyance at the way she was addressed, but quickly pressed the feeling down as she spoke. "I have come to employ your services." "Of course. Miss, may I ask your name?" The woman pulled out a piece of paper from beneath the desk. "Scarlett Hartford." The woman's eyes widened as she looked up. "Baroness Scarlett Hartford." Scarlett crossed her arms and looked around the lobby. The very same. It seemed the driver hadn't entered the building with her. Perhaps his job was just to open the door for her and take care of the carriage. "Let me lead you to our reception room, Baroness," the receptionist said, and gestured for her to follow. Scarlett didn't say anything as she followed the woman through a door to the side and up a flight of stairs. They then walked down a hallway before stopping in front of a door at the end of the hall. "If you wait in here, our manager will be with you shortly," the receptionist said as she opened the door to reveal a comfy-looking waiting room with a table at its center and several armchairs surrounding it. Scarlett entered the room and sat down in one of them as the receptionist closed the door behind her. She felt at the fabric of the chair. It was surprisingly comfortable. In fact, all pieces of furniture she'd used up to this point in this world had been more comfortable than she would have expected from a medieval-like setting. Much better than the old office chair she had in her condo. Even the carriage had been nice if you discounted the occasional bumping. But perhaps that was just a consequence of being a part of this world's equivalent to the 1%. She only had to wait for a few minutes before the door to the room opened again, and a man with light brown hair and glasses walked in. He wore a light blue overshirt and carried a couple of books beneath his arm. She tried to remember if she had seen him in the game or not, but she wasn't sure. "Greetings, Baroness. I'm Jean Fisk, the head of the Shields Guild's Freybrook branch." The man greeted her and sat down in the seat opposite her. "I've been told you have a request for us." "Yes," Scarlett said, leaning back in the chair. "I need to hire an escort who is experienced in combat, preferably someone skilled in pyromancy." Jean nodded his head slowly. "We should be able to arrange that. But why pyromancy?" "Because it is effective against undead," she answered. "A lumomancer would work as well, if necessary." "Undead?" Jean knitted his brows. "What exactly is it that you're going to do?" She raised an eyebrow at him. "I am visiting a location where there is a high likelihood for them to appear. That is all." He seemed to hesitate. "I cannot tell you where it is," Scarlett continued. "I am certain your agent will report it to you later nonetheless. Be assured that there is no impropriety involved in my request. I swear that upon my name, I simply need someone to protect me." The branch head seemed to consider it for a moment. Then he put down his books on the table and pulled out a small ledger from a pocket. "Okay, if you say so." He opened the ledger. "Approximately how dangerous do you estimate this request to be? Are you familiar with the Shields Guild's terminology?" "I am." Scarlett cocked her head slightly to the side. "It should preferably be a C-ranked senior shielder." Jean drew his mouth together. "Ranked." She stared at him. "Is that not possible?" He shook his head. "I'm afraid there are no C-ranked senior shielders at our branch right now. Perhaps if you wait a few days, I would prefer not to." He looked down at his ledger. "There is a B-ranked shielder that is well experienced with pyromancy. I could bring the request to her." He looked up at Scarlett. "That might even be safer if we are dealing with undead. We don't like needlessly risking our members." She frowned. "I am certain even a D rank would be enough. I simply wanted to make things more effortless. A B rank would not have any issue, but I do not want to pay more than necessary." "The cost wouldn't change. It would still be classified as a C-ranked request." "Is that so?" Scarlett said. "Very well, then we will go with that." He fidgeted with the ledger in his hands. "I'll speak with the shielder in question then. Exactly when is it that you will need an escort?" "Immediately." "Immediately." The branch head sounded slightly surprised. "Yes." Scarlett nodded her head. "Or as soon as possible. I am planning on being finished today." He righted his glasses. "I'll speak with her immediately then. But we usually require part of the fee to be paid in advance along with the request. You can send a note of payment to the Hartford estate." She'd ensured this morning that that was a thing. "Anything else you require beforehand?" Jean shook his head. "No. That's all. Although I do need to tell you that I can only offer the request to our shielder. It's up to her if she accepts it or not. But knowing her, I don't believe that will be a problem." "Good." He stood up from his seat. "Then I'll go get your request processed. Feel free to stay here for now, and we'll be back as soon as possible." And with that, the Freybrook branch head exited the room and left Scarlett by herself. Kat felt uncomfortable as she sat at the back of the bedecked carriage of the Hartford family. It was by far the most luxurious means of transportation she'd ever been in. Even the blasted windows had golden inlays. When she'd accepted this request, she hadn't expected it to mean that she would actually be allowed inside the carriage of a noble. If anything, she thought she'd just sit at the front with the driver. She glanced at the other side of the carriage, where her employer sat. Baroness Scarlett Hartford was an intimidating woman in her own right. The Baroness currently wore clothes suitable for traveling, though they still looked fittingly expensive for someone of her status, and stared out at the landscape as they moved outside Freybrook's limits. She hadn't spoken a word to Kat since ordering her to get inside the carriage back outside the guild's branch office. Kat had considered asking where they were going, but decided against it. Scarlett Hartford didn't seem the type to appreciate questions. The woman's presence had an almost oppressing nature to it. It was in how she kept herself. Kat had heard rumors about the Baroness. She'd honestly been hesitant to accept this request. Though she didn't have much experience with nobles herself, she knew that the guild ran into trouble with them on occasion. The only reason she'd decided to agree to the request was because she heard it wasn't expected to take more than a day. It wasn't often she got jobs that were both short and gave decent pay. Although it wasn't a B-ranked request, one C-ranked request was better than 5 D-ranked at least. And while she didn't mind helping people out, she was a bit tired of going out into the mountains to pick herbs for the local alchemists. "Stop here!" Scarlett's voice jolted Kat out of her thoughts as the carriage came to a halt. "We're there already?" Kat asked, despite herself, looking outside the window to where Scarlett was looking. There was nothing but trees. They hadn't been traveling for too long, but the area around Freybrook was heavily forested. "No," Scarlett said, "but we are close." She pointed towards the tip of an old stone tower that just barely peeked out above the treetops. "That is our next destination." The driver, a young man with a short brown cap on his head, soon opened the carriage door, and Scarlett stepped outside with far more grace than Kat herself could muster before turning to the young man. "We will be gone for a while. Wait here until we return." The driver nodded his head at his mistress's order. "All right, my lady. Me and the horses here'll be waiting for as long as you need." The Baroness barely gave the man another glance before heading off towards the woods with decisive steps. She stopped in front of a large bush, however, and turned towards Kat. "Perhaps you should go first." "Sure." Kat simply shrugged her shoulders. She was surprised the woman was willing to do even this much. Taking the lead, Kat led them through the forest towards the spot where she'd seen the tower, clearing a path through the underbrush as she moved. It took them about 10 minutes before they reached a small, overgrown clearing with the tower at its center. Scarlett raised her hand, and Kat's eyes followed her outstretched finger to spot a dilapidated old doorway at the tower's base. "We will have to climb inside," Scarlett said, and moved past Kat towards the structure. Kat followed close behind. "Is this what you were looking for?" she asked as she watched Scarlett take a step over a piece of fallen stone debris. It was crazy how they were out in the wilderness, and the woman still moved as if she was at a ball without a care for her surroundings. "No," Scarlett said, and pushed the door open with a creak. They both walked in. There wasn't much left of the tower's insides. There was rubble everywhere, and when Kat looked up and she could see all the way to the top of the tower as well as part of the blue sky. Built into the sides of the tower was a stairway that looked as if it had seen better days. But that didn't seem to deter Scarlett as she began climbing the stairs without hesitation. Kat raised an eyebrow at the sight, but quickly followed up the stairs in case the other woman were to trip. "Then what are we doing here?" "Reconnaissance," Scarlett said with her back to Kat. Kat shook her head and gave up on the matter as she kept climbing the half-wrecked stone stairs. The state of the stairs caused it to take a while, but they eventually reached the top of the old tower, where about half the ceiling was still left. Traces of stone railing and what might have once been placings for wooden pillars and a wooden covering could be seen here and there. Kat looked out across the land. She could see for miles. From Freybrook, where it lay right next to the Innisling Sea, all the way to the Whitdown Mountains that stretched out on the horizon. She stood there for the moment, taking it all in when Scarlett suddenly spoke. "There," the woman said, pointing towards a gathering of rock formations in a clearing some distance away from where they were now. "That is our destination." Kat squinted her eyes. "What's so special there?" "You will see," Scarlett said, as she began descending the tower. Kat didn't have much choice but to follow once more. When they'd reached the bottom and exited the tower, Scarlet gestured in the direction where the rock formations had been. Kat understood what she meant and started leading the way through the forest again. It took them at least another 20 minutes before they finally reached the clearing they'd seen from the tower. The rocks were at the top of a small hill. Scarlet quickly climbed it and walked up to the middle of the formation. "What now?" Kat asked, examining the stones. They just looked like ordinary stones to her, albeit arranged in a strange way. It wasn't a complete circle, but reminiscent of one. "Wait here," Scarlet commanded, and walked over to one of the stones. She began walking around it, her hand touching its surface. Then, without warning, she moved on to the next stone in the circle. Kat leaned back against the nearest rock as she observed the Baroness's odd actions. Eventually, Scarlet reached the last stone in the ring. After interacting with it in the same way as the others, she took several steps back and stopped in the middle of the formation. Suddenly, a shift shook the ground. Kat immediately got to her feet and moved closer to Scarlet, eyeing her surroundings. A loud sound rang out from ahead of them, and a large stone in the middle of the formation started moving. Mounds of dirt and dust spread into the air as the large piece of rock slowly slid to the side, revealing a pair of dirty stone stairs going deeper into the ground. Further down was a single metal door with two statues next to it. Both statues wore armor and held up large swords in front of them. A closer look revealed that they had smooth heads with protruding brows and elongated pointy ears. "No way," Kat mouthed. "Are those Zuver?" She turned to stare at Scarlet. "Is this a Zuvarian ruin?" Scarlet looked back at her, those cold amber eyes meeting hers. "That is correct. Astute observation." Kat's eyes widened. What kind of request was this? Chapter 5. Spooky, Scary Skeletons. Scarlet looked down the ancient stone stairway that had been hidden beneath the center of the gathering of old rocks. A streak of excitement passed through her. She had been afraid this little excursion wouldn't lead anywhere, or that she would have forgotten how to find this place. But it seemed like she could consider herself lucky this time. There had been lots of small dungeons spread around in Chronicle of Realms. The area around Freybrook had at least 6 that she knew of. But of those, she had only been relatively certain in how to find 2 of them. Finding one's way in the game world was very different from navigating in real life. She couldn't just press M to have a map of the area appear with location markers and all. Instead, she had to rely on what landmarks she knew from the game to navigate. Thankfully, this particular dungeon turned out to be rather simple to find. In the game's lore, the Zuver was an old race that had reigned over most of Tanralia, the continent that the game took place on several centuries ago. But they had essentially died out after a devastating cataclysm. Zuvarian artifacts were heavily sought after, though, and occasionally old Zuvarian ruins were still found. In the game, those often had some kind of puzzle you had to figure out first before entering, usually by finding relevant passages in books and NPCs' dialogues, but they were a good source of experience and equipment throughout the game. The puzzle for this particular crypt wasn't especially hard. It was relatively low level. After all, and only required you to find and press a few runes etched into the stones in this Stonehenge-like formation. Nothing that required any special preparation. Scarlet turned to Kat, the shielder that she had hired to help clear this dungeon. The woman probably wasn't too far off from Scarlet's age, somewhere in her mid-20s, and had light blue eyes as well as sun-bleached gold hair that hung in a rough braid above her shoulder. She wore what looked to be a thin sort of gambeson beneath a light set of metal armor, and part of her forehead was covered by a red-white headband. Scarlet was actually relatively tall, but Kat was taller than her, and it was clear that the woman was in good shape. And although Scarlet wasn't really an authority on the subject, the shielder looked like she had experience with danger, which made the woman's current shocked expression a little amusing to watch. "Are you ready?" Scarlet asked, gesturing towards the stairs in front of them. Kat gawked at her for a moment longer before turning towards the ruin's entrance. She let out a short sigh and shook her head. All right, fine. Just make sure to stay a fair distance behind me at all times. If it's too dangerous, we're going back. The shielder started to slowly make her way down the stairs. When she reached the door situated between the two metal statues of ancient Zuver, she turned around and looked at Scarlet. On second thought, it might be better if you stay here. I've heard there are lots of traps in these places, and I'm not sure I can protect you the whole time. There is no need to worry. I will be fine, Scarlet said. While she didn't actually have a way of protecting herself just yet, she was moderately certain there wouldn't be any problem with this dungeon. She'd cleared it recently, in her last playthrough, and still remembered its layout. Up till now, it had seemed like the game's world translated relatively well to this world. The largest difference she'd noticed was some changes to distances. However, if there truly turned out to be major discrepancies in the layout of this dungeon, compared to what she knew she would retreat, Kat appeared unsure whether to trust her word or not, but eventually she acquiesced and turned around to try and open the dungeon's door. It shifted with a loud creak to reveal a wide and dark stone hallway. After a moment, small sconces with dark green crystals in them slowly lit up, revealing more of the corridor. It was lined on both sides by Zuver faces carved into the stone and led to a large room that looked like a kind of mausoleum. As Kat cautiously moved through the hallway, Scarlet stopped her before the woman could enter the room ahead of them. "Wait," she said. She pointed towards 5 sets of stone tombs at the center of the room. "Throw something at those." Kat gave her an odd look, but started looking around for something to throw. She found a loose piece of the stone wall in a part that was crumbling apart and tore it off, gripping it in her hand. Scarlet watched as she then hurled it at the tombs. The stone clinked against the top of one of the tombs before bouncing off and rolling onto the floor. The sound echoed throughout the room before everything went completely silent once more. Kat looked back at Scarlet. "What was that?" A loud shrill rang out. A cold wind passed through the room, and Scarlet took several steps back as the lids of the tombs shifted to the side and bony hands reached up to grab the edges. 5 skeletons in crumbling clothing and with glowing blue sockets, instead of eyes, pulled themselves out of the graves, their eyes locking onto the two. "I believe you have work to carry out," Scarlet said as Kat stared at the skeletons. "Gods! I didn't think there'd be actual undead." She heard the shielder mutter as the woman stepped in front of Scarlet and raised her hands. The skeletons had already started moving. 3 of them were running towards Scarlet and Kat as the other 2 moved their bones around about, and blue circles formed in the air. Kat took another step forward as she moved her hands. A trunk-sized boulder formed in front of her left hand and shot out at 2 of the skeletons, landing right on their legs and crushing them as it spread a dark mud on the ground. In front of her other hand, 5 daggers made of fire appeared and immediately darted off towards the other skeletons. The 2 at the back got hit in the head, which interrupted their magic, while the 2 whose legs were crushed lay on the floor and were caught on fire when 2 of the fire daggers struck the mud around them. The last skeleton took a dagger in the chest, but continued onward and had almost reached Kat when a whip of fire snapped out from the woman and knocked the skeleton back several meters. Its rib piece was almost charred to a crisp from the attack. The battle itself was a real sight for Scarlet. She had never seen any of its like outside of movies and games. She'd never even been in a fight for her entire life. But despite that, she felt almost completely calm as she observed the events, an ongoing trend ever since she'd taken on part of Scarlet's personality traits. The woman seemed to only get heated up over the strangest things. Scarlet watched as Kat used a couple more spells to finish the skeletons off, before then proceeding to search the room for any other threats. Scarlet had recognized most of the spells that Kat had used in the fight. The large boulder, for example, had been the Terramancy spell, Boulder Shot, which also left a temporary substance on the ground that was flammable. It synergized well with pyromancy spells such as Scorching Daggers, which was the second spell the woman had used, and the whip had been Scorching Whip. All of them were low-level spells that Scarlet had used a lot with her first character, which had been a mage. And like most fire-related spells in the game, they were especially useful against many undead monsters. Seemingly satisfied with her check, Kat walked to the center of the large mausoleum to inspect the tombs themselves. "These weren't as bad as I feared," she said, turning to look at Scarlet. "But how did you know there'd be undead here?" Scarlet walked closer, stepping around the scorched bones of one of the skeletons. "How I knew is irrelevant. It simply matters that I did." Kat raised an eyebrow at her. "All right, if you say so," she said, and spun around. She pointed towards the other end of the room where 3 hallways went off in different directions. "Which way are we going next then, oh all-knowing one?" Scarlet scrunched up her nose. The woman sure got casual with her real quick, and she couldn't help but get a little angry at that. And that made her even angrier. It took quite a bit of effort to press the feelings down and not let it affect her. "The one in the middle," she said. She might have failed in keeping all of the annoyance out of her voice. Kat glanced at her, then nodded her head and took the lead towards the middle hallway. In the game, the other 2 paths eventually led to dead ends. They might have some things of worth in them, but the 2 of them could always return to those later. For now, the middle one was their priority. Scarlet wordlessly followed Kat as they moved deeper into the Zuvarian ruin. She didn't spot any noticeable difference to the dungeon in the game, and so, with her guidance, they managed to avoid all the minor traps that were present in low-level ruins like this one. Kat also didn't have any problems dealing with the undead that popped up, so they moved forward at a decent pace. They didn't stop for long in any of the rooms that they passed by. Scarlet knew there probably were some things worth money in them, but she wanted to reach the end and clear the dungeon before she started collecting any of the loot. Her main goal here wasn't money, after all. After about an hour of ruin trekking, they finally reached the last room of the dungeon. It was a large crypt with an altar that stood on a raised platform in the middle of the crypt. On top of the platform next to the altar stood a tall skeleton with a vibrant gold crown atop its skull and adorned with a white robe that somehow hadn't been affected by the passage of time as the rest of the dungeon had. The skeleton's glowing eye sockets turned to glare at them the moment they got close, and it began casting a spell. Scarlet hurried to move back as a hail of ice crystals slammed into Kat. She could have sworn she saw the crystals shatter into pieces the moment before they struck the shielder's armor. Kat met the hailstorm with her own assortment of fire daggers, 10 of them forming in front of both her hands before shooting off towards the undead. Its robe was burned from the attack, and it created some holes, but it didn't seem to get heavily damaged. "This one is a bit more durable. Looks like I'll actually have to try," Kat grumbled. Then a large ball of fire appeared above her hand before the skeleton could even fire another spell. A second later, the fireball slammed into the skeleton's chest and knocked it off the platform. Kat performed some more movements and spikes grew up from the ground where the skeleton landed and tore through its robes and bones. The skeleton let out a hollow scream as it tried to climb off the spikes, but its cries were soon drowned out when another ball of fire, this one much larger than the last, flew across the room. A small explosion rocked the crypt as the earth spikes were destroyed along with the skeleton. A burning smell filled the air as the smoke slowly dissipated into nothing to reveal that the body of the skeleton had been almost completely disintegrated. "There we go," Kat said and wiped her hands off. "Honestly, I didn't think a Zuvarian ruin would be this easy to clear. After everything I'd heard, I was sort of expecting more." Scarlet walked past the woman and towards the platform at the center of the room. "It varies significantly from ruin to ruin. This one would be described as being on the easier side of the scale. If it had been one of the more deadly ones, neither of us might have made it past the first room. You sure seem to be an expert on this. I suppose you could say that. Yes. Scarlet paused in front of the platform. It almost reached her chest. She took a few steps to the side and placed her foot on a square piece of stone on the ground that might have been debris fallen from the roof. Using it as a starting point, she carefully climbed on top of the platform, ignoring the indignant feeling she got from displaying such an undignified pose. Maybe you should wait to see if there are any more traps before you check that out, Kat said, as she pulled herself up on the platform without any issues. Scarlet frowned at the sight. There aren't any, she said. This whole dungeon had been exactly as she remembered it. Scarlet then took a step closer to the altar and looked at the items that lay on it. This was what she was here for. Chapter 6. Who Runs Dungeons for the Experience? Scarlet examined the items on the altar. The largest of them was a head-sized dark metal casket with an interesting coiled design on its side. If she remembered it correctly, that was filled with old Zuvarian gold coins, worth a modest amount, but nothing unique. More of them were usually spread around in small amounts through the dungeon, and she was planning on gathering them before they left. Scarlet's attention was focused on the other two objects on the altar. However, at the center of the ancient stone that the altar was made of lay a small black wand. It had a glossy, rounded-off tip at its bottom and a garnished wood handle that covered half its length. Closer to the head of the wand, it looked to be made of some dark metal that arced around itself, forming a kind of curved latticework. At the top of this frame sat a vaguely jade-colored crystal with a swirling pattern in it. It looked almost like a cat-eye bead. This was the Wand of Fireball, an item, or rather an artifact, as any old magical items were referred to in the game that allowed one to cast a free fireball spell a few times every day. Artifacts in the game were separated into 7 different categories: common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, divine, as well as unique. Divine artifacts were some of the best items in the game, while unique artifacts varied highly depending on what level they were for. The special thing about the unique artifacts was, firstly, that they were unique, as the name implied. Although this also applied to many of the divine artifacts in the game, there were a few examples where you could get more than one instance of the same divine artifact. Secondly, most unique artifacts had some kind of special property to them that was either rare or non-existent in other items in the game. And thirdly, unlike divine artifacts, which was a late-game thing, unique artifacts could be found throughout the whole game. Scarlet's main goal with clearing this dungeon was getting hold of the Wand of Fireball, which, despite not being a unique artifact but rather a rare one, would give her at least some way of defending herself in this world. But the wand wasn't the only artifact on the altar. Resting on both sides of the wand was a pair of tiny earrings. Made out of silver, they were shaped like a half-circle with an oval amber gem affixed to the center that gave off a light glow. These were the charms of apperception, a unique artifact from the game that gave the player a 15% critical chance against all enemies under level 50, which covered almost all low to mid-level enemies, although they didn't give any stat increase, because they had such a good effect that scaled with your level and had been in the relatively hard-to-find earring slot. Scarlet had originally used the artifact all the way up till late mid-game in her first playthrough, so even though the wand had been the main reason she chose to start with this dungeon, she was curious about how the unique artifact worked now that this wasn't just a game anymore. It didn't feel like a game concept like critical chance had a clear translation in real life. Scarlet first picked up the wand. A window suddenly appeared above it. Wand of Fireball Rare. Casts Fireball. 4 out of 4 uses. She raised an eyebrow. That was a convenient feature. putting the wand into a hole in the belt she'd worn specifically for this outing. She picked up the earrings. Charms of apperception. Unique. Perceives the strands of mana around a being, recognizing points of instability. Was that the flavor text from the game? She couldn't remember if it was. The wand didn't have the same kind of ambiguous description, but perhaps that was because it had a more defined function. As Scarlett read through the text in the window once more, she felt some kind of reaction from the earrings in her palm. They felt warm for a moment, and then suddenly she felt a connection to them, without really understanding how. "You all right?" She heard Kat's voice to her side. Turning towards the woman, Scarlett's attention shifted from the artifact in her hand to the shielder's body. It was vague, barely noticeable to the point where she almost thought she was imagining it. But when she focused, she saw a slight shimmer surrounding Kat's whole body. It seemed to flow around her in complicated, ever-shifting patterns, forming a kind of barrier that was hard to follow with just the eyes. But there were points where the shimmer was weaker. Points where the patterns momentarily met to form small whirlwinds of movement, or points where the currents were just slightly too erratic. All these points stood out to her eyes more clearly than even the barrier itself. "So that is how it works," Scarlett mused to herself. "What?" Kat looked puzzled. "Do you know Mana Barrier?" Scarlett asked. "Of course I do," Kat said. "I doubt there's a mage who doesn't." Scarlett nodded her head at the information. It fit with what she knew from Chronicle of Realms. There, Mana Barrier was a spell without a particular school of magic that was a must-have unless one was running a challenge of some kind. While there were stats such as HP and armor, they weren't as important in this game as they often were in other RPGs. Instead, spells like Mana Barrier and its equivalents provided the players with their main layer of protection. And that seemed to stay true in this world too. Kat met her eyes for a moment, before shaking her head. She jumped down from the platform and started moving around it to the burned remains of the skeleton that had been guarding this room. "How much are we bringing back with us?" she asked, picking up the golden crown the skeleton had worn. She dusted it off with her hand before looking it over. "Technically, everything here belongs to you, doesn't it? At least for now." Scarlett brought her attention from the faint magical barrier surrounding Kat to the woman herself. She wasn't aware there was such a practice, but perhaps that was how Zuvarian ruins were handled in this world. Nobody had complained when the player raided dungeon after dungeon in the games, at least. She didn't know how much wealth the original Scarlett actually had, but more money never hurt. She cautiously climbed down from the platform and put her hand out when she reached Kat. The shielder placed the crown in her hand, and Scarlett began to examine it. "Golden crown uncommon, increases majesty." It didn't look particularly good. Though judging from this, the descriptive text for these items wasn't the flavor text from the games, at least not always. This particular description was almost as vague as the earrings. But the crown seemed to bear some kind of enchantment, at least. Perhaps one that increased charisma. Not something she needed. "You may keep it," Scarlett said, and handed it back to Kat. The woman gave her an odd look. "You don't want it?" "It has no use for me," Scarlett answered. "It is a weak enchantment, but it is still gold, so it should have some worth. You are owed a commission, so I feel it is only right that you have it. However, if you prefer for your reward to be in another shape, we can give it in Zuver coins instead." Giving out money directly would have to wait until she actually had some. Kat stared at her with wide eyes. "The guild request was only to protect you for the day. What I've done could technically count under that, so you don't actually have to pay an extra reward." "That may be so, but it wouldn't leave a good taste if I were to abuse the contract with the Shields Guild in such a manner," Scarlett responded calmly. "I am planning on continuing doing business with you in the future, so it is only right that I do this much." With that, She turned around and started leaving the room. Now come! There is still much left to gather in these ruins, and make sure to bring that metal casket with you. Scarlet couldn't see Kat's expression, so she didn't know how the woman reacted. But it didn't take long for Kat to catch up to her with the small casket wedged under one arm and the crown hanging from the side of her belt. After that, they spent a couple of hours combing through and clearing the rest of the dungeon's pathways and rooms for all the remaining loot. Most of it was in the form of Zuver coins. Neither of them had brought any backpacks with them, but Scarlet had made sure to bring a small pouch of holding to store it all in. Bags of holding had been present in the game too, but even the smaller ones had been relatively rare and expensive, so it wasn't until the mid-game that the player could get a hold of one. Before that, one usually had to make do with a very limited amount of inventory slots or a cumbersome backpack. Fortunately for Scarlet, she was now a noble, which came with some perks. She'd asked Garside to get her a bag of holding in the morning, and he'd retrieved this from somewhere in the mansion. It wasn't a bag per se, but it was still large enough to hold a decent amount of gold coins. When they finally left the ruin after spending over 3 hours in it, Scarlet was met by a new window. Quest completed cleared Zuverian ruins. Skill points awarded 1. She paused on the stairs leading up to the surface as she read through the window. This hadn't been in the game. She had wondered if the quests from the game existed in this world too, but this one certainly wasn't related to any of them. This was a completely new quest that she hadn't seen before. Though it didn't give her any experience like the quests from the game did, just a skill point. Did this mean there were other quests she didn't know about in this world, hidden, just waiting to be completed? "What's up?" Kat asked, stretching in the sunlight at the top of the stairs. "You realize something." Scarlet put the matters of the quests behind her for now, looking at Kat, the woman who had just cleared a Zuverian ruin for her without even seeming to consider betraying her. A thought appeared in her mind. Chinto. While the shielder's uncouth behavior irked the Scarlet part of her, the woman was very capable. Truthfully, a B-ranked shielder was far too powerful for this low-level dungeon. "Miss Breeden," she asked, "would you be interested in accepting another request?" Chapter 7. Arcane Thermodynamics. Fireball. A large ball of fire shot out and struck the ground, followed by a small explosion. Scarlet observed the scene with her lips slightly upturned. It didn't matter what her current circumstances were. Seeing real magic would always be exciting. Well, as exciting as anything could be in her current circumstances. She looked down at the black wand in her hand, the gem at its top gleaming a dull red. The wand of Fireball worked exactly as it had in the game, without any cost to her. She could now cast Fireball 4 times per day. She lifted her gaze to look at the area where the spell had hit. The stone might have become slightly charred, but it was hard to tell. The whole area surrounding the point she'd aimed at was completely defaced from years of abuse. It was clear she wasn't the first to practice magic here. She was currently behind the Hartford mansion, between a hedge garden far too large for just one family and the outer wall that enclosed the whole estate. As it turned out, the Hartfords did have a training ground, as did probably many of the noble families who used magic in this world. Where else would they train? After all, the servant she had asked about the matter the day before had likely been too surprised and probably nervous by her request to reply. Scarlet couldn't blame the woman. Knowing how the original Scarlet had been, she wasn't sure if she would have fared much better in the servant's shoes. A little over an hour had passed since Scarlet returned from her little excursion in the old Zuverian ruins. Since then, she had spent some time organizing the loot, mostly old Zuverian coins she'd found, and after that she'd had another meal prepared by the mansion's chef. She didn't know who it was, but they deserved all the praise. She imagined this was how it was like eating at a Michelin-ranked restaurant every day. But now her focus was on magic. The training ground set up by the Hartford family was essentially just a long stone courtyard with several wood and stone targets set up at one end. She hadn't tried attacking those yet, but she assumed they were enchanted in some way. Otherwise, they wouldn't really put up much of a challenge against most spells. Apart from those targets, there was also a shed at the edge of the training grounds, right next to the wall. She hadn't bothered seeing what was inside just yet. However, bringing her attention to the targets, Scarlet crossed part of the training ground and stopped a couple dozen or so meters away from them. Pausing for a moment, she focused her eyes. It was faint, but she took a few steps closer and made out a slight shimmer that surrounded the target. It was similar to what she'd seen around Kat when she had looked at the woman with the effect from the charms of apperception. She brought her left hand up to her ear, where one of the earrings hung. It seemed their effect wasn't limited to just people, but every kind of magical defense. A thought struck her. She lowered the wand and placed it in her belt for now, and instead raised her hand towards the target. The shifting movement of the magical barrier that surrounded the target was much slower than Kat's had been. There were also a lot more of those instabilities in this one. Creating a ball of fire above her palm through pyrokinesis, Scarlet then moved it towards the target. She hadn't had much time to practice this yet, so it was a bit wobbly, but she managed to bring it all the way to the target. She then brought it right against the wood itself for almost 30 seconds before letting the fire dissipate. She walked over to the target to get a closer look. It didn't seem like the fire left any mark. She repeated the process once again, but this time she aimed the fire towards one of the weak points in the target's enchantment. After waiting for another half a minute, she let the fire disappear and took another look. She had to lean over closely, but she did see a black burn mark on the wood. Could she make the fire stronger? She only had minor pyrokinesis, but it gave her a decent amount of control. She was pretty sure a single ball of fire wasn't her limit. She created a new flame, this time immediately next to one of the target's weak points, and with all her focus, she imagined it growing hotter and hotter. She could see the fire slowly glowing a brighter red as she focused on it. After a while, it had turned a clear red, almost a little orange, and she felt as if she was starting to lose control. She let the fire dissipate once again and leaned forward to see the results. There was a large burn mark next to where she'd aimed the fire now. Part of the wood had even started crumbling into black charcoal. So her pyrokinesis did have its uses. She glanced at her remaining mana. Her remaining mana was 913 out of 979. It hadn't even been especially costly to use it like that. The problem was that it wasn't very practical to use it like that in a fight. It wasn't explosive enough. She highly doubted anyone who attacked her, which she honestly doubted there wouldn't be in the future, would be kind enough to stand still while she hovered a fire to their faces. Scarlet stood in front of the target, arms crossed as she observed the ever-shifting and barely visible shimmering that was the enchantment protecting it. Would it make more of a difference if her pyrokinesis skill was higher? In the game, the skill hadn't had much more meaning than lowering your mana costs, so she wasn't certain how effective the higher ranks were. It didn't help that currently, her only other usable skill was lesser hydrokinesis. She'd tried figuring out how to use minor mana control, but hadn't had much success there. Maybe it was just a prerequisite for the other skills or something like that. Unfortunately, there weren't any descriptions for skills as there were for items, or at least she hadn't figured out how to find them yet. She paused. An idea had just sprung up into her mind. She pointed her finger towards the head of the target and created a small ball of water, no larger than a tennis ball, really above it, the liquid swirling around as it was held in its shape by some invisible force. She had realized yesterday that, like her pyrokinesis, she didn't need a pre-existing source of water to use hydrokinesis. It was more taxing doing it like this. However, she was unsure whether the skill literally created water or if it pulled it from the humidity in the surrounding air. But it didn't really matter to her right now. She manipulated the water as to leave a hollow space inside the sphere, letting the excess water fall down on the target. Then she carefully used her pyrokinesis to create a small flame in the empty space inside the sphere of water. She seemed to be successful. The light from the fire reflected and distorted through the moving water that surrounded it as it heated the sphere from the inside. However, after about 40 seconds, she saw that the water had started boiling, and she could see some wet steam forming as the heated water condensed around it. She immediately snuffed out the fire and let the water rain onto the target's head. Her aim was to cause the water to go through superheating. It had been a while since her high school days, but she remembered researching quite a bit about the subject back then. The phenomenon known as superheated water was essentially just water that had reached a temperature above its normal boiling point of 100 degrees Celsius, but still remained in a liquid state due to being under a higher pressure that increased the amount of energy required to transition to gas form. Similar to that, but not exactly the same, was the process of superheating a liquid to delay its boiling by, well, she couldn't really remember the physics behind it, but she did remember that a liquid in such a state was quite volatile, and she'd hoped to reproduce that effect, but obviously she was doing it wrong. She was pretty sure the fire wasn't touching the water, so there shouldn't be an issue there. It was just functioning as an odd kind of heater, hopefully. Then was it because the water was moving? She created another ball of water, repeating the same process as last time. This time, however, she focused her attention on forcing the water to be completely still. It looked almost like a soap bubble as it hovered in the air, just without the rainbow colors. Making sure not to let her attention slip, she created a flame inside the sphere. Then she waited. After waiting for about the same length of time as last time, there still wasn't any sign of the water boiling. She waited for a little while longer and squinted her eyes. It looked like the sphere had gotten a little smaller. Had the water already started turning into steam? Making sure not to lose her concentration, Scarlet took several careful steps back. She then used her hydrokinesis to cause a small ripple in the side of the water that was facing the target. She unconsciously took another step back as the sphere of water immediately exploded into a tiny shower of burning hot liquid. A couple of drops even hit her arm. But fortunately, she was still wearing the full covering clothes she'd gone out to the dungeon in. She glanced at the target itself. It didn't look to have been affected much, but the blast also hadn't been aimed at any particular weak points. She looked at her mana. Her mana was now 878 out of 979. She had been slow with that one, but it was still surprisingly affordable. Judging from how the sphere had started losing its size, she had probably waited for too long, too. She looked back at the target, locating one of the weak points in its enchantment that barely moved. Once more, she created a still sphere of water next to it and created a flame inside. This time, she waited for a little over 30 seconds. Just like last time, a small ripple was enough to cause the water to explode. The majority of the liquid shot out towards the target where she'd created the ripple, but there was some splattering in all other directions too. Scarlet walked over to the target again to observe the damage up close. She was surprised to find that a small part of the target looked to actually have become dented. A clear indentation and cracks showed in the brown wood that made up its body. She stepped back and moved to a safe distance to try again. She repeated the procedure again, but this time she tried making the fire a lot hotter. She ended up miscalculating its size and losing control the first 2 times. But on her third try, she managed to replicate the superheating of the water and the explosion in only 10 seconds. And for all she knew, she might still be overshooting the time needed. The only way for her to be sure was by testing it. Her mana was 696 out of 979. It was incredibly mana efficient if you compared it to the spells she knew of. Granted, it probably wasn't close to being as powerful as those were, but she didn't have much to work with. She briefly considered whether it was possible to make this technique even more powerful if she could actually superheat the water, rather than merely superheating it. There was a distinct difference between the two, even though they achieved a similar result. She didn't remember too much from her physics classes, but if she could perhaps somehow increase the pressure the water was under with her hydrokinesis, then she might be able to increase the liquid's boiling point. An increased boiling point meant hotter water and just more energy in general, right? Hopefully making this even more powerful. And if she recalled correctly, enough of an increase in pressure and heat would cause the liquid to go supercritical, though she couldn't for the life of her remember how large of an increase that meant, or even what effects that would have. Her knowledge of supercritical fluids was limited to knowing they were certifiably wacky, to borrow how one of her friends had once described them in how they acted. Not that she was ever likely to reach the point where she could test that hypothesis if she stayed at her current level. Lesser hydrokinesis. Probably couldn't do it even if the skill let her change the pressure of the water. Scarlet tapped her foot against the stone ground as she looked into the air in front of her. Scarlet Hartford's current status shows her skills include minor mana control, pyromancy, minor pyrokinesis, minor hydromancy, and lesser hydrokinesis. Her traits are dignified August, supercilious, cavalier, callous, overbearing, conceited, and third-rate mana veins. Her mana stands at 696 out of 979 and she has 1 skill point. She had learned how to summon the status window without speaking now, but there weren't any large changes compared to the first time she'd seen it. There was a slight rise in her mana, as well the skill point she'd earned earlier during the day. She hadn't put much thought to the skills points yet, though. She tried focusing on that part of the window. The skills menu shows available upgrades: greater pyromancy for 10 points, pyrokinesis for 5 points, hydromancy for 5 points, minor hydrokinesis for 2 points, and mana control for 5 points. The new skills section is currently locked. She raised an eyebrow. This was definitely different from how it worked in Chronicle of Realms. In fact, there hadn't been a skill menu at all in the game. Skills had been rewards that you gained from achievements and important quest lines. Upgrading the skills was mostly done by gaining experience with the skills. This menu did arouse her interest. However, especially the new skills section. Knowing that she could upgrade her skills was good news. But the potential for buying new ones was definitely what excited her the most. There were some very powerful skills that she wouldn't mind getting her hands on, but the feature was locked right now. She tried prompting a description for it, but nothing appeared. No clues as to how to unlock it. She frowned as she closed the window down. She would have to save upgrading and figuring out how to buy new skills for the future, it seemed. Bringing her attention back to the place at hand, she raised her arm towards the target once more. For now, she would resume her experimenting. She still had mana to lose. After all. Chapter 8. The Wrong Kind of Raid. "Is this really necessary?" Kat asked from the side, the woman pulling at the mask that covered the lower part of her face. Scarlet glanced at the B-ranked member of the Shields Guild. In addition to the mask, the woman was also wearing a black hood that covered the rest of her head, so that only most of her eyes were visible. "No, it is not," Scarlet said before she turned her attention back to the building they were observing across the pier. They hadn't arrived yet. "But I believe it will make parts of this easier, both for you and for me," she continued after a moment. "If you say so." Kat moved up next to Scarlet. She seemed to have stopped fidgeting with her mask. "When were these guys supposed to appear?" "Uncertain. Sometime in the evening." It was already beginning to grow dark, and much of the activity in Freybrook's harbor area had started dying down. Scarlett had honestly expected them to arrive much earlier. She didn't like waiting around in open places like this for extended periods of time. Neither she nor the Scarlet part of her. While I'm a bit late in pointing it out, wouldn't it have been easier to just alert the guards or work together with the guild? Though I'm technically allowed to perform arrests, I'm not really supposed to accept jobs like this by myself. Scarlett wanted to shake her head and sigh, but her impulses stopped her from blatantly showcasing her frustration outwardly like that. She would have loved it if all she had to do to solve this situation was to sick the guards on these people. But that would most likely mean implicating herself in the process. Instead, she could only hope to solve this swiftly and by herself. Well, and with Kat's help, she was lucky the Shielder appeared to be rather lax when it came to rules. That would not lead to good results for either party, she eventually said. We want the people responsible, not merely their subordinates. And unfortunately, the news of this came too suddenly to organize a larger response. The Shielder seemed to accept that excuse for now as she leaned back against the wall of the nearby building. They were currently staying out of sight between two warehouses not too far away from their target, and that appeared to be vacated for now. Scarlett kept quiet as they waited. Half an hour passed, where they watched the people that were still around the harbor perform their last activities for the day before leaving the area. Then a new group of people finally arrived. There were over a dozen, and ahead of them, they were pushing wagons stacked with large wooden crates. The group crossed the bay area close to Scarlett and Kat, before eventually stopping in front of a large building with a stone base and wooden walls. One of the men from the group opened a pair of large doors at the side of the building, before the rest of them pushed the wagons inside. Scarlett had already confirmed that this was the aforementioned Warehouse 37. Many of the buildings in this area of Freybrook's harbor were designated warehouses owned by the Count, who was the local authority around here. The warehouses were then rented out to different organizations. Supposedly, there were inspections performed on these warehouses to detect any illegal activities every night. But Scarlett knew such things weren't always airtight. That them, Kat asked as they watched a pair of burly men close the warehouse gates and stand guard outside the building. It is, Scarlett replied. Her voice came out colder than usual. You sure there were people inside those boxes? I am. Kat let out a sigh. I'm honestly not sure why I'm trusting you on this, she said, but started walking anyway. Let's go and save them. You'll be able to get me off if these turn out to be a bunch of innocent merchants, right? Scarlett didn't bother replying that she had no idea how she would do that, as she followed a few steps behind the woman. The men guarding the warehouse caught sight of them early and kept their eyes squared on the pair as they neared. One of the men reached for a cudgel at his side. What the blazes do you want? One of them yelled. His eyes locked onto Kat and her covered appearance when she got close enough. You better back off right now or... Oh, just shut up, will you? Kat waved her hand, and two small boulders sprang into existence before her and struck both men in the chest. They flew back into the wall behind them and immediately slumped onto the ground. Scarlett looked around. There were a few people on the other side of the waterway, but it was dark, and they didn't seem to pay any attention to what was happening over here. She brought her attention back to the two men. They weren't moving a limb. Bringing a B-ranked shielder here truly was overkill. In game terms, Kat probably wasn't too far off from level 50 while this whole quest line had been in the 20 range. The shielder moved over and bent down next to the men. She brought out her hand and touched the both of them. A low, bronze-colored light originating out from her fingers and moving into the men. Small pulses of the light seemed to shoot through both of the men's skin and clothes as Kat took a step back. Scarlett observed the phenomena. Was that earth pulse? It looked curious to see the spell faintly light the men up as it passed through their bodies. It did make her wonder how the weak healing spell worked. but she honestly wasn't going to question magic. She was neither a doctor nor a wizard. What? Scarlet heard Kat speak and turned to look at the covered woman. She was staring at her. You're not expecting me to just let them lie there, are you? I'm decent with my control, but that still likely cracked a few ribs, Kat said. I'm not risking them dying if that's what you want. I don't really do killing at first sight. But you don't have to worry. They'll still be out for a while. Scarlet frowned. I do not recall saying that I wanted them dead. She couldn't see Kat's face because of the hood and mask, but it looked like the woman was a little surprised by her response. You sure looked at them as if you did, Kat mumbled before pointing towards the doors the men were guarding. Well, whatever. We going in. Scarlet looked back at the drooping bodies of the two men. She really didn't want them dead, despite knowing what kind of business they were in. But she was surprised to find that she didn't care about what happened to them. Was that the Scarlet part of her personality, or just something she'd never had the chance to encounter in herself before, due to the situation? While she could definitely think rationally about it, and didn't like the thought of killing these men, she really couldn't feel anything special about it right now. You're sure you don't want them dead? Kat's voice brought Scarlet out of her ruminating. I am certain, Scarlet said, pushing any thoughts of morality out of her mind for now. Let's continue. She gestured for Kat to open the doors. The shielder gave her an odd look before turning towards the doors and grabbing onto the rusted metal handle of the one to the right and pulling it open. Scarlet watched Kat enter the building and heard a couple of confused cries from inside, followed by the sound of bodies slamming into things. A short while later, Kat's head appeared at the entrance. I took care of the ones in here. We're still missing some people, though. It might be better for you to wait here while I search the building. Scarlet ignored Kat's words and walked past her into the building. I will be fine, she said. She was certain of Kat's ability to protect her against these thugs. And there were things she had to do herself. The inside of the warehouse's main storage hall was dimly lit by a few lanterns spread about the room, fastened onto several wooden pillars that reached the roof. The bodies of 4 men lay slumped against the walls and 2 of those pillars, with the crates they'd seen outside standing in the middle of the room offloaded from the wagons. There was a gathering of empty barrels lining one of the walls, and a crate of tools standing in one corner. But other than that, there was nothing else here. The rest of the people had probably moved into other parts of the warehouse. Scarlet walked over to the nearest man and tapped him on the side of the head. There was no reaction. There was the same light pulsating through his body occasionally, as with the men outside. Though, Kat had already used Earth Pulse on all these men. Scarlet turned to Kat, who had started moving towards the wooden crates at the center of the room. Leave those be for now. Kat stopped and turned to stare at Scarlet. You're saying we should let the people stay stuck inside those things. Her tone was a lot more aggressive than Scarlet had heard from the woman before. Do you plan on asking a group of frightened people to remain here while we search the rest of the building? Scarlet gestured to the room around them. Waiting for 10 more minutes will not harm them, and it will be safer for both parties. You could wait here. I cannot, Scarlet interrupted. Focus on completing the mission at hand before dealing with other matters. She began walking towards a door at the side of the room that seemed to be the only way to go. Kat looked uneasy about leaving the crates behind, but eventually followed. With a few long steps, the taller woman had caught up with Scarlet and put her hand on the door's handle. Her blue eyes met Scarlet's amber ones. I'm choosing to trust you here, noble or not. You better not make me regret it. Scarlet slowly nodded her head. I had no such plans. I wish to put an end to these activities as much as you. The woman stared at her for a while, then also nodded her head. Good. I should probably go first, though. With that, the masked shielder swung the door open and entered the hallway that was on the other side. Scarlet followed a short distance behind. As they moved through the building, they encountered one or two thugs at a time in different rooms. But Kat quickly and surprisingly quietly took care of them with her magic. Eventually, they reached a door at the end of a corridor on the third floor, where one of the men had said their leader was before Kat knocked him out. Scarlet stepped in front of Kat. "We need information from this man, so I will have to exchange words with him. It will require feigning an act on my part. I ask that you ignore what you hear and do not act until I tell you to." She met the woman's eyes. "Understood." "Good." Scarlet opened the door and entered the room. It wasn't particularly large, with only a few shelves to the side and a small desk facing the wall in one corner. A brown-haired man with a large nose sat in front of the desk with a mug and a large ledger in front of him. "Did I say you could enter?" The man looked up and spotted Scarlet with the masked cat entering close behind her. "Who are you?" he growled, reaching for a knife in a sheath on his belt. "I would like to ask you the same," Scarlet retorted, her voice ice cold. She moved towards a chair on the opposite side of the room as the man and sat down with her left leg leaning on her right. "Who do you believe yourself to be to attempt to deceive me?" The man furrowed his brows as he tightened his grip on his knife. "Lady, I don't know who you are, and I don't damn care." His eyes glanced towards the door where Kat was standing. "Your men are dead," Scarlet said, watching the man's expression change into that of shock. "And so will you be if you do not tell me what I want to know." He stared at her, his teeth clenched. "Who the blazes are you?" "I am Baroness Scarlet Hartford, although I do not expect rabble such as you to know how to address a noble." Hartford, his eyes widened. "So you do know of me?" She clicked her tongue. "Then you can inform me of why your boss thought he could betray me and get away with it." "Betray? I don't know what you're talking about, lady." He shot another glance towards Kat and the door behind her. Scarlet snapped her fingers. A very small ball of water appeared beside the man's head, a burning hot flame reflecting its light from the inside. An aquamine she'd gotten to calling them. It was a name that was still under revision. The man's gaze shifted towards it momentarily, before returning to her. "What's that? Are you The aquamine exploded. She didn't place it right against his head, but it was still close enough to knock his head to the side slightly, as he cradled the edge of his face that had been splattered with a small wave of boiling water. 5 seconds was about the time she needed to cause a sphere the size of a tennis ball to begin superheating. It turned out slightly less if she lessened its size, although that of course also affected its concussive and explosive effect. But this man didn't look to have any kind of magical defense, so it didn't matter much. "I believe I told you to tell me what I wished to know." Scarlet gestured to Kat, who had jumped forward at the blast, to stand back before turning her attention back to the injured man. "Want me to ask the question again?" He bared his teeth at her and made to lunge at her. She snapped her fingers again, and 2 more aquamines appeared before him. He froze, then slowly let go of his knife and leaned back in his chair, visibly in pain. It wasn't a nice sight. His left ear was completely burnt. "I told you, my lady. I don't know anything about any betrayal. Weren't you the one supposed to help us? That was the agreement." "Yes." At the corner of her eye, Scarlet saw Kat flinch at the statement, but the shielder made no other effort to move, so she let it go for now. Leaning forward in her chair, Scarlet stared into the man's eyes. "But then your leader appears to have thought he could deceive me without there being any consequences to his actions. I do not like people trying to cross me." He flinched back from her. I'm telling you, I don't know anything about that, I swear." She stared at him for a while. Then she let the 2 spheres of water and fire disappear, as they were hard for her to maintain while keeping her concentration. She leaned back in the chair. Very well. I believe you. Thank you. But I cannot simply let the matter slide. Her eyes locked onto the man. I know your leader hides in Stooley's nest. Tell me what the current entrance and passcode is. The man's expression changed into that of slight surprise, before taking on a more defiant look. Do not make me repeat myself, she snapped. If you attempt to withhold information from me because of some misplaced sense of loyalty, then know that it makes no difference to me. My business is with your leader only, and it would not cost me much time to find his location, even without your help, although it would mean your life. The man went quiet. She could see sweat running down the side of his face that hadn't been scarred by her attack, and he was clenching his fists. It's in the Snow Show fishery. The passcode is Kingfisher. Good. Scarlet turned towards Kat. Deal with him, she said as she stood up from the chair. What? Hey, wait a minute! The man barely managed to speak before a stone slammed into him and knocked him to the floor. Is it true? Kat asked immediately after. Scarlet met the woman's stare. There was an anger in those eyes. You were helping these people. In a manner, Scarlet answered after a while. If one is to dispose of a weed, then one has to eradicate it at the root. Sometimes the best way of doing that is from the inside. Then what was all that about? Kat waved towards the man who lay on the floor. About them double-crossing you. It is called acting. I believe I informed you of it beforehand, Scarlet said. Men like him do not give information to authorities lightly, but they are much more likely to do so if they believe it to be only a conflict between fellow deplorables and fear for their well-being. Of course, the original Scarlet had actually been supporting these people, but that wasn't something she wanted people to know. This particular group of men had served as a good excuse for her to deal with that. Besides, she truly did need the information regarding Stooley's nest if she wanted to handle the traffickers as she'd done in the game. Stooley's nest had been their main den of criminal activities there, and because its entrance and passcode changed from time to time, it could take a while for the player to find it. It had been in a different place in her first playthrough than in her last, so she'd been lucky that these men knew its current location. She crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at Kat. Any other questions? Otherwise, I believe it is time we let those people out. The woman stared at her for a few more seconds, but eventually shrugged her shoulders. Fine. You have an explanation for basically anything it seems, but I won't complain for now. Then you can go ahead and free the people in the storage hall. I will look for further information. Kat uttered a sure in acceptance and walked over to the motionless body of the scarred man to cast her healing magic on him before leaving the room and Scarlet alone. Scarlet then walked over to the table where the Pian had been sitting and picked up the large ledger. She started looking through its pages. It seemed to be an account of trades and wares, in this case, no doubt being people, and was quite lengthy. A quick scan didn't reveal any mentions of Scarlet, but she put it aside in her pouch of holding to check through it later. She then searched through the room and the man's body for any other written accounts before leaving towards the warehouse's main storage where Kat would be waiting. When she arrived, she found Kat surrounded by a pile of terrified children. The woman had already lowered her mask and hood and stood on her knees with a kind expression on her face as she uttered comforting phrases. She was currently holding a small girl of maybe about 10 years, with long brown hair hanging behind in a tussle. It'll be okay. You're all safe now. We'll get you out of here soon, Kat said. Her eyes turned to Scarlet when she approached. Children. They were keeping children captive. The rage in her voice was only barely hidden. Scarlet looked over the children. Some of them appeared to shy away at her gaze. I see. Then it is good that soon they will no longer be able to continue their activities. She didn't get too close to the kids. Her presence seemed to scare them, but she didn't mind it too much. She wasn't good with children, and she never had been. Her own younger sister was the only child she had ever really dealt with, and it was arguable how well she did with that. Although these children were younger than her sister had been when she was at her most problematic, none of these kids looked to be older than 12, and a lot of them looked around 8 or 9. Thankfully, they didn't look starved, just with some worn clothes. "I have readied several carriages," Scarlett said. "We'll bring the children to my estate for now. We still have business that requires handling tonight." Kat met Scarlett's eyes and gave a determined nod. "Let's go," she said, and stood up while carrying the small girl in her arms and gathering the other kids in front of her. "But what about them?" she asked, and nodded her head towards the limp body of one of the men. "There are regular inspections performed by the Count's men. An inspector should come by before morning. There is enough evidence for them to take these men into custody for now. The rest will be dealt with later." "All right," Kat said, and turned back to the children, who were all leaning on each other. "Come on, kids. We'll bring you somewhere safe now." Chapter 9. Aviaries and Sewers. After leaving the warehouse behind, Scarlett and Kat brought the kids to the carriages that Scarlett had prepared with Garside's help beforehand. It was a bit tight-fitting. Approximately 30 scared children into 4 carriages was a challenge, but none of the kids caused any problems. It turned out barely any of them even spoke English, or modern imperial as it was called in this world, but instead spoke Vonian. It made sense, considering they were supposedly taken from the kingdom of Vonea that lay to the Empire's west. Despite this, all of them seemed to already trust Kat and look at her as if she was some kind of savior, which, technically, she was. The servants back at the mansions all looked to be in a state of panic when Scarlett returned along with a cluster of kids that she told them to take care of for the moment. Luckily, Garside took charge of the situation and looked to have a decent handle on things. "I will ensure the children are safe and fed until you return, my lady," he said with a bow as she and Kat moved into another carriage and were about to leave. Some of the children didn't seem to take to being left at a strange place particularly well, but the servants managed to calm them down. It turned out that the black-haired servant woman that Scarlett had first met, Scarlett finally overheard her being called Molly by another servant, Nuvonian. She also seemed used to caring for children, which made things easier for Scarlett. She would have to figure out exactly how to deal with that particular problem later on. It wasn't her current priority. "I entrust the matter to you for now," Scarlett said to Garside right before telling the coach to get the carriage moving. The Hartford's mansion was situated at the northern edge of Freybrook, close to the city's outermost walls. The whole area was mainly occupied by different large mansions, each with large grounds surrounding them. In that, Freybrook was much more of a traditional city in this world. Scarlett remembered that many of the younger cities in the game were much more compact in their design compared to Freybrook. The only cities that were larger area-wise were probably Ellisted, the imperial capital, and Windgrove, though that was just a rough estimate from her experience in the game. It was still dark as they left the more affluent districts of the city behind and moved into its less prosperous regions. Slums might be too strong of a word, but the conditions of the houses around them dwindled considerably. The streets around here weren't cobbled stone, but rather dirt, and it was clear they hadn't been designed for carriages to pass through them. At several points, their driver had to stop the carriage in order to maneuver it through particularly tight spaces where the houses had been built too close to each other. Many of the buildings were also 2 or more floors high and blocked much of the sky from sight, which made Scarlett feel almost closed in. It didn't help that some of the buildings were leaning slightly towards the road in a way she was deeply uncomfortable with. It was abundantly clear safety regulations weren't common practice around here. Eventually, their carriage stopped in front of a small building, crammed in between 2 others with a sign that read "Snowshod" and had the image of a dead fish on it. You may want to cover yourself once more, Scarlet said to Kat, as the woman was about to leave the carriage. The shielder looked back at her for a moment, before sighing and pulling up her hood as well as the black mask from her pocket. She then stepped out of the carriage and Scarlet followed right after. The mask and hood were really only there to make Kat seem more threatening. Scarlet had thought that would make it easier for her to sell her act, although that wasn't really as important anymore. After giving a command to the coach driver to wait nearby, she stepped up to the building's old wooden door. "Shouldn't you let me go first?" Kat asked. "No, stay behind me for now," Scarlet said before she opened the door and walked in. The place was cramped, the only light inside coming from a small lantern standing on a counter, where a large man with graying hair leaned against a chair with a beaten book in his hands. He looked up at them, his eyes staying on Kat's hooded appearance for several seconds. "What you want?" His voice came out as a hoarse grumble. Scarlet locked her sight on the man and walked up to the counter. "We are seeking a kingfisher." The man's gaze shifted from Kat to Scarlet. "Who sent you?" "No one. We are here by my accord." He examined her for a while. "Fine." He eventually grumbled and stood up. "Not that it matters to me what you fancy ladies get up to." He walked over to an old bookshelf standing next to the wall and put his weight against it. Wood scraping against wood creaked across the room as he pushed the shelf aside to reveal a closed door. He took out a key and unlocked it. On the other side was a stairway that led down. The man gestured for them to enter and immediately closed the door behind them after they did. Not long after, Scarlet heard the sound of the bookshelf being pushed back to its original position. "I hope you know what you're doing," she heard Kat mumble from the side. Scarlet ignored it for now and descended the stairs. There was another door at the bottom. As she opened it, her nose was assaulted by a strong, dank smell. These were the underground waterways and sewers that passed beneath parts of Freybrook and carried its sewage out towards the sea. It didn't smell as bad as one might expect sewers to do, but it still wasn't a smell she preferred, especially not with the original Scarlet's added propensities. In front of them was an arched stone tunnel that led both to their right and left, with two walkways on either side of the tunnels and water running in the middle. It was very much like the classical sewers one saw in games, although not always what one might expect from a medieval-esque world. But in many ways, this world was only medieval in appearance, sharing many more features with later time periods as far as Scarlet was aware. She looked to the right and the left. There were lights further down to the right. In the game, Stooley's nest had never been far from the entrance. Despite often changing locations, they obviously still followed some patterns. They began moving towards the light further down the walkway. Their steps echoed throughout the tunnel, only accompanied by the constant sound of running water. Eventually, they reached an intersection where the tunnel split in 3 directions. The light they'd seen came from a small lantern hanging from a hook on the wall next to them, but Scarlet spotted another faint light further down one of the tunnels. She created a small flame in the air before her and used it to light their way as they continued down that tunnel. Before long, they reached another lantern hanging from a hook on the wall next to a worn door. It seemed they had arrived. Scarlet turned to look at Kat. "Are you prepared?" She gestured towards the door. "There will be a large number of opponents on the other side. I do not think any will prove to be a problem for you, but I do not want you to make a mistake due to carelessness." After all, any mistakes on Kat's part would affect her too. Taking care of these people quickly was integral to her being able to live in this world without being branded a criminal. Kat simply nodded her head. "I'm ready, all right. If anything, I'm gonna have a hard time holding back against these bastards." Well, Scarlet couldn't fault her for that, though she didn't feel too much just from watching the state the children had been in. It was still a pretty terrible situation by any standards. She wagered her old self would have been even more mortified. "Very well. Then let's continue, she said. Chapter 10. Gang Fights. Scarlet watched Kat open the door to go in and followed behind her soon after. It led to a short hallway that opened up into a wide room lit up by several lanterns. Lines of barrels stood against the walls with tables and other wooden furniture being haphazardly spread around the room. Groups of people, most of them men, but there were some women, lounged around the tables in the midst of playing cards and other activities. The place was reminiscent of how it had looked in the game when Scarlet found the nest in her playthrough. Everybody's attention moved towards Kat as she entered the room first. "Who's that?" Scarlet heard one man ask the person next to them. The person merely shrugged their shoulders in response. "What's with the hood?" A tall man with ruffled brown hair and a scar on his cheek asked. His eyes then seemed to spot Scarlet at the back. "Who are you?" She didn't bother replying, her head turning as she took in the people here. She paused for a moment when she spotted someone she recognized, a man with a bent nose and dirt blonde hair. Withers. He seemed to recognize her too because he mumbled something to the people around him. "What the Baroness?" one of them exclaimed. The tall man with the scar looked at his compatriot before turning back to Scarlet. "You, a noble." Scarlet looked over the rest of the people in the room before returning her gaze to the man. It seemed as if their leader wasn't here. "None of these have relevant information. You may do as you wish," she told Kat. The scarred man got a confused look on his face, but he didn't have the chance to say anything before a lump of stone slammed into him. The others instantly got up and reached for weapons, but Kat didn't show any mercy. She began casting spells at a prolific rate, knocking grunts into walls left and right. There were a couple of men that tried bypassing the shielder to get to Scarlet, but a few well-placed aqua mines delayed them enough for Kat to take care of them. Most of these people didn't have magical protection of any kind, so they were defenseless even by Scarlet's standards. It only took a few minutes for Kat to deal with all of them, at which a door on the other end of the room slammed open, and two large men walked out, followed by a short man with slicked-back black hair and one missing eye. These two men Scarlet could see did have some kind of magical protection around them, and she recognized the other man as the boss of this little organization. He took in the havoc in the room before pointing at Scarlet and Kat. "Get those bitches, I want their damn heads." While the leader's two goons would probably constitute mini-bosses in the game for players around level 20, they weren't much compared to a B-ranked shielder. Kat tossed two smaller fireballs into their chests, which burned their clothes and knocked them back a few steps. Then spikes of stone erupted around them from the floor. Some pierced partway into a leg or an arm, but most missed the men themselves and instead formed a sort of cage around them. The eyes of their boss went wide. He pulled out a large axe from his belt and started yelling as he ran towards Kat. A whip of fire swung out from her hands and coiled around his right arm. He screamed out in pain as he dropped the axe and was pulled to his knees. Immediately after, thin pillars of stone rose up to lock him in place too. Scarlet watched Kat's shoulders move up and down as the woman took several tired breaths. Clearly pumping out enough spells to take out a dozen people in a few minutes was taxing even for her. But except for a few angry cries from the boss and his two bodyguards, no one was moving in the room. Kat had done a good job. Ignoring the scarred leader for now, Scarlet walked up towards the door he'd come from. Behind it was a hallway that led to another room. "What now?" Kat asked as she stepped up beside her. Scarlet turned to the woman. "The evidence we are looking for is likely to be in there. I intend to gather it so that all those involved in these ventures can be identified and arrested." That had been the way she handled the quest in the game in her first and latest playthrough, and she was planning on doing the same now. After making sure she could extract herself from the situation, of course. Kat nodded at her statement, and together they walked into what was ostensibly the leader of Stooley's Nest's room. If Scarlet recalled correctly, The organization called itself the Grave Dogs or something like that. There was a desk filled with stuff on it at one end, as well as a short shelf with book standings against one of the walls. Scarlet walked over to the shelf and began looking through the books as Kat moved to the table and started sifting through its contents. The first book Scarlet opened wasn't anything special. It just looked to be a collection of old fairy tales, some of which she recognized from the game's flavor books. She put it inside her pouch of holding for now and grabbed another book. "What's this?" she heard Kat murmur, and looked up to see the woman holding a reflective piece of gray metal in an even rectangular shape. It looked almost like a mirror. It took a moment for Scarlet to recognize it. "Release that!" she cried and rushed across the room to grab the shielder's arm. Kat jolted back and let the mirror go. It clattered onto the table. Scarlet's eyes widened as she saw the reflective surface of the metal take on a darker hue as a fog seemed to cover its surface. It was too late. Soon, the vague visage of a face appeared in the fog. "Who called?" a hoarse voice rang out. It wasn't coming from the mirror itself, but instead coming from inside her mind. The sensation sent shivers down her spine. "A shielder and... what is this?" A chill ran through Scarlet as she forced herself to ignore the voice and grab the object. It was cold to the touch as she turned it around, looking for some way to turn it off. "What is that?" she heard Kat mumble next to her. "Who are you?" the voice continued inside Scarlet's head. "Your mind. It is concealed, protected. What are you hiding?" Finding nothing but a smooth surface on its back, she swallowed back a curse and clenched her teeth. It felt as if something was pressing onto the insides of her head. It was never made clear in the game how you turned these things off. Interesting. "Who did this? Was it you?" the voice continued, unabated. Letting out a small cry, she threw the piece of metal to the ground with all the force she could muster. She pointed both her hands towards it and created the strongest fire she could imagine. Light filled the room as a flame the size of a campfire appeared and engulfed the foggy mirror. The flames shone a deep orange, their color slowly growing more and more bright. The heat was close to unbearable for Scarlet, as sweat started running down her face. But she pressed on. "Why do you panic? What? Is it you fear?" The pressure inside her head was almost overwhelming. It was as if 1,000 hammers were pounding to get out of her skull. "I will. See, you can not hide." Everything turned white as a burning ball of fire flew out from beside her, and an explosion rocked the small room. It felt like it almost shattered Scarlet's eardrums, but the pressure against her mind immediately disappeared, along with that haunting voice. She released her fire and fell to her knees, gasping for breath. It felt as if there was almost no air to breathe. Her current mana reserves were 78 out of 988, and her mana was almost depleted. Taking a moment longer to gather herself, Scarlet then looked up at Kat. The shielder was also gasping for her breath, though she didn't look to be in as severe a state as Scarlet was. "Was that your spell?" Scarlet asked. "Yeah." Kat nodded her head slowly, staring at the spot where the mirror object had been. Now it was just a shattered piece of metal. The reflective qualities it had originally had gone. "What the blazes was that?" "That," Scarlet said, gathering her breath for another moment before standing. "Should not have been here." She supported herself on the desk as she took a couple of steps, then let go and left the room with measured steps. Walking through the short hallway into the larger room, she moved up to the boss as he panted and groaned while trying to escape the stone pillars that were pinning him down. Using some of her last mana, she created a fire above her hand and moved it close to his face as she leaned down over him. "Where did you get that mirror?" She shifted it in front of his face just as he spit out a glob of saliva towards her. She heard a low sizzling from the fire for a moment, and then moved it close to his ears instead. "You did not obtain that item yourself. Tell me who gave it to you," she demanded. The man met her stare with a defiant gaze in his eye. "Here, let me take care of it." Kat lightly shoved Scarlet aside just as she was about to make good on her threat. She took a step back and watched as the shielder grabbed the man's chin with her right hand. "You're going to tell us what that thing was," she said, as a fire whip formed in her other hand. With one wave of her hand, parts of the stone disappeared to reveal his burned arm, and the whip coiled around it, causing him to grimace in pain. "Or else your eye isn't going to be the only thing you have one of." The man screamed in pain as Kat tightened the whip for a moment, before loosening it again immediately after. "Understood." She bent down to his eye level. "Damn bitch," he muttered. "What was that?" The fire tightened around his arm again. "It was an artifact. A god's damned artifact," he cried. The fire loosened once more. Kat leaned in towards him. "What did it do?" "It let us get in contact with our main buyer, all right?" "Who was your buyer?" The man clenched his teeth. "I don't know." He cried out in pain again as the flames on Kat's whip burned deeper into his skin. "I'm telling you I don't know," he yelled. "They only contacted us through that damn artifact and never showed us their face." "Okay. Who gave you the artifact?" Scarlet asked. "Some random schmuck that approached us out of nowhere. I didn't see their face, but their money was good, so I didn't bother asking." The man's face scrunched up in pain. Kat glared at him. "Then how did you transport the children?" "The children?" A look of understanding grew on his face. "That's what all this is about." "Answer the damn question!" Kat growled and pulled at her whip. "Ugh, damn it. We took them outside the city where a group of masked people always picked them up. That's all I know. I swear." Scarlet observed the man for a moment. Then she gestured towards Kat. "It is likely that he's speaking the truth. He will not have any more information we need. You may take care of him as you wish." She honestly wouldn't care if Kat cut his arm off, or killed him right here and now. Worrying, perhaps, but at least it suited her situation in this world well. The ruffled shielder turned to Scarlet. "What, that's all?" She nodded her head. "He knows nothing else of the artifact. In that, I believe. And there is nothing else we need from him at the moment." Kat raised her eyebrows at the words, but shrugged her shoulders and turned back to the boss. He looked between them. "Hey, wait." One blow to the head from the shielder was enough to knock him out. Kat then looked back at Scarlet. "What now?" Scarlet looked around the room. "I will find the necessary evidence. I believe it is best if you stay here and ensure no one wakes up and causes trouble," she said. Her eyes drifted towards the injured leader. "And perhaps treat those who you do not want dead." Kat nodded her head and walked to the center of the room, pushing away tables and chairs that had fallen over some people. Scarlet took one last glance at the woman before walking back into the boss's room. Her eyes paused at what remained of the mirror artifact on the floor. She really hadn't been expecting to run into that this early. She could still remember that pressure against her mind, trying to pry into her very thoughts. The angler man had been much more terrifying than she'd imagined, but the presence of that artifact, a mirror of communion, begged the question of why it was here to begin with. She was certain it hadn't been present during this quest line in the game. The first appearance of one of those wasn't until several levels later. So why was it here? Had things changed from the game? Or was it because she completed this part of the quest much earlier in this world than she did in any of her playthroughs? Maybe the angler man had always been behind these people, even in the game. It was possible that it was something the player might have been able to find if they just reached this place earlier. Scarlet pulled her attention from the mirror. There was no way for her to know right now. The angler man had noticed her, which was bad, but it wasn't what her current focus should be on. She walked up to the shelf with books in it again. As before, she picked up a book and began sifting through it. When she didn't find anything noteworthy, she put the book aside in her pouch of holding and went onward to the next book. She repeated the process until she picked and opened up a certain book. A notification appeared. Quest completed, find evidence of the Grey Dog Gang's criminal activities. Skill points awarded too. She stopped to look up at the window of text that had appeared before her. Then she looked down at the book in her hands and turned a few pages. It appeared to describe several transactions between different individuals and organizations, with terms such as merchandise, assets, and expenses used quite generously. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything off about the records in the book, but after taking a closer look, she noticed some suspicious things. One of those was several inspections permits, dated at different times, affirming that the inspections had been performed without issue. Scarlet knew those were fabricated, probably with the original Scarlet's help too. She doubted it would take much investigating to prove that. It wouldn't surprise her if there already were warrants of arrest out for some of this gang's members. But if one were to dig into these records, one would undoubtedly find more dirt on both the gang and its associates. Presumably. Satisfied for now, Scarlet put it and the remaining books in her pouch. She then left the room and went back to Kat, who was in the middle of tying up the last of the thugs she'd taken care of with some rope she had found. The masked woman looked up at Scarlet as she approached. "You finished?" Scarlet gave a slight nod of her head in response. "I am." "Then what now?" "We leave." Kat's eyes widened. Just like that. Scarlet stepped over the arm of one of the Grey Dog Gang goons and towards the door they'd entered through. "We have enough evidence to ensure that those responsible take some responsibility. The rest can be taken care of by the Count's men. I am certain the Shields Guild can contact them expeditiously enough." It didn't really matter much to Scarlet whether these particular people were taken in or not. She had gotten what she needed and resolved the immediate situation. All she needed to do now was deal with some of the aftermath. "What about that artifact?" Scarlet paused and turned to Kat. "What about it?" Kat's blue eyes met hers through the hood. "What was that thing? You recognized it, didn't you?" Scarlet looked at the woman for a while. "It was dangerous," she eventually said. "Not something you should occupy yourself with in the future." The shielder stared at her for a moment, then shook her head. "Fine, let's go. I want to check up on those kids again to make sure they're well anyways." Kat let go of the man she had just finished tying up and stood. She then followed Scarlet out of the room as they left Stooley's nest behind. It had been a long night. Chapter 11. Negotiation, Extortion. What's the difference? Gifford Notley sat behind his desk in his office and looked out the large window behind it. It afforded a good view of the city. While Fraybrook was originally built in a heavily forested area, with the Whitdown Mountains not far off, the city itself had been built around a deep inlet with mostly flat land around it. The estate of the first city lords generations ago had been built on what was essentially the only elevated point in the city, a choice he had always appreciated. It was calming. Being able to look out over part of his domain and see it breathe with life. And calming was what he needed right now. He couldn't help scowling as he thought about the recent events, his bushy brows furrowing deeply. Gifford had always been a large man. Though he was now bald, he more than made up for it with his large beard. He had a large nose and had never been referred to as handsome. But people had always said he held an imposing presence. Unfortunately, that hadn't had any particular effect on the woman he would be seeing now for a long while. A knock sounded from the door. "Enter," he said. Turning around to the entrance, his head butler, Johann, walked in. The middle-aged man bowed before speaking. "My lord, Baroness Hartford has arrived. Lead her here, Gifford said, and waved Johann away. The man immediately left, leaving Gifford alone in his office again. He looked down at the reports on his desk. Scarlet Hartford sure had caused a disturbance this time. He remembered the days when she was still a child, such a resolute and confident young girl. Her parents had been good friends of his, so it hadn't been unusual for her and her sister to visit his estate. His son had even hoped to wed her once upon a time. He was glad that did not go anywhere. He pitied her current fiancé. He wasn't sure when she changed, but the young girl he knew was no more. She had certainly grown into a beautiful woman, the talk of many cliques among high society, despite only being a baroness. But she had also grown cold, ruthless, and he had heard rumors of her activities, rumors he'd hoped to be false, but the last day's events shattered those hopes. He sat there and read through the papers spread across his desk. This was far from the first time he'd done this today, until eventually another knock came from the door. "My lord, Baroness Hartford is here to see you." Johann's voice rang out from the other side. "Let her in," Gifford rumbled. The door swung open, and Scarlet Hartford entered. She wore a light white dress with a white lace choker, her deep red hair hanging behind her shoulder. She bent her head slightly towards him. "Greetings to Count Notley." He raised an eyebrow. That wasn't how she usually greeted him. Was she trying to placate him? He gestured to a chair opposite of him on the other side of the desk. "Take a seat." She lifted her head and walked toward the chair, gently lowering herself into it. Gifford looked towards Johann and gave him a nod. The butler exited the room and closed the door behind him. Gifford then turned his attention back to Scarlet. "I assume you know why I called for you." "Of course." She held her back straight as she leaned both hands on her legs. "I have been anticipating the Count's summons since yesterday." He looked at her. He wasn't sure whether her demeanor was arrogance or if she was just that sure of herself. He currently had over a dozen people in his stockades on suspicions of illegal racketeering, human trafficking, smuggling, and a number of other things. And it was all because of her. Some of those people were known criminals, while others were merely suspect. But with the circumstantial evidence found at the sites in addition to the Shields Guild's preliminary report, as well as the fact that there were supposedly over 30 children who could serve as witness accounts, he wouldn't have any problem prosecuting those already captured. But that was all. A trafficking ring had been operational in Freybrook under his nose for Itar knows how long. And all he had to show as a response was those who had been involved directly on the site. No accomplices, collaborators, or even backers. The Grey Dog Gang was a known criminal organization, but their capture wasn't even due to his involvement. He had very little to show for what would no doubt become a large issue, and the prisoners themselves hadn't given much of use yet. People were already starting to hound at his heels because of this matter. And in front of him sat the woman responsible for this mess, calm as ever. It took a lot out of him just to repress letting out a tired sigh. "Do you have an explanation for yourself?" he eventually asked her. "An explanation for what? Precisely." He folded his hands and leaned forward in his chair. "I have men in my cells accusing you of actively supporting criminal activities in Freybrook. The trafficking of children kidnapped from Vinea is just one example. Only 2 of the prisoners were actually claiming the Baroness was one of their backers. But considering the circumstances, that was enough to cause trouble for her. And reports from both the guild and those prisoners indicate that you tried removing any evidence of your involvement. I find it surprising that you trust the words of men whose criminal pursuits I personally hindered," Scarlet said in a cold voice. "One would expect that to cast doubt on the credence of their accusations. And what claim did the guild make for you to reach such a conclusion?" Gifford went silent for a moment. This was most certainly the Scarlet he was used to. She would find herself jumping headfirst into the water down at the bay before she ever tried appeasing someone else. The details of their report aren't something you need to know. However, I will say that they didn't outright accuse you of anything. In fact, they were surprisingly positive of you. But it did mention that you were the one to gather evidence from the sites. Evidence which we have seen nothing of. He stared at her. Scarlet, I don't know why you did what you did. But do you truly think you can get away with it? At this point, I will have my men search through the Hartford residence and even all of your lands if that is what it takes. She met his eyes, the side of her lips curving upwards into what looked almost like a slight smile. It seems you are under a misconception, Count. What? My intention has never been to hide any evidence from you. In fact, I was planning on conveying what I had found to you right at this moment. She moved her hands towards a black satchel, or rather, a pouch that was fastened to her waist with a white belt. He had found it odd that she, of all people, wore such a garment that clashed with her apparel, but it hadn't been his main focus. He watched as she reached into the pouch and, as its opening magically widened to almost double its size, pulled out a large book. She held it up in front of him for a moment, before putting it back into the pouch of holding. There was information I required in these records, which is why I did not immediately demonstrate them after the raids, but you can rest assured that there have been no alterations to the texts. I assume your men will be capable of confirming their veracity. Guiford gave the Baroness a doubting look. You expect me to simply trust you? I hope you will. After all, in these books, you will find signs of my collaboration with the Grey Dog Gang's activities for the last 8 months. His eyes widened. Are you being serious? Scarlet nodded. Yes. I would have liked for it to be sooner. But 8 months was what it took for me to gain enough trust and learn where they operated from. Guiford examined her closely, looking for any signs of a lie, but her expression was as still as a rock. You're implying you associated with them only to eventually stop them. Of course. Why? You expect a member of the nobility to ignore such a blatant danger and mistreatment of innocent people. He crossed his arms and frowned at her. I expect you to report the matter, not to fund their activities. The Baroness went quiet for a moment, her eyes looking at him as if they were examining him. Perhaps I would have, she finally said, if they had merely been another petty criminal organization. What do you mean? She went quiet again, almost as if she was hesitating to say what she was about to. Have you heard of the Hallowed Cabal? He froze. In his close to 50 years of serving the Empire as part of its reigning class, it had been involved in many struggles, both within and outside its borders. Amongst those, there had been 2 well-known groups that had caused much more trouble for the Empire than any others, the Undead Council and the Tribe of Sin. He had fought in several conflicts with them personally. Unfortunately, neither had been successfully eradicated, but they had been a lot quieter for the past decades. However, in addition to those 2, there was another group, one he knew not many were aware of. All he himself knew was their name, and that they worked from the shadows. He never expected Scarlet to have heard of them, or to bring them up now. Where did you hear that name? Where I heard it is irrelevant, she said. What's important is that their involvement was not something I could ignore. Therefore, I had to take action myself. Guiford stared at her for a moment, then brought his hand to his chin as he scratched the side of his beard. People will find that hard to believe. I do. I expect as much. Scarlet merely acknowledged his words with a slight nod of her head. That is why I want you to compose a writ, declaring that I operated under your orders in pursuit of apprehending criminal factions in Freybrook. His fingers stopped. You're asking a lot for a person who's at risk of execution for breaching imperial law. Human trafficking was a severe crime, no matter who performed it. Is that so? She replied. She looked genuinely perplexed by his statement. I believed it was quite a reasonable demand, considering it shares all acknowledgement with the Count. And do not forget that I am in possession of any evidence. He scowled at her. So that was her game. She was trying to strike a deal, and she knew what he needed. It wasn't much different from blackmail. Was her story even the truth? Or did she just think associating with the Grey Dog gang was too risky and decided to jump ship? I could simply seize the evidence from you, he rumbled. She raised a brow at him. You could try. Yes, you would not succeed. He glanced down to the pouch at her side. Her gaze also moved to it. Ah. This book was merely something I found in my office. Vonian Linguistics, by Jelena Wheatley. I thought I could have use for it. It is all I have on me at present. However, you will not find much more in my residence. He grunted. Blasted woman. It would be easier if he just imprisoned her here and now. It would definitely cause him a lot of trouble, and he probably wouldn't be able to have her executed or revoked of her title. But it might save him from falling into whatever scheme she was plotting. He stared at her, seriously considering the matter for a few seconds, before finally letting out a tired sigh. Maybe he was growing weak. Watching her face that reminded him of the late Baron and Baroness made him more sentimental than usual, and in the end, this was the better deal for him. Fine. You have my word that I'll announce that you were acting under my orders. However, I expect you to uphold your part of the bargain as soon as possible. He shook his head. If only the younger sister had been the Baroness instead. He knew Evelyn was much more fit for the position, despite Scarlett's attempts to convince people otherwise, both when it came to her managerial skills and her magic. Satisfied? He raised an eye at Scarlett. Yes, although I would prefer if I could have it in writing first, she said. Gifford's eye twitched. Chapter 12. Introspections. Quest completed. End the Grey Dog Gang's criminal activities. Skill points awarded too. Scarlett glanced at the window of text before her as the buildings of Freybrook passed by outside the carriage window. She wasn't quite sure what the criteria were for a quest to be considered complete. The two previous quests had announced their completion at clear and relevant occasions, but this one didn't appear until a while after she'd met with the Count. It was odd that it worked differently, but perhaps it was just because something she was unaware of had not happened until now. Some delayed response to her actions or something like that. She pushed the matter out of her mind and turned back to observing the passing buildings and crowds. The streets of downtown Freybrook were as lively as they came, it appeared. She lifted her gaze towards the Count's mansion, situated on the hill overlooking this part of the city. The structure was visible even outside Freybrook. It had a central tower, whose red tiles created a stark contrast with the clear blue sky. If she was correct, that was where the Count's office was. She was still finding it hard to believe that she was now a person who would visit important places like that she was important. Despite how easy, how natural it was for her to act the part due to the original Scarlett's remaining influence. The part of her that was still Amy Bernal couldn't completely shake off the strangeness of the whole situation. And annoyingly enough, she found herself at odds with that part of herself. Up till now, all her actions had been working from the assumption that she had to act fast. She had to establish control and a base for herself to safely operate from, because that is what she had told herself was the best method of staying safe in this new world. But in the process of doing that, she had probably leaned further into the Scarlet part of her than she originally wished. Honestly, at times she wasn't even certain what part of her a certain thought came from. She knew she was Amy Bernal, but adhering too much to such a mindset was also likely to set her back. She couldn't gawk at every other sight, hesitate in every other interaction, hold back against thieves and murderers. Those were all things the original part of her wanted to do, but that she had denied herself. But she had also promised not to lose herself. The first thing she'd done in this world, after she realized that her thoughts and mind weren't completely her own, was to promise she wouldn't forget who Amy Bernal was. And yet she felt she had already gone far too close to doing so on more than one occasion. But then, what was she supposed to do? She wasn't the original Amy Bernal. Amy would never have been able to subject a man to second-degree burns just because she wanted information. Amy would never have been able to watch a man be tortured in cold blood. So hadn't she already lost herself? In a manner she'd considered it necessary actions at the time. But now that she had time to reflect on it, she wasn't sure what to think. Or was her wish even realistic? Was it even possible to hold on to your past self after having such a large part of your core personality forcefully changed? Was it too late to try and change the way she approached this world? "What are you frowning about?" a voice asked from the other side of the carriage. Scarlett spun her head to look at the blonde-haired woman that sat in the seat opposite her. Kat had her hair loose today, with some of it covering part of her blue eyes. "I thought you said it went well." Scarlett wordlessly looked at the shielder for a moment, before turning back to the window. "It did," she answered curtly. She didn't feel like elaborating on her complicated thoughts at the moment. "Say so," Kat muttered and went silent. Scarlett ignored the slight tinge of annoyance that always came when she heard the woman talk casually with her. It was a small victory, but she felt a tiny amount of satisfaction from fighting back against those traits of hers, at least this much. She glanced back at Kat to make sure the woman didn't take too much offense from her reply. But it didn't seem to have affected the woman much. Kat was just looking out the other window while humming some tune that Scarlett wasn't familiar with. She was honestly glad that the Shielder had chosen to stay with her. A B-ranked senior member of the Shields Guild wasn't something one could look down on. Frankly, Kat was probably one of the stronger people in this city. When Scarlett had visited the Shields Guild once again the day before, to look into extending the escort request she'd made to them for an indefinite amount of time, she hadn't been expecting either Kat or the guild to agree to it, but she was lucky that they did. Despite what it might cost, she was gonna need it. It hadn't been part of her plan, but she had aroused the interest of the Angler man. It was only a question of time before the hallowed cabal sent people out to investigate her, or worse, kidnap her. Encountering that mirror of communion was probably one of the worst things that could have happened to her this early. Dealing with the hallowed cabal wasn't something that the player started doing until late mid-game or late game, so handling them now was far out of her capabilities. That was why she needed someone of Kat's caliber as her guard for the time being. She had been hesitant to reveal the hallowed cabal's involvement with the Grey Dog Gang god. That name was a mouthful to the Count. She was well aware that several powerful figures worked for them in the game. And if Count Notley was one of them, she would have been putting herself in even more danger. But in the end, it looked to be her best excuse for the original Scarlett's actions. And while it didn't guarantee anything, she couldn't remember the Count being mentioned as a member of the Cabal in the game, and it seemed to have worked out. The Count had accepted her proposal, though it probably wasn't much different from extortion, and it looked like she was safe for now. She even got the quest completion as a confirmation of that. She had feared that the Count wouldn't have cared for the evidence she'd gathered, or perhaps already had enough evidence by himself and just thrown her into a cell. So there had been a degree of risk to her plan. But it genuinely was the best she could come up with as a solution for her situation. She tapped her finger against the carriage's windowsill in rhythm to Kat's tune as she thought about what she should do next. There were still some dungeons in the area surrounding Freybrook that she could probably locate and loot. None of them were Zuvarian ruins or held especially strong items if she recalled correctly, but they should still be worth exploring. She still didn't know how much money she actually had, so gathering more valuable items wouldn't hurt. And if there were quests for clearing the dungeons, as there had been with the Zuva ruins, then she would get some more skill points. While her aquamines had turned out to be surprisingly efficient and effective, they were still relatively weak, as was her mana supply. Upgrading her current skills was one of her top priorities. Perhaps she should set aside more time for practicing magic. She had essentially given up on learning how to cast real spells for now. She'd been too busy with handling the mess that was her situation, the first 3 days she'd been in this world. And yesterday she'd spent almost all her time reading through the ledgers and books she'd taken from the traffickers. Understanding what meant what and which mentions referred to who in those texts had been difficult when she had no real experience with antiquated trading systems and log-keeping. It had taken her over 7 hours just to ascertain that the earliest signs of Scarlet starting to back the Grey Dog Gang were about 8 months ago. And that was about the limit of what she'd learned. There were a bunch of other names and organizations mentioned, but none she recognized. Scarlet was taken out of her thoughts when the carriage finally drove up and stopped in front of the gates to the Hartford estate. She heard the coach driver exchange words with the guards, and soon after the carriage began moving again. "I don't think I can ever get used to how large this place is," Kat mumbled from the side. Scarlet turned to the woman who was looking out the window at the hedge garden that surrounded the gravel road that led up to the mansion and its courtyard. "I do not believe it is especially large, compared to others," Scarlet said. The garden at the back was larger and more beautiful than the one in the front of the mansion. But the estate as a whole wasn't as large as some of the ones she'd visited or seen before. It was smaller than a football field, at least. Still way more space than she'd ever want or need, but probably closer to the low or middle end when it came to these types of properties. Although maybe she shouldn't compare with the castles and royal palaces of her world that were more like very large museum pieces than places where people actually lived. But the Count's estate had definitely been larger than this, and that was visible from most parts of the city, so it was an odd thing to remark upon nonetheless. "Not to be rude, but I don't think you're the right person to say something like that." Kat laughed and looked out as the carriage stopped on a large graveled area right in front of the arch that led to the main courtyard. Scarlet chose to not respond and waited for the driver to open the carriage door before she stepped out of the vehicle. Kat followed close behind. A couple of women in servants' clothing stood before them as the reception and bowed towards Scarlet. She looked them over. She recognized both but didn't know their names. One of the servants, a middle-aged woman with dark brown hair and a bun at the back of her head, turned up her eyes at Scarlet. "My lady, welcome back. Has your outing gone well?" "It has," Scarlet said as she gestured to the carriage driver that it was okay for him to leave. "Is there any news?" she asked the servant. The woman inclined her head with a still face. "Yes, my lady. Master Garside wishes to inform you that he has been in contact with several orphanages in the city regarding the kidnapped children, as well as having sent a message to the Vonian delegation here in Freybrook. He personally went out to meet with them this afternoon." Scarlet nodded at the report. It would be good if they could simply send all the children back to their homes. Freybrook was situated in the southwestern part of the Greinal Empire, not far away from the western border to the Vonea Kingdom, which was why they had a delegation in the city. She had been hoping they could lend some aid in the matter. She couldn't have over 30 kids in the mansion forever. However, it was also likely that not all of the children had homes to return to, which is why she had asked Garside to contact some of the orphanages in the city to look into that. She hadn't really had to do too much herself yet in the matter. Being the one in charge had its perks. "Also, my lady," the servant looked hesitant to say what would come next. Scarlet found herself slightly annoyed at the woman's delay, but did her best to contain it to a small frown. "Speak," she said and gestured to the woman. "My lady, Madame Evelyn has also paid a visit and wishes to speak with you. Scarlett's eyebrow rose. Evelyn had come to see her know. Perhaps that shouldn't be a surprise. She had caused quite a ruckus after all. And it was these matters that Evelyn's questline in the game had been about too. So it was obvious that the original Scarlett's younger sister would have some reaction to the events. Meeting Evelyn wasn't a pleasant experience. However, last time she had barely been able to control the original's disgust for the woman. "Lead her to the parlor and serve mint tea," she told the servant. Mint tea had always been relaxing for her nerves. Maybe she should consider this a good thing. She had been concerned about losing herself, so this could serve as practice. She also had a couple of matters she wanted to discuss with Evelyn. "Tell her I will be there shortly." Chapter 13. Disputes. Scarlett followed one of her servants, the black-haired one called Molly, through the mansion's decorated hallways. Kat had said that she would check up on the children, for whom they had created an impromptu gathering room in the mansion's reception hall at the moment. Scarlett had noticed it already when they originally saved those kids, but the Shielder seemed particularly protective of children, and they adored her in return. Despite the difficulty in communication, they seemed to interact just fine. That young girl that Kat had carried during the rescue seemed especially attached to the woman. She had essentially been joined to Kat's hip over the last couple of days that the kids had stayed in the mansion. Compared to Kat, all the children still seemed slightly afraid of Scarlett. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. She had expected their fear to have dissipated by now, but they still avoided her whenever she visited the reception hall to check up on Kat and them. It wasn't as if it bothered her per se, but it also wasn't the most comfortable feeling having literal children shy away from you. She pushed those thoughts aside when Molly stopped beside a dark wooden door with two tall and beautifully garnished vases on either side of it. "Madame Evelyn is waiting inside, my lady," Molly said and performed a small curtsy. "Then let's not keep her waiting," Scarlett said, and gestured toward the door. Much of the decorum in this world came naturally to her with Scarlett's instincts, such as how to move and speak. But there were still many things she remained ignorant about. For example, she had no idea how people addressed those ranked higher than themselves here. During her meeting with the Count, she'd largely had to guess what to say for an introduction. As such, one of her priorities right now was finding a book or something on the subject without arousing too much suspicion. Most of the time she did fine anyway, but there were still times like this where she wasn't even sure if she was expected to open the door herself or if that would be considered odd. Up until now, the servants had opened most doors for her, but that was also mostly because they were the ones leading her around. Thankfully, Molly seemed to understand what she wanted and moved to open the door for her. Scarlett quietly thanked the woman inside her heart and walked into the room. It wasn't as large as the mansion's dining hall, but it was a decent size nonetheless. Several large windows showed a nice view of the back garden and let in the afternoon sun, the light reflecting off the white marble floor in an almost blinding manner. The walls were covered with several large paintings of different landscapes. In the middle of the room was a fancy wooden table with a wide tablecloth and silver tea set on it. Next to the table sat Evelyn Hartford on a long sofa. She had smooth, light brown hair with just a shade of red to it that reached the nape of her neck and split at one side in the front, part of her hair almost covering her right eye. She still shared the same amber eyes as Scarlett, however, though Evelyn also had light freckles and a small beauty mark under her right lip. Unlike Scarlett, Evelyn was currently wearing a white blouse with a dark green tunic over it, which had a loose, patterned collar, and a pair of black trousers that were partly covered by a short, black striped skirt. If their dialogue in the game didn't make the difference between the two sisters clear, then their attire did. Evelyn immediately turned to look at Scarlett as she entered the room. She did not look happy. Scarlett did her best to press down the feelings of disgust and revulsion that coiled up at seeing the original's sister, and crossed the room to sit down in an armchair opposite Evelyn. She glanced at the teapot that had some vapor coming out of it and looked towards Molly. The dark-haired servant appeared to understand the message as she hurried across the room to fill up a cup for her. She didn't pour one for Evelyn, as there already was one in front of her, though it didn't look like she had touched it yet. With another small curtsy, Molly returned the teapot to the table and backed away. Scarlett took the cup of tea in front of her and blew on it softly before taking a sip. It was marvelous. Easily the best mint tea she'd ever had. She wasn't sure if it was in the preparation or in the leaves. She'd never bothered much thinking about either when making her own, but there was a lot more flavor to this than she was used to, letting the warm feeling of the tea flow through her. She sat the teacup down on its plate and turned to Evelyn. "Well," she said, raising an eyebrow, "what is it that you wanted?" "Oh, now you deign to talk to me," Evelyn spat out. "Here I was sure you didn't have a care in the world, whether I existed or not." Scarlett took a deep breath to weather the intense wave of anger that she felt at being talked to in such a way. She managed to calm down slightly. "I can assure you, that is not at all how I feel." "Really?" Evelyn scoffed and leaned back on the sofa with arms crossed. "Because that's what it looks like to me." "I take it you have heard of the last day's events." "Yes, finally. Did you know I had to hear about your visit to the Count through one of the servants just now? And the only reason I know of all that trafficking business is that I have a friend at the guild. Because people don't bother informing someone who's not the head of what's happening." Evelyn glared at Scarlett, causing Scarlett's skin to prick slightly. She shifted in her seat and leaned forward to grab the teacup again. After taking a sip, she eventually spoke. "I have been exceedingly occupied these last few days. As such, it slipped my mind to inform you of the events. Busy with what? Getting rid of your little friends, letting a bunch of homeless kids into the mansion. What are you planning to do with them? Dress them up before you sell them off?" Scarlett's eyes pierced into Evelyn. "What?" Evelyn stared back at her. "Don't think I don't know what you do. No one is going to buy that you did this out of the kindness of your heart. You'll be lucky if even—" "No. Quiet," Scarlett snapped. Evelyn actually flinched and stopped talking. Closing her eyes, Scarlett massaged the bridge of her nose with her left hand. After a few breaths, she opened her eyes again to look at Evelyn. "I would ask that you do not make such impetuous accusations. The children are being taken care of here temporarily as we find safe housing for them. I did not save them merely out of the kindness of my heart, but that does not mean that I do not wish to help them. As for my purported friends, they were and always have been a blight upon this city that I intended to remove. It was with the endorsement of the Count that I temporarily associated with them in order to gather information about their organization. Now that that business has been dealt with, there will be no more activities of that manner." She placed the teacup down. Evelyn was still staring at her as if she had just said the moon was made out of gold and tried to sell it off to her. Letting out a small sigh, Scarlett continued, "I understand this matter may have caused you undue trouble. You are responsible for the majority of the family's management, and that requires being aware of what is going on." She clenched her teeth and frowned at what she was about to say. "The fault lies entirely with me. I apologize that I did not inform you of what was happening." Evelyn's eyes widened. Now she was looking at Scarlett as if she was the boogeyman. For several seconds, she just sat there, seemingly incapable of speech. Eventually, she shook her head before renewing her gaze on Scarlett. "You're apologizing, I don't believe it. What are you planning?" "I'm not planning anything." "There's no way you're not planning anything. You're as callous as—" "Evelyn," Scarlett interrupted her again. "Watch your words." The woman quieted down and Scarlett looked her in the eyes. "I do not blame you for being skeptical, but I ask that you do not press my patience." Silence filled the room. Scarlett was unsure of what else to say, so she turned away from Evelyn and took another drink from her tea. After a while, Evelyn finally spoke. "Are there any other incredibly important things that you have forgotten to tell me about, or is that all?" Scarlett paused to consider. "There are, but nothing you have to know." "What?" "Knowing of them at this point would be of no help to you. I will ensure you are informed when the time comes," she said as she drank the tea. "Although I can tell you that I am planning on going on a few excursions in the coming weeks. It is nothing much, but I will no doubt come by a few artifacts that I will have no need for. If you can contact an auction house for the selling of those items, it would be appreciated. I am also in the possession of a modest amount of Zuvarian coins that I believe hold some worth." Evelyn frowned at her. "What in Itar's name are you on about?" Scarlett cocked her head to the side. "I thought I was perfectly clear." "What does excursions mean? Since when have you been interested in things like that?" "Since I learned the whereabouts of several valuable locations not too long ago." "Is it dangerous?" Evelyn asked. "Somewhat." Evelyn's eyes inspected her. "Then why do you have to go? Just send someone else. You're no good at fighting." Scarlett found herself scowling at Evelyn by reflex. She took a moment to calm her expression somewhat, before speaking. "I do not believe you have the authority to say what I can and cannot do," she said. "And as for the matter of protection, I have already hired a shielder who will assist me with the undertaking. Though I do not believe you would care much were I to die during the process." She added on the last part without much thought. She knew the sisters had a bad relationship, and Evelyn was the one to ask the player to take Scarlett down in the game, after all. However, when she looked at Evelyn, she was surprised to see a complicated expression on the woman's face. She wasn't quite sure what it meant, but it left an uncomfortable feeling inside her. "I'll take my leave now," Evelyn suddenly said and began rising from the sofa. "Before that," Scarlett said, "I meant to ask if you could assist in the handling of the children." Evelyn stopped and stared at her. "You want me to deal with that? It's your mess. Would you prefer if I kicked them out on the streets?" Evelyn grimaced. "I'll look into what alternatives there are." Scarlett gave a nod. "I have already begun making some inquiries on the matter, but your help would be appreciated." Evelyn gave her an odd look for a moment. "Then if that's all, I'm leaving. And I'm hoping it wasn't a lie when you said you'll keep me informed of the family's affairs." "Of course not," Scarlett said, then watched as Evelyn walked to the door before opening it and leaving the room. Seemed like she didn't bother with letting a servant open it for her. "You may also leave." Scarlett waved towards Molly, who had stood at the edge of the room all along. The woman quickly left the room after performing one last curtsy, leaving Scarlett all alone. She let out a deep sigh and leaned back in her chair as she tapped her index finger against the armrest. Keeping her calm during a meeting with Evelyn was a difficult endeavor. She'd lost her cool more than once, and she had literally felt like puking when she forced herself to apologize too. She shook her head slowly. She still felt slightly angry. This was even worse than when she had to deal with her own sister back when her sister was in her rebellious teenage years. She'd often been annoyed and angry back then too, but she'd almost always been able to stop herself from lashing out, as she had now. Though it had probably helped that her younger sister's every word hadn't felt like an insult towards herself as it did with Evelyn. Should she just give up on getting close to the woman to start with? They weren't even real sisters. The original Scarlett was gone, or at least something of the sort. While she had no plans of revealing the truth to Evelyn, interacting with her while pretending to be her older sister felt inherently insidious in a way. Despite her intentions before this meeting, she honestly doubted if she could ever interact normally with Evelyn, even if she practiced, so maybe it would just be better for both of them if she avoided her. Although she probably had to meet with her at least sometimes. Scarlett took the teacup and drank the last of the tea. Then she stood up. She felt like she needed to do some work to get this out of her system. Her first stop was the reception hall, then the training grounds. Chapter 14. Maybe violence is the answer. Scarlett moved through the mansion's carpeted hallways towards the reception hall. This specific part of the mansion was starting to become familiar for her, so she'd told Molly to return to whatever business it was that the servant usually performed and gone on her own. She descended a flight of stairs to the mansion's foyer and opened one of the side doors. She was starting to feel a little bit ridiculous over having worried about that earlier, that led directly to the reception hall. It was a large room lit up by several chandeliers, using magical candles instead of normal candles, just like the rest of the mansion, with beautiful white tapestries and dark red flooring. When she'd first seen the room, there had been several round tables in it, as well as a slightly elevated platform at one end. But those things had been removed by the servants to make room for the children and their temporary living arrangements. Now there were just two long rectangular wooden tables in the middle of the room and some beds lining the walls. There weren't enough of the beds for all the children, even though most of them were small enough to share beds. So some of the older kids had to make do with sleeping on a layer of blankets for now. Some of the children appeared to be sleeping on the beds right now, but the majority of them were gathered close to Kat, who sat on a chair at the side of the room. The kids sat in a half circle on the floor in front of the shielder, their eyes captivated by the woman as she performed tricks with her magic. Scarlett's eyes narrowed as she saw Kat conjure a ball of fire above herself that immediately morphed into the shape of a roaring dragon that started flying around in the air, leaving a trailing blaze of fire behind. That had to be pyrokinesis, although probably at a higher level than Scarlett's. She began walking over to Kat, passing by a young servant woman that rested in a chair by the reception hall's main entrance. It seemed to take a moment for the girl to notice her, but when she did, she rushed to stand up and greet her. Scarlett merely waved for the servant to go back to what she was doing. Poor girl looked as if she had barely slept. That made Scarlett think, did these servants get paid something like overtime? All of the mansion's servants had been working like mad since yesterday morning to follow Scarlett's order to take care of the children. It was honestly impressive how much they had accomplished. Most of the children even looked to have been given new clothes already. But this wasn't a daycare. The mansion wasn't ready to house over 30 kids, and the servants were the ones who had to work extra to make up for that. That was a lot of work to do in addition to their original duties. If Scarlett's guess was right, there were only about 10 different servants in the entire mansion, if you discounted the hired guards she'd seen guarding the estate's gates, though there were probably a few more hires that didn't live around here. She hadn't seen whoever it was that took care of the gardens yet. For example, she put a reminder to discreetly ask Garside about the matter at the back of her mind as she neared the group of children that were marveling over Kat's little pyrotechnics act. Kat paused her performance and looked at Scarlett. "How'd the meeting with your sister go?" the blonde-haired woman asked. Most of the kids glanced at Scarlett. "I updated her on the current situation," Scarlett answered as she looked at the watchful faces of the children. "I am sorry to disturb your display. However, I wanted to inform you that I am going to the training ground and was curious if you had any interest in accompanying me. I would not mind some advice on pyromancy." Kat smiled and scratched the side of her head. "Ah, I wouldn't mind giving you some pointers." She gestured towards the children. "But I already promised them I'd show them some more magic." Scarlett raised an eyebrow. "I did not think you spoke Vonian." "I don't, but that dark-haired woman translated some for me." Scarlett nodded her head. "I see," she mumbled as she studied the kids. They'd all been cleaned up and, with the new clothes, they looked completely different from when she and Kat had first found them. However, although none of them looked starved, it was clear they did not usually get to eat too much. If that was from before or after their abduction, she didn't know. They did not seem dangerously traumatized by the current situation. At least, so that was something. When they had been watching Kat's performance, they had all made sounds and chattered away with each other, though now that they were looking at her, it was completely quiet. Was it because of how she acted? Or did Scarlet just have an inherent quality that made these kids watchful? The children may come too, if they wish, she eventually declared. Kat's eyes widened slightly. Really? There is enough space. I do not believe there will be a problem. As long as the kids stayed out of the way, she didn't really care what they did. She doubted they would be here for too long anyway. Hear that, kids? Kat said to them. They all turned to her. That nice lady says all of you can come with us to see some more magic. Some of the kids nodded their heads a little at her words, although most seemed confused about what she said. Kat stood up, however, and looked at Scarlet. Let's go then. It took a little while extra because some of the children came with. But soon they were all standing on the large training ground situated behind the mansion. The children were standing off to the side and watched Kat with attentive expressions. Kat herself seemed to be looking at the wooden and stone targets that were set up at the end of the grounds with a hesitant face. What if we accidentally break those? I do not believe they are destroyed that effortlessly. They have enchantments that protect them, Scarlet said. Although I suppose it isn't entirely inconceivable for you to overcome those, but there are several more targets in that. She gestured towards the small shed that stood at the edge of the training ground next to the stone wall that surrounded the whole property. She had checked to make sure last time that, amongst other things, there were a lot of those targets inside. They're all enchanted, Kat asked in disbelief. From what I have seen, yes. Gods! Scarlet heard the woman mutter. She looked over the dozen or so training targets that were lined up. In the game, enchantments hadn't been anything special. A lot of the gear obtained even in the early game had enchantments on it. But it was true that the player couldn't start enchanting gear themselves until much later in the game. So perhaps it wasn't something common. She knew that the skills related to enchanting belonged to the unaligned school of magic, instead of any of the elemental schools, and were relatively hard to obtain. Maybe I'll take it a bit careful today then, Kat said with a wary look. If you wish. Scarlet let out a short agreement before walking to a distance of around 20 or so meters from the targets. She'd been dying to hit something for a while now, raising her right hand now more out of habit than any sort of need. She'd noticed she held it towards one of the wooden targets, conjuring a ball of water a little larger than usual. She spent a moment extra in making sure the surface of the liquid was completely still. Then she lit the proverbial fuse and created a searing fire inside the sphere. Usually, the flames were closer to a deep or slightly clear orange, but now she was pushing it to a much brighter, white shine. When she felt as if she couldn't force it to be any hotter, she finally relaxed slightly and wiped away the traces of sweat that had formed on her brow. Now her aquamine, perhaps a little smaller than 2 tennis balls together, was hovering like a miniature sun next to the target's head. Despite there being no actual physical exertion, pushing her hydrokinesis and pyrokinesis skills to the limit was taxing. Her lesser hydrokinesis probably couldn't create 2 mines of this size, even though she was relatively sure her pyrokinesis could support it if she just lessened the heat a little bit. The skills menu shows several upgrades available. These include Greater Pyromancy for 10 points, Greater Pyrokinesis for 10 points, Hydromancy for 5 points, Minor Hydrokinesis for 2 points, and Mana Control for 5 points. All new skills are currently locked. This was her first chance to test the difference. But she'd already used the 5 skill points she'd gained to upgrade her Minor Pyrokinesis to Pyrokinesis, as it had seemed the most logical for her at the moment. She was planning on earning some more points to upgrade her Lesser Hydrokinesis, before she decided exactly what to do next. But she was leaning towards just keeping to upgrading those skills for the foreseeable future. She still wasn't sure if minor mana control did anything more than what it did in Chronicle of Realms, though, so she would have to look into it a bit more. After having kept the mind going for a while, she was starting to lose concentration on it, so, with a small mental nudge, she created a ripple on the surface facing the target and watched as the sphere of water immediately exploded in a burst towards the weak point in the target's enchantment that she had been targeting. She watched with slight satisfaction as the target wobbled a little from the blow. "What spell is that?" Kat asked and walked up next to her. "I saw you do it earlier, but I've never seen it before." "It is not an existing spell as far as I am aware." Scarlet turned her head towards Kat. "But rather something of my own design. However, it is still lacking in power, regrettably." Kat looked confused. "You developed that yourself. Are you a wizard?" Unlike a mage, which was basically anybody who used magic in this world, a wizard was someone who specifically researched magic at any of the magic towers. Scarlet remembered doing a quest line in the Imperial Mage Tower in her first playthrough to get it as a title. It had a few decent benefits such as increased mana regeneration and a discount for buying scrolls. "I am not a wizard. The number of spells I know is scarce." Kat furrowed her brows. "Then how did you do that?" "It was merely an application of basic pyrokinesis and hydrokinesis." The shielder gave her an odd look. "You're bad at using magic, but know how to use both hydrokinesis and pyrokinesis." Scarlet tilted her head to the side. "Is that odd?" Kat shrugged her shoulders. "It took me a while after learning my first pyromancy spell to get the hang of even basic pyrokinesis, and I'm terrible at terrakinesis unless I'm right next to stone." "I see," Scarlet mumbled. She had been wondering if the people of this world had skills like in the game. But from the way Kat spoke now, that didn't seem to be the case. So she was different in that aspect. But it was also the reason she could do this the other way round from Kat. "Do you believe you could teach me any spells?" she asked. Kat let out a short laugh. "I could certainly try, but I don't know if it'll help much. I've been told the way I perform magic is a bit unique." "In what way?" "Well," she turned towards the onlooking children who had walked closer to them. "All of you should move back some," she said, then looked at Scarlet. "You too." Scarlet obliged and stepped back a few steps behind Kat. "I think it's most clear what I mean with this spell," the woman said, and she began moving her hands in front of her. Several rocks began forming from thin air and clustering into a sphere with cracks in it. Then those cracks started glowing a bright red as liquid lava sprang from the depths of the sphere and began enveloping the rocky surface. As you see, I'm not really controlling the mana by using any inner circuits to let it merge into the spell as one usually would. But rather I'm forcing it to take on the particular elements I want, and then using that to replicate the effect of a normal pyroclastic fragment. Scarlet examined the smoldering boulder conjured by the shielder intently. While it looked sufficiently deadly and terrifying with the way the molten stone rose and billowed, she couldn't see anything more than that. She didn't even know one was supposed to be able to see any mana. Her charms of apperception were obviously not meant to aid with this. "I couldn't exactly tell you how I do it," Kat continued. "When I've shown it to others, they usually just end up getting confused by it." She pressed her hand forward, and the flaming boulder that was about the size of a grown man flew forward. It landed between two of the stone targets and erupted into an explosion of molten rock and lava that disintegrated everything around it, leaving a crater behind in the ground. The children let out several shocked and excited sounds as Kat turned towards them with a small smile. Then her eyes widened, and she spun to look at the result with a dark expression. "Shit. I said I was going to hold back." She gave Scarlet an apologetic look. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "It is quite all right," Scarlet said, She wasn't sure if it actually was. That was a large hole in the ground. But she wasn't mad, at least. This was the purpose of the training ground, after all. More importantly, can you explain what you meant earlier once again? Kat paused in whatever it was that she was about to say and looked at her. What? The part about how I used the mana? Scarlet gave a slight nod of her head. Yes, I am unable to see mana in such a manner, so I could not observe any of what you spoke of. Kat stared at her. Wait, you don't know any mana-perceiving spell like Ethereal Eye or Mana Vision? Then how do you… She stopped and looked between her and the wooden target that she had attacked with her aquamine earlier. It can't be that that's all you can do. It is, Scarlet admitted. That is why I have need of you, although I would appreciate if you kept quiet about it. I'm not sure if I should be surprised or impressed. Kat shook her head. How'd you learn pyrokinesis like that? One could say it came naturally to me. Casting spells, however, does not. I was harboring some hope you would be able to help me with that. I honestly don't think I'll be much help if you're starting from scratch like that. I can give you some advice I used myself, but I've never really been a good teacher. Your advice would be more than good enough, Scarlet said, and turned back towards the row of targets. There were still some glowing rocks lying around from Kat's spell, though most of them seemed to have disappeared into nothingness. Truthfully, I was not expecting much in that regard. I have already devised other solutions to rectify that particular predicament, but I would also greatly appreciate any extra input you have regarding the means I currently have at my disposal. That I can do, Kat said. There was a hint of enthusiasm to the shielder's voice that hadn't been there before. Whatever it was that you did earlier was interesting enough. Scarlet looked back and saw the woman grin. Up for some light sparring. Chapter 15. Management Issues. Scarlet looked over some documents that were placed on the desk in front of her in her office in the Hartford family's mansion. These particular ones related to the appraised value of some of the artifacts and relics she'd gathered, although Evelyn didn't like her much. The younger Hartford sister seemed to still uphold her promises and had helped Scarlet with getting in contact with a couple of appraisers as well as one of the local auction houses. It had been almost a whole week since Scarlet finished dealing with the local criminal organization here in Fraybrook, and Count Notley had announced his and her cooperative involvement in the matter. Since then, she had been busy with just trying to get a handle on the everyday matters of things, as well as going out on frequent excursions with Kat to look for and clear the dungeons she knew of in the area. So far, they had actually found 4 of them, including the first one, which had surprised her some. She'd only been relatively certain of the location of 2 of them, after all. But that had been a welcome surprise, even though none of the other dungeons had been Zuvarian ruins. As this was a low-level area in the game, none of the dungeons had any loot that was better than what she'd found in the Zuvarian ruins. And even most of what they'd found wasn't especially good for her anyway. But she had still hoped it was worth something. As the player, you would just sell low-level equipment like that to some random trader and only get maybe 100 or so solars, which was the Empire's currency for it. But the game's economy hadn't been particularly advanced or realistic. You could, for example, sell the bones of the enemies you killed to that same merchant for 12 solars, or the plants you picked from the side of the road for maybe twice that. It had been a great game, but in the end, she wasn't planning on trusting the appraisals of a system where the only balancing done was probably in regards to ensuring the player didn't grow overly powerful too fast. As such, she had wanted to do some research of her own on the value of some of the game's equipment, and it was good that she'd decided to double-check these things. Despite being comparatively low-level gear in Chronicle of Realms, many of the items she'd gathered were still moderately useful equipment, and some of them were even artifacts. For example, the Plate of Torn Resilience was a decent artifact she and Kat had found in an old abandoned troll cave a fair distance away from the city. It was a rare piece of equipment that she was pretty sure gave a decent boost to your stamina in exchange for your HP, or whatever the equivalent was in this world. Guessing from the description she'd read, it just cut into you and made you bleed slightly, or something along those lines. Although she hadn't bothered to test it. As nice as it was finding these items, she only wished they'd been more useful to her specifically. The only item she'd actually chosen to keep for herself was a rare ring of umbral defiance that heightened her resistance to all dark-type damage. Resistances were another thing she was unsure of how they worked in this world, and it was definitely a matter she should try looking into later on. But right now it was the closest thing she had to any real defense. She should probably do something about that. She had plans, but those were still a while away. At least she had the protection of Cat for the moment. She moved aside a piece of parchment as she kept browsing through the papers in front of her. She had 9 items she wanted to sell all in all, excluding the old Zuvarian coins. And even the cheapest of those items had been appraised at a value of 1,000 solars. If they were put up to an auction, she'd at a minimum earn 15,000 solars just from the equipment, even if she counted the cut an auction house was likely to take. And the Zuvarian coins she'd gathered, which numbered probably somewhere in the hundreds, were probably somewhere close to that value too. She wasn't certain if they were considered a collector's item, or if the material they were made of was just worth that much. But she was looking at earning somewhere above 30,000 from just these 4 excursions she'd gone on since she got here. She still had to do some more research regarding the purchasing power of the local currency in this world. But considering that you could buy a house for 100,000 solars in the game, she could at least assume that it was a decent amount despite the game's inaccuracies in the subject. Now, if she were to guess, 3,000 solars probably wasn't that much compared to what she had access to as the head of the Hartford family. But these were all loot from just a few low-level dungeons. There had been hundreds of dungeons spread about the world in Chronicle of Realms, and the worth of the higher-level items was bound to increase by a lot. Of course, she had to find all the dungeons first, but that was something she had decent expectations about for at least some of them. All things considered, she was relatively confident in earning money in this world. The real question was what to do with it all. She still barely had any idea of how she ended up here to begin with. Some extra cash probably wouldn't solve that problem. But knowing the kinds of problems that would start popping up in the future, she felt like being prepared in as many ways as she could be was the right choice for now. That included training. She'd spent at least 1 or 2 hours every day the past week training the use of her current magic with Cat. The Shielder had taken to sparring with her, acting with a large handicap, and instructing Scarlet of how to best make use of her aqua mines in a fight. The woman had almost seemed borderline masochistic with how she encouraged Scarlet to use them against her. Of course, Scarlet's attacks couldn't really injure the woman as long as Cat had whatever magical defense she used up. And Scarlet had intentionally avoided aiming at any of Cat's barrier's weak points, though she doubted she could hit any of them yet, even if she tried. But the excitement that seemed to fill the woman when she fought was weird to see. It wasn't really something Scarlet had noticed before, but the training definitely had an effect. For one thing, her mana was increasing at a steady pace as long as she kept using it as she did. It seemed to improve by a little under 10 or so per day at the rate she was going. Other than that, her control of her aqua mines was also improving slowly. In the raid on the Grey Dog Gang, she had used a few of them basically as bricks to keep people away from her. But that wasn't an efficient way of using them. Considering how she only truly could make full use of them when she used them against an unshielded opponent or against their weak points, she still had to get faster at making them and better at aiming. As it was now, she doubted she could use them in a real fight just yet. As for the matter of learning spells, there hadn't been much progress, or any, actually. The lessons Cat had given her hadn't done much to shed light on the matter. Unfortunately, she barely knew where to begin with that right now. She had read through a couple of the books she'd found, though that hadn't helped much. But she wasn't about to give up just yet. She was planning on giving those books a more thorough look in the near future. With that in mind, she turned away from the appraisal documents and looked at another pile of papers that lay to her right. Unfortunately, the contents of these documents weren't as welcome. She let out a short sigh and moved these documents closer to look them over again. Despite almost a week having passed, they hadn't made much progress in finding a place to send the children. The servants were working themselves tired taking care of the mansion, as well as the kids. The original idea of potentially sending them to orphanages in the city had essentially been put to a halt. It turned out that none of the orphanages in Freybrook had many empty slots. At most, 2 or 3 per orphanage, and barely any of them had caretakers that spoke Vonian. For a brief moment, Scarlett had considered just splitting the children into smaller groups and dividing them between the orphanages, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do that. She was far from a saint. Frankly, she didn't want to spend a bunch of her time taking care of the affairs of a group of children. There was too much on her plate as it was. She had nothing but a vague and superficial idea of how the noble society and the laws worked around here. She was sure that there was a bunch of things about the whole Count Notley situation that she was completely missing. And then there was the issue of the Angler Man and the hallowed cabal possibly coming after her, as well as the question of whether she would ever be able to find a way back home. There was just too much for her to do, and learn to waste time dealing with these children with whom she had barely even interacted with. But there were still limits to what she could bring herself to do. When her own parents had died, one of her worst fears had been that she would be separated from her younger sister. She had fought and gone through several hardships to stay with her sister, and she didn't feel comfortable subjecting other kids to a situation like that, no matter their circumstances. These children might not be related, but they were all refugees who had been kidnapped and gone through terrifying things together. Now they were stuck in a foreign land where barely anyone spoke their language with nothing but each other. Although they all adored Kat and seemed to have opened up slightly to some of the servants, there was still a bond between the kids that she didn't want to break. She might be in the role of a villainess, but that didn't mean she always had to fill that role. She drummed her finger rhythmically against the wooden desk as she looked at one of the large oil paintings that hung on the walls of the office. Evelyn had sent her a message that she was looking into finding a way of dealing with the children, but there was nothing conclusive from that end quite yet. At this point, it would almost be easier to just establish an orphanage herself just to solve this whole mess. Things would have been much easier if the Vonian delegates she'd contacted had been willing to help. As it was, they'd largely just ignored her letters and turned away the people she'd sent, saying that it was not part of their purview. She wasn't certain whether they simply didn't care because it only concerned a group of orphans or if they actually couldn't help. Though the thought did occur to her that she might have accidentally caused an international incident by contacting them. Nonetheless, it didn't look like her plate would get much less full anytime in the immediate future. Perhaps she could organize some kind of crowdfunding or charity for the matter. Or was that even something people in this world did? She knew there existed charities even during the Middle Ages back in her world. But this place was different enough so that it was hard to know. Though in any case, setting up something like that sounded like more trouble than it was worth. Especially with the kind of reputation she was bound to have. She probably wasn't known to be kind-hearted enough for something like that. It was at times like these that she actually understood the allure of being a real villainess. As she sat there and debated with herself whether it might be worth trying to subtly inquire into how large of a wealth she actually had access to, a knock rang out from the office's door. She straightened her back and looked up. "Enter!" The door opened, and Garside stepped into the room. His graying hair and black suit were as slick as always, as he bowed to her with one arm bent behind his back and one in front. "My lady, a meal has been prepared for you in the dining hall. Scarlett raised an eyebrow. Has it already been that long? She asked in slight surprise. She glanced towards a beautiful silver clock piece that sat on the left side of the desk, next to the gilded mirror that belonged to the original Scarlett. It was already 2 in the afternoon, it seemed. She had asked the clock to be placed there a couple days ago after she kept losing track of time. She didn't know why the original never bothered setting a clock in the office. But considering how she herself kept forgetting it was there, she might not be the best person to speak on the matter. I took the liberty of ordering it ready myself, Garside said. Then he went quiet for a moment. My lady has been quite busy lately. This is not the first time this has happened in recent times. Scarlett narrowed her eyes. That sounded dangerously close to an admonishment. It surprised her that he dared to talk like that to her. Most of the other servants would be down on the floor, begging, if they thought they had said anything that would anger her. One young girl had actually done just that just a few days ago. But what surprised her even more right now was that she barely felt any true annoyance at Garside's words. You are right. I have been very inattentive this past week. He nodded his head at her words. That is why I have not brought it up yet. But I would like to remind you that you had scheduled an appointment in your calendar for tomorrow the 15th. An appointment. Indeed. Dame Trista Denholm of the Imperial Solar Knight's wedding. Scarlett frowned. The original Scarlett was supposed to go to a wedding tomorrow, and that of an Imperial Knight. I had forgotten, she said, as she tapped the desk. Exactly when was this? We have already booked a passage through the Kilnstone to Ambercrest at 11 in the morning. My lady, Garside said in a steady tone. The ceremony is scheduled to begin at 1, although you will likely miss most of the pre-ceremonial gathering. We have also booked a return passage through the Kilnstone at 7 in the evening. So the wedding was in Ambercrest. That was a city closer to the center of the empire, slightly east of the capital. It was quite a distance away. In the game, it would take well over an hour if you walked the whole way, and it would take far longer in real life. That's where Kilnstone came into play. They were the Chronicle of Realms equivalents to fast travel. In lore, they were supposed to be another kind of artifact left by the Zuvarians. Most major cities had one, and there were a few out in the wilds, too. After discovering one, the player could use another Kilnstone in the world to travel to it in the future. She knew there was supposed to be one in Freybrook, but she hadn't had time to go and check it out yet. Honestly, she would prefer to cancel this appointment and inform this Dame Trista that she was too busy to come. But she couldn't very well do that after she had already accepted the invite. If any of the stereotypes about nobles were true, then that was a one-way ticket to causing a grudge, and she didn't want to create any more enemies than she might already have. Very well, Scarlett said as she rose from her chair. Thank you for reminding me of this matter. Of course, my lady, Garside responded and moved to open the door for her as she exited the office. Inform Kat of tomorrow's plans as well, she said, as she began walking through the mansion's halls, with Garside only a few steps behind her. I do not know if she has any clothing suitable for a wedding. The invite was only for one. My lady, I am afraid Miss Breeden will have to forego accompanying you on this venture. Scarlett went quiet to think about it for a moment. Very well. Inform her that she will still be joining me on the ride to Ambercrest. However, while she wasn't fond of the idea of walking around unprotected, it wasn't likely to become a problem if she were around other people at a wedding. The bride was also an Imperial Solar Knight, so there are bound to be many strong people present. And hopefully the wedding wouldn't go on for too long. It was a bit earlier than what she had planned, but she could probably make some quick preparations. There was a place around the Ambercrest area that she wanted to visit. Chapter 16. Road trips are fun, right? Scarlett and Kat both sat in the carriage as it moved through the bustling streets of Freybrook. Kat wore the outfit she usually wore when they weren't going out on any of their dungeon runs, a piece of black and brown clothing that was easy to move around in, but had her hands on her legs and looked uncharacteristically orderly. Scarlett noted. Scarlett herself wore a dark red dress that reached her shoulders and flowed down into a fancy neckline. The dress only covered half of her arms and had far too loose sleeves for her tastes, as well as a waistline that was just a little bit too tight. It wasn't something she would usually choose to wear, but since she was going to a wedding, and she didn't know much of the local practices, she'd asked the servants to pick something for her. She was starting to regret that choice now that they'd left the mansion. However, the only pieces of apparel that she'd chosen herself were the half-circular charms of apperception that hung from her earlobes and the ring of umbral defiance. She doubted anything bad would happen at the wedding, but that didn't mean she would leave all her means of self-defense behind. And it just so happened that the amber gem affixed to both the earrings paired well with her dress for the day. Where exactly was this wedding? Kat asked, as the carriage passed by a large square with several market stalls set up in rows across its center. The woman seemed to startle a little as Scarlett turned to look at her. "My lady," she added on quietly. Scarlett examined Kat's face. Not once during the past week and a half that she'd known her had Kat bothered to use any kind of special address when speaking to her. "Did no one inform you?" Kat shrugged her shoulders, but quickly paused and lightly shook her head instead. "I just heard we were taking the carriage and that you'd be—" She seemed to think about what word to use for a moment. "Attending by yourself." Scarlett gave the shielder another look, before turning away to the window. "I see," she said, and observed the buildings outside. She was starting to recognize the surroundings from the game now. They had moved into central Freybrook, where many businesses and shops made their residence. In stark contrast to many of the other districts in the city, the buildings around here were old, and most only had one floor. It made for a much more pleasant atmosphere than the claustrophobic feel in the district where the snow show fishery had been located. The roads were also wider, so there was a decent amount of carriages and wagons that traveled back and forth. Scarlett's eyes locked onto a large structure further down the road. "I appreciate that you still chose to join me. However," she said offhandedly to Kat, "as for where we are going, the reception is held in Ambercrest." "Ambercrest, I thought it was in the city." "You thought wrong." "Wait, are we taking the Kilnstone there?" "We are," Scarlett answered Kat's question as she watched the carriage drive down the cobbled road towards a wide circular square where it met up with several other roads. At the center of the square was a large platform with an open marble structure supported by several pillars in a ring. There were 2 queues on either side of the platform. One of them was noticeably longer than the other, and was mostly filled with people and wagons that looked like they might belong to different kinds of merchants. A few of the insignias on the sides of the wagons were ones she recognized from storefronts in the city. The other line, although being much shorter, clearly housed the more important people. There were no people in it per se, but rather several expensive-looking carriages and their horses. She could only assume the emblems on the sides of those carriages were the coats of arms of different noble families. Their coachman soon began steering the vehicle around the outskirts of the square before turning towards that second line. Scarlett turned her attention to the structure itself. Through the curled pillars, she could see a tall obelisk floating at its center, its surface a clear reflective gray reminiscent of the Mirror of Communion. This was the Kilnstone, another of the ancient artifacts left behind by the Zuvarian civilization and the player's main way of traveling around later in the game. This particular Kilnstone had several guards in green gambesons and polished cuirasses standing guard around it, with a couple of men in stately black uniforms with ledgers in their hands, seemingly being the ones in charge. She saw as one of them peered down at his ledger for a moment before waving a group of 3 wagons from the longer queue forward. Scarlet turned back to Kat to see the woman looking at the kilnstone too. "Have you not traveled via the kilnstone before?" she asked. "Well, I have," Kat said, looking back at Scarlet. "But I haven't traveled through it that much. The few times I've done it is when the guild has had urgent requests for senior shielders. It just feels weird to use it for a wedding." She grimaced as if she forgot herself. "My lady." Scarlet gestured to the long lines leading up to the platform. "There seem to be many others that make use of it regularly." Kat looked out the window. "Yes, but I bet most of those are rich traders or nobles like you. I do not see why there could not be common people among them as well. After all, in the game, she'd used the kilnstones to travel around long before her characters had gotten any real wealth or made a name for themselves. It wasn't that expensive. Maybe, but don't you usually have to book months ahead?" Scarlet frowned. Why would that be necessary? There had never been such a feature in the game. There. It had been enough to just walk up to the kilnstone and pay the fee if you were in one of the cities. It probably wouldn't have made for good game design if the game forced you to plan your fast traveling several months in advance. But this wasn't the first detail in this world that was different from the game. The dungeons, quests, and items all appeared to stay the same, albeit expanded upon, but details such as this seemed inclined to have gone through slight changes. "Aren't there only a limited amount of uses every day?" Kat's voice brought Scarlet out of her musing. "That's what I heard at least. Although I guess that doesn't matter as much to you because you're a noble." Scarlet stared at Kat. It seemed she had to read up on how these kilnstones actually worked. It was becoming clear her assumptions about it were far from correct. Turning away from the shielder, Scarlet watched as their carriages situated itself at the back of the queue behind the other nobles' carriages. Another person in a black uniform and ledger in hand slowly walked up to the front of their carriage and appeared to check something with the coachman. Kat went quiet as well, and they sat in silence for a while as they waited for the line to move. "I had been meaning to ask," Scarlet eventually spoke. "Is there a reason for your unusual behavior today?" "Unusual, my lady." Scarlet turned her head towards Kat. The shielder still had her hands on her legs, with her back straight, as if she was at a formal dinner of some sort. It didn't fit the woman at all. "You have been addressing me as my lady." An embarrassed look appeared on Kat's face. Well, that's..." Scarlet waited for her to continue. "That butler guy told me I was acting improperly." Scarlet raised a brow. "Garside..." Kat nodded. Yes. He chewed me out yesterday evening, telling me I had to show more respect. I didn't think it was that big of a problem, but he told me it reflected poorly on you and all that." Scarlet listened to Kat's words and thought about it for a moment. Then she waved her hand in the air and turned her attention back to outside the window. "You do not have to bother with formality. I believe my actions thus far have demonstrated that it does not matter much to me." That was a little bit of a white lie. Informal behavior did annoy her, but she actually preferred it in Kat's case. It was one of the few of the original Scarlet's quirks that she could handle well enough to even attempt to get used to it. "You sure?" Kat asked. "I would not have said it if I was not." "Thank the gods." The relief was clear in her voice. "I was going crazy having to think about each and every word like that. Being all prim and proper really isn't worth it." "I would not say your behavior could be described as prim and proper. That would likely require more than exchanging going with attending and occasionally adjusting how you address me." Kat let out a sigh. "Believe me, I don't need you telling me I'm bad at it." She paused for a moment, before speaking again. "But won't that be a problem for you? Aren't nobles all about appearance and things like that? You are not one of my subordinates. I hired you for a job. I do not see how it is my business how you act while performing it, as long as you exhibit a modicum of respect. If others believe that should somehow reflect on me, then let them. I do not plan on wasting time preoccupying myself with what others think of me. Oh, I see, Kat mumbled. Scarlet glanced at her. I will admit, it does surprise me that you would care about these matters. I did not take you for such a person. Kat looked at her with a slightly peeved face. What? You think I would just ignore his warning? I did not think you cared. You showed no such signs when we first met. Ah, well, she hesitated for a second. I didn't, actually, care. That is, and you never said anything, so I didn't think it mattered. You thought correctly. Scarlet looked back out the window and towards the kilnstone just in time to see its reflective gray surface turn completely black as if it absorbed all the light from its surroundings. A moment later, a small group of people along with 3 wagons appeared in a show of light at the center of a large marked area next to the obelisk. One of the men in charge walked up to the group and exchanged words with them before jotting something down in his ledger. Well, I couldn't exactly ignore your butler's words, Kat continued. I think acting as your escort should also include not causing you any extra trouble, so I had to at least try. A laudable sentiment, despite its superfluousness, Scarlet said, as she watched the newly arrived group leave through a wide opening between the surrounding structure's white marble pillars. Super. What? Scarlet turned to Kat. Superfluousness. Something that is either more than needed or wanted. Ah, I see. Kat had a look of understanding on her face. Sorry. Sometimes the words you use throw me off. Scarlet looked at her. She was unsure what to say in response. As a content editor in her world, she was used to working with a wide and sometimes unusual vocabulary, even though she rarely used much of it when she spoke. But now that she had become Scarlet, speaking this way had become part of her nature. She had tried talking more like she used to, but it hadn't gone well. So far, it was the only thing she knew of that was even worse than trying to deal with her innate contempt for Scarlet's younger sister. Of course, she didn't want to arouse too much suspicion by suddenly changing how she spoke either. There were enough sudden and surprising actions she had performed, as it were. I will try to simplify my language, to the point where she could, at least. That's not really necessary. Kat shook her head, as if she didn't consider it to be that important. I don't think I'm one to tell you how to speak. Just do what you do. Very well. Scarlet looked out the window again as the both of them went quiet. There were 4 carriages ahead of them in the queue, and it took about 30 minutes before they reached the front. In that time, 3 different groups of people in wagons had teleported here through the kilnstone and left through the same gap between the pillars as the first group she'd seen. Eventually, one of the men in charge waved their carriage forward, and she heard the coachman urge the horse onward a moment later. He steered them around the tall obelisk and towards a marked area on the opposite side of the area where people teleporting to Freybrook ended up. The same man that waved them forward ensured they were within the marked space before waving forward another carriage that had been behind theirs in the line and repeating the process. He then pulled out a watch from his breast pocket and looked at it. 1 minute until transport. Make sure you don't leave the marked zone, he announced. Scarlet stole a glance at the other carriage next to them as they waited. It was completely black and larger than theirs, with 2 horses harnessed to its front instead of just 1. She felt that the insignia on the side of the carriage looked familiar, a dark green stag with golden eyes, but she couldn't quite pinpoint where she'd seen it before. She didn't have much time to think about it, as the kilnstone ahead of them suddenly sucked in all light around them, and everything grew completely dark for a millisecond. Then the artifact suddenly spat out all the color again, and the world filled with light as a new view appeared before them. The wide square surrounding the kilnstone was now situated on a large hill that overlooked a city to the left and a large body of water to the right. They had arrived in Ambercrest. Chapter 17. Banquets and Appetizers. The game world of Chronicle of Realms had been large, even for an open-world RPG. It covered the entirety of the Greynal Empire, and many of its cities, such as Freybrook and Kilsfell, were almost wholly traversable, each impressive in its own way. Trekking across the whole map on foot in the game took hours in real life. That's why all means of expediting that movement, such as mounts and fast travel using the kilnstones, had been an important part of the game. While those two were the most common methods, there were others. One Scarlet herself had used on several occasions were boats. The entire southern border of the empire touched what was known as the Innisling Sea, a rather tempestuous ocean with lots of interesting locations, such as the Rising Isle or the Forgotten Tower in it. In the Empire's southwestern region, not far east of Freybrook, began an estuary, that is, where a river meets the ocean known as the mouth of Greynal. It branched out into the River of Three Streams, both the largest and longest river in the whole empire. It continued all the way to the center of the empire's lands and split into Rellaria Lake, where the imperial capital Elisted was, and a delta of three smaller rivers. And to the east of Elisted, at the end on one of those forks of rivers, was the city of Ambercrest. The whole width of the river could be seen from the hill they found themselves at, and its length spread out far into the distance. In the game, one could just barely see Rellaria Lake from here. But even as she gazed out the carriage window in that direction, Scarlet couldn't see anything but water and land. She'd already felt it with Freybrook, but this really made it all the more clear how large this world actually was compared to the game. She looked away from the distant horizon and towards their new location. The city of Ambercrest was a walled city built at a point where the end of the river met a high and rocky cliffside. There was a fair distance down from most of the city to the water underneath. Jutting out from the cliffside were two outcroppings cliff hills. Really, that towered over the rest of the city. The hill they were currently on was one of those, while the other outcropping housed a large fort-like castle of almost tan stone. Not far from that was another piece of land that jutted out into the water, but down towards sea level rather than up. From their current vantage point, Scarlet could see a large number of ships anchored in the water around that little island. Ambercrest's harbor wasn't quite the size of Freybrook's, but Ambercrest also wasn't as much of a maritime city as Freybrook was. After a man in a black uniform similar to that of those men in charge of the kilnstone back in Freybrook walked up and performed a quick inspection of their carriage and the black carriage that had arrived with them, they were given permission to leave. Much like in Freybrook, the kilnstone here in Ambercrest had a large open circular structure around it that was supported by marble pillars. As their driver steered their carriage behind the other carriage and through a large gap in those pillars, they passed by a group of guards in red and started leaving the large square where the kilnstone was behind. Soon they were descending down a broad stone road towards the city itself, passing through an open gate and inside Ambercrest's walls. The coachman seemed to know exactly where they were going, as their carriage soon deftly moved through the packed streets of the city. Unlike Freybrook, where many of the buildings were built out of wood and cut stone, the buildings here in Ambercrest were made of light brown and red bricks with colored roofs. All in all, the city was much more colorful than Freybrook was. That was certain. It took around 10 minutes before the carriage entered a part of the city that was plainly more well off than the rest. Mansions began surrounding them left and right, as well as there being a clear difference in the quality of the road they traveled on and the clothing of the people she sometimes spotted. Although unlike Freybrook, where there was enough space in the richer district for almost all the mansions to have large estates attached to them, here all the buildings were built tightly next to each other. There weren't many gardens or other empty areas that she could see from the building's facades. Soon enough, the carriage drove up and stopped before the gates of a particularly large mansion, which actually had a short walkway up to its entrance. Scarlet only had to wait for a moment before the coachman had moved back to open the carriage door for her. "We have arrived, my lady," the man said. It wasn't the same youth who she'd grown used to when she went out on excursions around Fraybrook with Kat. This man was much older and more used to these kinds of events. She did wonder whether the Hartford family employed its carriage drivers full-time or if that was done some other way. Turning her head towards Kat, she spoke. "I will take my leave. The coachman will take you wherever you wish in the city. I trust that you will be fine on your own." It would be a shame if she brought the woman just for her to get lost in the city. Kat grinned. "I'll manage. I've been to Ambercrest before and know some of the local guild members. It'll be fun to meet up with them." "Good." Scarlett gave Kat a short nod before rising from her seat and stepping out of the carriage. "I will bring Miss Breeden to her desired location and return immediately, my lady," the driver told her. "There is a spot for the carriages nearby. I will wait there for when you wish to leave." With that, the man gave a short bow and closed the carriage's door before climbing up at its front and getting the horse into motion with a click of his tongue and a light whisk of the reins. Scarlett observed them leave for a moment, pondering how she was supposed to inform the man when she wanted to leave. She turned to the gate of the mansion. Well, a servant was bound to be able to help with that. Hopefully. She walked towards the gate where two guards with truncheons at their side looked at her. A brown-haired man in a suit, he looked to be a servant of some kind, had exited from a small sentry box and greeted her as she closed in. "Welcome, my lady. Are you here for the reception?" he asked, with the same kind of smile you'd see on a salesman trying to convince you of the perks of getting a new vacuum cleaner. "I am," she answered curtly. The man took out a small book from his inner pocket and opened it. "May I ask for your name?" "Baroness Scarlett Hartford." The man looked down at the book, flipping through its pages as a small frown appeared on his brow. "Is there a problem?" She meant it as a question, but the way it came out, it sounded more like a demand. The man looked at her with an awkward expression, trying to avoid her gaze. "Not at all, my lady. It's just that—" She saw drops of sweat begin to form on his forehead. After a moment, he turned around and gestured to the guards to open the gate before turning back to her. "It seems like there might have been a slight mistake with bookkeeping on our end. Nothing your ladyship has to worry about. You may enter the estate immediately." He performed a bow. "The pre-ceremonial banquet has already begun in the inner garden. If you ask a servant, they will lead you there. The ceremony itself will begin at 1 o'clock. He cautiously looked up at her. "Does the Baroness have any companion that will arrive later?" She scowled at him. Were one not supposed to go to these kinds of events by themselves? As far as she was aware, she had only received an invitation for one person. Although maybe she was expected to arrive with other attendees or something like that. She had seen that kind of thing in books and shows. "I am by myself," she told him in a cold voice. "Any further questions?" A half-panicked expression appeared on his face. No, of course not, your ladyship. How would I dare to question one such as you, please? The bride and groom bid you welcome." He gestured towards the mansion. Deciding not to frighten the man more than necessary, Scarlett let him be and began walking towards the building. When she reached the double-doored entrance, it was opened from the inside by a short blonde woman in servant's clothing, who stood to the side of the entrance. Scarlett gave the woman a short look before entering the foyer of the mansion. It was lit up by a large chandelier hanging from the roof and had 2 flights of carpeted stairs that led to a second floor, as well as several doors that seemed to lead to other parts of the building. "The reception is held in the gardens, my lady," the woman who'd opened the doors told her. "Shall I lead you there?" Scarlett examined the room for a moment longer before turning to the woman. "Yes. Lead the way." The servant threw one last glance out the doors before closing them and curtsying to Scarlett. Then, "Follow me, my lady." She leaned her head down as she spoke, and didn't meet Scarlet's eyes as she spun around and started leading Scarlet through the mansion. They passed through a door at the far end of the foyer, into a hallway that led past what looked like a reception hall and music room, before coming out to an open pathway between two different parts of the mansion. The left side of the pathway opened up into a large garden that was completely enclosed on all sides by other sections of the mansion, with the garden itself being packed full of tables and people socializing. At the center of the garden stood a tall statue of some man Scarlet didn't recognize, and at the other end of the area she could barely make out through the throngs of people a raised white platform with a roof that had what resembled suns hanging from it, probably made out of paper or something like it. The bride and groom have yet to make their entrance, but you are free to take part in the festivities, the servant said, and Scarlet turned her attention back to the woman, only for the woman to give her another curtsy and immediately take her leave. Scarlet raised a brow at the action, before looking back out over the mass of people. She spotted a table that appeared to hold some manner of hors d'oeuvres not too far away from her, and decided to go there for now. Some of those who were nearby seemed to take notice of her, but she didn't pay them any mind. It had been a while since she ate, and while she didn't want to go against whatever norms there might be around here, she also doubted the original Scarlet would have cared much about small things like this. Stopping at the table, she eyed the different side dishes for a moment, picking up something that looked a lot like some kind of crostini with cheese cream on it. She tried a bite. It was decent. Not as good as some of the other stuff she had tried in this world. Maybe the Hartford's chef was just that good. She reminded herself that she should meet the person sometime. Picking up another small dish, she turned her head and examined her surroundings. To be honest, she was at a complete loss as to what she should do next. This whole wedding business had been sprung on her quite suddenly. She was still hoping she'd find some book on noble etiquette in the mansion. But even if she did, it would be unlikely to cover subjects like these. It would have been useful if she had someone to ask about these things, but doing that would undoubtedly arouse suspicion she didn't want. As her gaze moved across the attendees of the wedding, she suddenly heard a voice approach her from the Cid. "If it isn't Baroness Hartford, I'm surprised to see you here at this wedding." Scarlet turned around to see a middle-aged man in what she could only describe as a black, half-open fantasy suit with gold inlays and buttons moving towards her. He had deep golden hair and walked arm in arm with a raven-haired woman in a wide, dark blue dress that looked at her with a small smile. "It has been a while, Baroness," the man said as a greeting. "You look great in that dress, dear." The woman gestured her hand towards Scarlet. Scarlet examined them both closely for a second, before ever so slightly nodding her head towards the man. "It has," she said, before turning to the woman. "And your dress is quite fitting as well." The man smiled and brought his hands forward. "Let me introduce you to Baroness. This is my wife, Viscountess Irina Clapham. Irina, I'm sure you were already aware, but this is Baroness Scarlet Hartford." Scarlet glanced at him. That had to make this man Viscount Clapham. "Why, of course I knew." The Viscountess motioned with her hand in her husband's direction. "I'm sure her name has been on the lips of everyone who has read this week's issue of the Imperial Chronicle." Scarlet lifted an eyebrow. That wasn't a name she was expecting to hear here. The Imperial Chronicle was the national newspaper in the Graynal Empire. In the game, it was released on a weekly basis and was mostly a way for the player to learn of potential events and quests across the world during the course of the game. "I am afraid I am unaware as to exactly what it is that you are referring to. I have not been informed of any article or the like regarding me," she said. "Goodness." The Viscountess covered her mouth. "You didn't even know I read it just yesterday. To think that such vile criminals were present in Freybrook of all places. I'm glad that you dealt with them. What did they write about her, and why had she missed this?" She would have to ask Garside about it when she returned this evening. It appears as if my contribution in the matter has been exaggerated. Getting too much attention on herself at this time might introduce unexpected factors. It sounded like more trouble than it was worth at the moment. Much of the recognition goes to Count Notley and the members of the Shields Guild who participated in the subjugation of the criminals. Oh my, how humble! How unexpected! For you to give the credit to others, Baroness, Viscount Clapham said. Scarlet met his eyes. I do not make it a custom to take what isn't mine. I am not giving any credit, merely ensuring that it is acknowledged where it should be. The Viscount smiled. Of course, pardon my gaffe. I'm simply glad those kinds of unsavory elements were dealt with appropriately. As am I. Speaking of, how are things over in Freybrook? It has been a while since I last visited. How's your sister? Scarlet kept a neutral expression. She is well, although we are both quite busy due to the current circumstances. As I thought you would be. I'm sure there's much to deal with after. The Viscount went quiet as his eyes moved to behind Scarlet. A moment later, she felt a hand grab hold of her left shoulder and forcibly turn her around. She was met face to face with a handsome man with dark black hair and a black military dolman that had a gold trimming and collar. His sleeves were white with wide gold bracelets, and on his chest hung dozens of small medals, as well as a large golden medallion in the shape of the sun. He looked at her with a large scowl. What are you doing here? Chapter 18. I pronounce you, and all that. Scarlet stared at the man's face. She was pretty certain she recognized him. What was it, Leon Desmond Delman? She'd written it down somewhere. Anyhow, he was a rather prominent figure in certain parts of the game and was the vice-captain of the Imperial Solar Knights, which said a lot considering they were the strongest knight order in the Empire. She hadn't interacted with him as much as she could have, because she never reached the capital in her third playthrough, which was supposed to be her knight playthrough. As such, most of her knowledge of him was from late-game events, but he was still memorable enough of a character. Despite her not expecting to meet him here like this, she looked at the hand that was on her shoulder. What was that? She found herself asking sharply. He kept scowling at her as he removed his hand. What are you doing here? Scarlet. She eyed him. While the hostility wasn't odd considering Scarlet's background, she had no idea what exactly it was for. And honestly, she didn't appreciate it. She wasn't sure if it was the Scarlet part or the Amy part of her, but she found herself growing more annoyed by the second. Is there a reason I cannot be here? We'll leave you young people alone for now. She heard from behind her and turned to see Viscount Clapham lock arms with his wife. We can speak more at a later time. His wife smiled at her. It was a pleasure finally meeting you, Baroness Hartford. I hope we can have a conversation over tea sometime. Yes, excuse me, Scarlet said as to the couple as they walked away. Then she spun around to look at Leon again. What do you want to accomplish by coming here? He questioned. She raised an eyebrow at him. I am not quite sure what it is you are asking. I believe I received an invitation to attend this wedding. He scoffed. You're saying you're just here to attend as a normal guest. I do not see what else I could be here for. We both know that's a lie. Scarlet glanced around their surroundings. There were quite a number of eyes aimed at them. You seem to be rather certain of it. Yes, that does not constitute us both. She gestured around them. Now, is that all you had to say? Or did you choose to cause a disturbance for another reason? He looked around the garden at the people close to them for a second before letting out a sigh. Fine, but don't expect me to escort you. And if you try anything to disrupt Tilda's marriage, know that I won't stand still. I neither had such expectations nor thoughts to begin with, she said. He stared quietly at her for a moment. She met his eyes with her own annoyed gaze. Eventually, he shook his head and left towards a group of people some distance away that wore similar uniforms as he. She watched him walk away. That had been a short, but rather intensive exchange. She wondered what kind of relationship he and the original Scarlet had had. It clearly wasn't a normal one. At least, and she certainly hadn't helped that any now. But what was she supposed to do when he approached her in such a rude manner? Apologize for whatever she had done and try to appease him, just the thought made her feel like retching. No matter what the original had done, she wasn't quite willing to go to those lengths for a stranger. She'd been pushing it even with Evelyn. Scarlet didn't get much more time to analyze the matter in her head before something else forced her to pay attention to her surroundings. A young blonde woman in a wide yellow dress approached her with hesitant steps, shying away slightly when Scarlet shifted her gaze towards her. She looked to be a few years younger than Scarlet, maybe somewhere in her early 20s. "Yes?" Scarlet asked, not bothering to hide all of the annoyance that was still present in her voice. The woman spun her head towards a group of ladies next to a nearby table, then back to Scarlet. Are you the Baroness Hartford?" she asked. "I am." The woman almost looked startled by the brusque answer, taking a second to regain her reason and grab the edges of her dress in some kind of curtsy greeting. "I am Salvina Stansfield. I've heard much about the Baroness." "I'm sure you have." Scarlet looked the woman over. "Was there something you needed?" Salvina's eyes widened. I wanted to ask if you wished to join us in our discussions. We noticed you were alone." Scarlet had barely been left by herself for more than 10 seconds. But apparently, that constituted alone to them. She observed the group of women that were glancing at the two of them for a moment. Of course, none of them were someone she recognized. And from the way Salvina greeted her, it didn't seem as if any of them knew her personally. She considered it for a second, then nodded her head. "As you expended the effort to extend the offer, I will accept." She didn't know what else to do here anyway, and it would be easier to interact with people who didn't have any relations with the original Scarlet. Salvina looked somewhat surprised by the answer, but the younger woman quickly changed into a smile and led Scarlet towards her companions. The group of women introduced themselves as they approached, and Scarlet nodded along with their words. She doubted she would remember any of them later on. "So," one of the women, a tall brunette in a red dress not too dissimilar to Scarlet's, said, "We were just discussing the soon-to-be newlyweds." "Is that so?" Scarlet turned her attention to the woman. "Yes. Master Corbin opened a business in the capital just last year and has been frequenting it often. A line of boutiques. It has been going rather well. My husband even invested in it recently. Supposedly it was through this business that he met Dame Trista." Another woman cut in. "Love at first sight, I heard." "Oh, how nice that must be," a woman that looked slightly older than the rest said, and waved her hand in front of her. "My own husband can't tell a boutique from a saloon. It would all have been so much easier if I could just have fallen madly in love when I first saw him." The women laughed at her words, and Scarlet watched on with the closest she could to a fake smile, though it might honestly have been more like a sneer. She wasn't sure she could laugh, even if she wanted to. But I heard Dame Trista doesn't enjoy visiting boutiques often. So how did she and Master Corbin end up meeting?" Salvina asked. "I have never met the bride myself, so I wouldn't know." "Neither have I. What about you, Baroness Hartford?" The brunette looked at Scarlet with an expression that Scarlet found distinctly irritating. "You have had quite the number of run-ins with the bride. Have you not?" Scarlet had no idea what kind of run-ins that was, but from the woman's tone, she could guess they weren't especially cordial, which would also explain Leon's earlier behavior. "I have also had many run-ins with the guards at my estate. That does not mean that I know what they enjoy as their pastime," she said. It was essentially a wager what to answer here. Anyway, I ask that you do not confuse acquaintance with familiarity. The woman flinched momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. You misunderstand. I just meant that you might have heard something. Isn't Dame Trista a colleague of your fiancé? He might have mentioned something. Scarlet had a fiancé, and they were also an imperial knight. This was the first she heard of it. It couldn't be. Although judging from the display earlier, perhaps Sir Leon doesn't have the kind of relationship where he would share such matters with the Baroness. Scarlet shifted her gaze towards where Leon was conversing with the group of uniformed people. That man was her fiancé. She wouldn't have thought so from their earlier interaction. Now she almost felt a little bit bad for the way she acted. Well, that wasn't entirely true, but she thought it would be logical to feel bad about it. At least. She held back a sigh as she turned back to the woman. How bothersome. I do not believe my relationship with Sir Leon is any of your concern. Lady Ayla, you may blather of whatever you wish when by yourself, but do not try to interpose yourself into my matters. The brunette froze at her words as the other ladies awkwardly looked around. Scarlet didn't bother saying anything more. She'd obviously botched this interaction. Ahem. Salvina eventually spoke. Baroness, I recently read that you fought an organization of criminals. Oh, I also heard about that. How impressive. I don't think I would have the courage to do something dangerous like that. Scarlet held back a scowl as several of the women chimed in with their thoughts. At the rate this news was spreading, the whole empire would know about it soon enough. She could just hope it didn't get out of hand and instead got forgotten in another week or so, as most news tended to do. To think you did something like that, Salvina continued in an astonished voice. I had heard the Hartfords were a family of skillful magicians, but that you could take on a large gang of criminals like that. It was neither particularly impressive, nor did Scarlet personally do that much. They were a relatively low-level gang, and the original Scarlet was even half responsible for those crimes. She really had to read this article as soon as she returned. It makes one wonder how skilled you are, the brunette uttered. Maybe you're even a match for your fiancé. Oh my, could that be true? As strong as the vice-captain of the Solar Knights. She wanted to scoff as all the women's attention gathered on her. Leon Delman was level 75 towards the end of the game. That was only 5 levels lower than the player at max level. Meanwhile, she would be lucky if she was even considered level 20 right now. Comparing the two of them was ridiculous. Of course, none of these women would know anything about levels and all that. But surely, they should at least know the difference between one of the strongest knights in the Empire and some small-time villainess. Well, that wasn't her problem. Not like telling them otherwise would do much. She let them think what they wanted and said no more on the matter. Soon enough, the discussion changed to another subject the women had an interest in. Scarlet didn't particularly enjoy or participate in the conversations much, but she was unsure what else to do until the ceremony started, so she stayed put. Much to the dismay of at least a couple of the women, it seemed, although they didn't show it too much more. Eventually, people started moving about in the garden, and it looked as if things were starting to happen. She found herself wishing she had a watch to check the time as she joined the throng of people that were starting to gather close to the statue at the central part of the garden. Soon enough, a man and a woman walked out from one of the surrounding buildings. The woman had long copper blonde hair that was tied behind her shoulders and wore a bright white dress with golden tracery down its sides. While she could certainly be described as beautiful, the woman had a very hard appearance. Scarlet mused. She didn't look like the kind of person who smiled much. Compared to her, the man was pure joviality. He had a short, ginger-brown beard, as well as neatly cut hair, and wore a set of plush blue clothing. A huge smile was plastered on his face as he walked beside his fiancée, and took in everyone's greetings. Scarlet didn't recognize either of their faces from the game, as she had thought. None of them were major characters. It did surprise her slightly, though, that she felt a tinge of annoyance when she looked at the bride. It appeared the original Scarlet had strong feelings about Trista Denholm. Relatively strong, at least stronger than for her fiancé, it seemed. And to some degree Garside, she suspected. It was far from being as bad as with Evelyn, however, so she managed to keep a neutral expression on her face as the couple passed through the mass of people, with a short train of men and women walking arm in arm behind them. Maybe those were some variety of bridesmaids and best men. The bride herself seemed to have noticed her, Trista's eyes widening as she glared at Scarlet. Scarlet didn't show any reaction and watched as both the bride and groom kept moving towards the raised platform that stood at the end of the garden. Eventually, Trista was forced to move her attention away from Scarlet. It didn't seem as if she had been aware Scarlet was coming either. Scarlet was starting to grow suspicious about the whole matter. As the soon-to-be-wed couple climbed up a small set of stairs onto the platform, music began ringing out across the garden. Scarlet spun her head to see a small musical quartet that she hadn't noticed before, gathered to the side of the area in front of the platform where dozens of rows of chairs were lined up. All the guests started moving towards those chairs, and Scarlet looked around to find where she could sit. The rows were separated so it created a small aisle in the middle, much like what you often saw at weddings in her world. So she wondered if those related to the groom or bride should maybe sit on different sides. Unfortunately, she had no idea which category she was supposed to fit into. So when she spotted Viscount Clapham and his wife sitting themselves down at the center of one of the rows, she merely sat herself down further out on that same row. Then she began watching the proceedings with a calm expression. Up till this point, it hadn't looked much different from a classical wedding in her world. The bride and groom now stood at opposite ends of the platform. Soon, another figure came walking down the impromptu aisle between the chairs and moved towards the platform. They wore a heavy and complicated set of gold-emblazoned red robes, as well as a golden mask that was shaped like two squares interposed over each other at the front. With one square angled 45 degrees to it looked similar to an octagon. The middle of the mask's face was completely white and had two pieces of cloth hanging down with odd symbols on them. It was one of the priests of Itar, the god of the sun and patron deity of the Grainal Empire. The followers of Itar had been an oft-present faction in the game that Scarlet was very familiar with. The priest walked up the platform and moved to its center with slow steps. They then turned around to the mass of guests and threw their hands, which were hidden by a pair of white gloves, into the air. The music stopped. "Revered men and women," a man's voice rang out. "Today is a day of celebration. For you, as well as the resplendent Itar, are all here to attest to and bear witness to one of the oldest and most beautiful rites there is." Scarlet felt like rolling her eyes. Most priests in the game were like this. There wasn't necessarily anything wrong with it, but it felt horribly cliched for a clergyman in a fantasy game. She knew that wasn't all they were about, but it was still a prevalent part of their characters. As one might have expected, the priest soon went into a long speech about Itar and the origins of the wedding rites. Scarlet wasn't particularly interested and only half paid attention, wondering if they did this for all weddings. Felt like most attendants would get tired of it after visiting a wedding or two. If Scarlet was to guess, this went on for at least an hour before the priest stopped talking about the importance of this act and that. When he finally finished, the music gradually began playing again as he took several steps back on the platform and gestured towards the bride and groom, who both walked to the center of the platform from opposite ends. "As the sun rises and the sky turns, let Itar's light shine upon those that shall share an unbreakable bond," the priest proclaimed. "None but the glorious Itar shall break this bond, and none shall desecrate it. lest risk condemning themselves to eternity at the hands of the vials in the blazes. He turned towards the bride and groom both. "Are the two of you ready, in body and in mind, to pledge to these vows?" "Yes," both of them said at once. "Then I declare you both united under the watch of Itar, as husband and as wife." The two took a step forward and embraced each other with a deep kiss to the cheering of the audience. Scarlet lightly clapped her hands and inwardly let out a relieved sigh that things were starting to move forward. Hopefully there would be some banquet or the like afterward that she could attend for just a short while before leaving. There was still something she wanted to do here in Ambercrest, and she didn't have too much time before she had to return to Freybrook. When Trista and her new husband eventually let go of each other with smiles on their faces and took a step back, Scarlet thought it was almost done. But instead, the man turned towards one of the people that had stood close to him on the platform and received a parchment of paper. Then he spun towards the crowd, beaming. "If you all don't mind, I have something to say." Scarlet froze. They were holding speeches. Chapter 19. The Dine and Dash. Trista thanked the group of people before her for all their well-wishings and turned her head around to look for her husband. That term still felt odd to use. She'd never seen herself marrying during her years as a squire. Spotting his bronze-colored mane amongst a cluster of people near the large statue of Raciel the Resilient at the center of the garden, she briefly announced her leave to those she had been conversing with and made off towards her Corbin. She grabbed the hem of her dress to adjust it as she moved through the crowds of guests that all congratulated her as she passed by. She couldn't get used to wearing clothes like this. This day had been more intense than even some of the worst back when she had been a squire. There was just so much that they had had to do. Both she and Corbin woke up at 3 to begin with all the preparations and get ready for when the guests started arriving at 9. After greeting the first of them, it had all just been a flurry of things that had to be completed before the actual service, both ceremonial and other. And since the actual ceremony, she and Corbin had barely had a minute of free time to trade words with each other, which was especially irritating, as she had something she needed to ask him. As Trista approached the center of the garden, with determined steps, she scanned the people around her. She couldn't believe Scarlet was here. She'd kept worrying that blasted woman would do something the whole ceremony. Instead, Scarlet had just sat there in the audience, completely still. And when the speeches were over and the reception started, Trista had quickly lost sight of her in the crowd. But knowing the woman, she was probably planning some kind of deceptive scheme. Trista couldn't understand what she was doing here. Did she sneak in, or did Corbin invite her for some reason? She loved the man, but sometimes he did the most stupid things. Locking onto his back with her eyes, she walked past a group of her fellow knights and gave them a short greeting before walking up to Corbin and tapping him on his shoulder. He stopped his conversation with those in front of him and turned around. "Trista!" he exclaimed with a large smile and leaned in to kiss her. She returned the kiss before gesturing to the side. "Can we talk for a moment?" She saw him scrunch that nose of his in confusion, as he sometimes did before he nodded his head. "Of course." He took her hand as they moved a short distance away. "What was it that you wanted?" he asked as they stopped next to a small concrete plinth. He was tall, even for a man, so he ended up looking down at her. She stared up at him. "Did you invite Scarlet to the wedding?" "Scarlet?" He gave her an inquiring look. "Scarlet Hartford." A look of understanding spread across his face. "Ah, Baroness Hartford, yes. I did send her an invitation." Trista sighed. "Why did you do that?" He looked confused again. "Shouldn't I have the Hartfords have some involvement in my business? So I felt it was only right." "You should have told me if that was the case." "But she didn't accept it." Trista paused. "I saw her earlier." Corbin's eyebrows rose. "Are you sure? I'm certain I remember her sending a letter declining the invitation." Trista clenched her fists. Of course that woman would do something like that. Declining the invitation just to attend anyway. Whatever she could to cause a mess and insult her as much as possible. She didn't know what Scarlett was planning, but she wouldn't let it pass on the day of her wedding. Tell me if you see her. I'm going to make sure nothing disastrous happens, she told her husband. He gave her an uncertain okay as she walked off. She then walked around the garden for a short while, looking for Scarlett's burning red hair amongst the mass of people. In the process, she spotted Leon talking with Corbin's parents. The Viscount and his wife were starting to get on in years, but they were still as energetic as ever. They'd spent a lot of money organizing this whole wedding and inviting all the guests to their home. Walking up next to Leon, she looked at the Viscount and his wife. Father, Mother, do you mind if I borrow the vice captain for a moment? The Viscount gave her the largest smile. Corbin had taken a lot after his father. Of course not, dear. Just make sure to give my son some attention later, too, or he'll soon start crying. I'm sure. She smiled. Of course, Father. With that, the Viscount and Viscountess Stratford soon walked off, and Trista turned to Leon. Vice Captain, have you seen Scarlett? She asked him straight out. Leon shook his head, a scowl on his face. I spoke with her when she first arrived about an hour before the ceremony, but that's all. I haven't seen her for a while now. Did she do something? Trista shook her head with a sigh. Not yet, as far as I know, except for attending uninvited, but I also haven't seen her since the ceremony. I'm afraid of what she might do. Leon crossed his arms as he looked around the area. When I spoke with her, she told me she wasn't planning anything. You believe her? No, he answered. But it also isn't like her to disappear like this. Trista frowned. This was the last thing she needed now. The wedding itself was stressful enough. Your husband is coming here, Leon said, and nodded towards one of the side buildings. Corbin was waving to her as he walked towards them. When he got close enough, he gave a short greeting to Leon before turning to Trista. I checked with the servants regarding the Baroness. Apparently, she arrived 20 minutes to 12 despite declining the invitation. Yes, I already heard that, Trista said. Corbin held up a hand. But then she left 40 minutes ago. Both Trista's and Leon's eyes widened. What? That was much shorter than I thought it'd be, Kat said from the opposite end of the carriage as Scarlett. I thought weddings always took ages. I did not attend all of it, Scarlett said. Their carriage was currently passing through the gates of Ambercrest and out of the walled city. The speeches after the wedding ceremony had continued for even longer than the ceremony itself, and had almost driven Scarlett crazy with their dullness. She knew none of the people there, but still had to listen to them awkwardly praise each other. It seemed some things never changed no matter the world you were in. After the speeches, there had at least been a small feast with some decent food. Better than the appetizers she'd had earlier, at the very least. When that was finished and people had begun mingling with each other again, Scarlett had realized that the clock was closing in on 5. She had already been there for the most important part, was pressed for time, and frankly, she couldn't really be bothered with pretending to enjoy the wedding much more than she already was. So she had taken the chance to leave. It had already turned out that she didn't have a particularly good relationship with the bride anyways. From there, she'd managed to get a servant to fetch her carriage and went over to pick up Kat. She looked out the window as they drove down a well-traveled gravel road outside the city's walls. Rocky cliffs overlooking the water were to their right, and large fields of green grass to their left. Scarlett made sure to keep an eye on the scenery as they moved on. She was a bit uncertain if she was going to recognize all of the landmarks she was looking for. She'd made some basic drawings of them early on in the journal she kept to remember things from the game, but she was far from the best artist. It had also been a while since she was last in this area in the games. It was during her second playthrough, which she'd completed over 2 weeks before she arrived in this world. As such, her memory was a bit hazy. The two of them stayed mostly quiet during their ride. There was lots of activity on the road. However, wagons, carriages, and groups of people moving both from and to Ambercrest. The city might be smaller than Fraybrook when it came to its size, but it was very lively. Eventually, after around 20 minutes of travel, Scarlett spotted a resting spot to the side of the road, with a large marble statue overlooking it. The statue was surrounded by several half-broken pillars and depicted a woman surrounded by flames, with her hands reaching up towards the sky. It was situated right at the edge of a small overhang jutting out over the steep cliffside. "Stop here!" Scarlett called out loud enough so that the coach driver could hear it from outside. Soon the carriage steered off of the road and stopped a short distance away from the statue. There was a small group of other people resting here too, but this place was close enough to the city for most travelers to just pass it by. "We are going on foot from here," Scarlett told Kat, and quickly stepped out of the carriage, telling the older coachman to rest here for now. The senior shielder soon followed her out of the vehicle and threw a quick glance at the statue before looking at Scarlett. "Don't tell me we're exploring another Zavarian ruin or something like that," she asked with a quizzical tone. "It's beginning to feel like you're pulling these places out from behind your ear." "No, this is something different," Scarlett said as she studied the area around them. It was relatively close in the game, but distances were different in this world, so she couldn't completely rely on that. She walked up to the circular platform the statue was on and carefully leaned out behind it to get a look at the cliffside. "Whoa! What are you doing?" Kat's somewhat worried voice sounded out behind her, and the woman soon stepped up beside her with her hands held out. "Don't do something stupid and fall off now." Scarlett took a step back. "I am fine. I merely required a good vantage point." Though she hadn't seen much but cliffs and rocks, she stroked her chin. "In Chronicle of Realms, you always had a handy mini-map of the surrounding area with a compass next to it, so finding what locations you could walk to was relatively simple. Here, she had none of that. She couldn't really think of any special way to deal with that. So after a moment of pondering, she decided to simply walk in the general direction of what she was searching for. Stepping off the statue's platform, she started following the cliffside in the direction facing away from Ambercrest. A slightly confused Kat followed not long after. Keeping her eyes on the cliff's edge, Scarlett kept on walking for 5 minutes without spotting anything that stuck out to her. "What exactly are we looking for?" Kat asked her from the side. Scarlett stopped and took a few careful steps closer to the edge to look down the cliffside. Kat grabbed hold of her arm to stop her from falling. "We are looking for a path to climb down on," she said. She didn't find anything but water and rock. "Somewhere along these cliffs, there is a small cenote, or a cavern, if you will. It has something I need in it." "Right, so we're just looking for a hole in the cliffside." "In essence, yes." Scarlett nodded her head. "Okay," Kat said, and gently pulled Scarlett further away from the edge. "Then let the person who's not wearing a fancy dress do the dangerous, hanging over a cliff part." "All right." She then started moving along the cliff's edge, intermittently stopping to lean out over it as far as she could to look down before moving on. Scarlett glanced down at her dark red dress. It wasn't the most flexible of clothing. True, but she hadn't brought anything to change into, nor did she have anywhere to change. She was pretty certain that there was no way she could bring the scarlet part of herself to change in the carriage or in any kind of public setting. But would it have been that hard for her to bring a change of clothes and stop by at an inn or something for just a moment, God? Sometimes she was stupid. She'd thought she'd planned this out. She gave a short shake of her head before taking a few hurried steps to catch up with the shielder. They probably moved on for another 10 minutes before Kat finally stopped. "I think I see something," the woman said, and got down on her stomach to lean further out and get a better view. Scarlet looked around them. They were a fair distance away from both the resting spot and the road now. She could only barely see the tip of the statue from further up the cliffside. This was certainly much further away than it had been in the game, and she really couldn't recognize anything special from the ground around here. "I think I can see a decent path we can climb down on," Kat said and stood up. She then looked Scarlet up and down. "Although I think it's best if you wait here and I go on my own." "I am afraid that is not an option," Scarlet said firmly. "It will be dangerous if I am not present there myself." Kat had a doubtful expression on her face as she was quiet for a moment. Then she let out a sigh. "Fine, but I'm going first, and you seriously have to be careful. Otherwise, we'll both end up falling to our deaths." "Of course," Scarlet agreed. The both of them then moved over to the part of the cliffside where Kat said she had found the path to climb down on. Although it looked better than other parts of the cliffside, which were basically unclimbable, this part still had an almost 90-degree decline and looked sufficiently dangerous. As Scarlet watched Kat begin to slowly climb down, she found herself wondering if she would actually be able to make this climb. Maybe she should rip the skirt of the dress to make this easier. It did look expensive, but it wasn't as if she cared about it that much. She bent over and started tearing it at knee level. It was harder to rip apart than she thought, but eventually it tore with a loud ripping sound. She threw the extra bit on the ground and looked down at the cliff. It still looked a bit dangerous. Thankfully, Kat seemed to have thought of this as when she'd climbed far enough down for her head to be under the cliff's edge, she looked up at Scarlet and moved one of her hands over the side of the cliff. A moment later, the rock itself started jutting out as a small foothold appeared. "There we go. Use this when you climb," she said before using her other hand to create another foothold. Soon she began climbing down again, creating footholds at an equal distance along the way. "Thank you," Scarlet said as she awkwardly went down on her knees and tried getting her foot on the first foothold to start climbing down. The dress was still partly in the way, even after tearing much of it off. As such, it was tedious, but she did manage to slowly make her way down. Kat had essentially created a ladder out of the cliffside for her. Kat coughed from under her, and Scarlet leaned her head downwards. The woman was trying not to look straight up as she created another pair of footholds in the rock for Scarlet. Scarlet felt a surge of anger rise through her when she realized the position she was in. Damn it! It shouldn't bother her. But it did. "Just keep climbing," she muttered to the woman beneath her and locked her eyes onto the stone in front of her. It took her a few more minutes, as well as a pair of tired arms, to finally reach a small outcropping in the cliffside where Kat was waiting for her. Next to them was a hole with a diameter of about 1 meter that went down into the cliffside. The light from the sun shone down into the hole to reveal a large cave with a shallow lake of water at its bottom. A long gathering of sediment and stalactites hung down from the side of the hole. "This it?" Kat asked as she glanced down at the opening. Scarlet leaned closer to look inside. At the center of the small lake of water was a tiny island of rocks, and the water seemed to become much deeper at one end of the cave. "Yes, this is the correct place. Are we just jumping down then?" Scarlet shook her head. The opening was situated at the lower end of the roof of the cave, but the fall still looked to be about 3 meters. She couldn't handle a fall like that. Maybe if she were one of her characters from the game. Gesturing towards Kat's side where Scarlet's pouch of holding that she'd given the woman hung, she said, "There is a rope in there. We will be using that." Kat looked down at her hip and reached into the pouch, soon taking out a long piece of thick rope. Her brows rose. "That also works." Then she looked around and found a piece of sturdy rock to tie it to. After tugging at it a few times, she threw the rest of the rope down the hole and immediately began climbing down. Soon she'd reached the bottom of the cave and looked up. Scarlet took a couple of deep breaths before also grabbing onto the rope. It had been years since she last climbed a rope in gym class, and she'd probably been more fit at the time than Scarlet was right now. As soon as she began climbing down, she almost lost her grip. But after tightening her hands around the rope, she managed to slowly make her way down. She burned her hands against the rope in the process, but soon enough her feet touched the cave floor. She looked down. The water was strikingly cold and came up to her ankles, probably ruining whatever material her shoes were made out of, but it was very clear. "What now?" Kat asked, her words echoing throughout the cave. Scarlet focused her gaze at the center of the cave, where the pile of rocks rose up above the water. She stepped up to it and leaned over to try and pick up the stone at the top, but it was too heavy. Trying not to look too ruffled, she took a step back and gestured towards the pile. "Lift those." Kat gave her an amused look that Scarlet pointedly ignored before walking over and grabbing the topmost rock with both hands. With a small grunt, she threw it to the side and it splashed into the water a short distance away. "More?" Kat asked and looked at Scarlet. Scarlet nodded. "Continue." The shielder went back to moving the rocks as Scarlet watched on. After a minute, Kat suddenly stopped after lifting away a particularly large rock. "There's something there." "Don't touch it," Scarlet said, and moved closer. Kat shifted to the side to give her space. A stained piece of curved gold stuck out from the rocks like a handle. "What is it?" Kat asked. Scarlet carefully grabbed hold of the object and pulled it out from the pile of rocks. Kat let out a sound of surprise. "This," Scarlet said as she looked at the oddly shaped object, "is a magical lamp." Chapter 20. Always read the fine print. "A real one?" Kat asked incredulously, staring at the strange lamp in Scarlet's hands. "Like from the story of the 9 Samaritan thieves." Scarlet glanced at Kat. Her companions in the game had had dialogue that made it seem like they knew of magic lamps too, so the concept clearly wasn't too foreign in this world. "Something like that." "Yes," she said, and looked back at the lamp. It had been buried in this cave for a long time. Thick grime coated it, but the gold beneath shimmered through on some spots. "Are you going to use it?" "That was my intention." The lamp felt strangely hot to the touch. Scarlet turned it around and lightly shook it. There was no sound. "Step back," she told Kat, placing the lamp on the pile of rocks in front of them. "Wait, you're using it now." "Indeed," she said, and took a step up to the shielder. She reached towards the woman's hip and put her hand into the black pouch hanging there, pulling out a large bottle filled with a thick, dark red liquid. "Hold this," she said and handed it to Kat, who stared at it with a confused expression. "Is this blood?" "Yes. But there is no need for worry. It is hog's blood." That seemed to assuage the woman's confusion somewhat. Maybe. Scarlet hadn't been sure that she would have enough time to visit this place before having to return to Freybrook, but she had asked Garside to procure a flask of blood from the butcher's just to be safe. Bless that man for not even raising an eyebrow at the request. Stepping back to the pile of rocks, she eyed the lamp for a moment. "After I use this, it is vital that you do not speak a word until I say you can. Is that understood?" she asked Kat. "Sure. But why?" Scarlet looked back to see the shielder looking down at the bottle of blood in her hands. "Because you might inadvertently agree to something that is not within your best interests," she said. "It is important to not be deceived by appearances." She'd made that mistake in her first playthrough. Aren't jinns supposed to grant wishes? This one is unique. Now, be quiet. She leaned forward to wipe away the years of dirt, running her fingers against the lamp's surface. As she did, the lamp began to tremble against the stone. Raising herself, she stepped back just as heavy blue smoke started spilling out of the spout of the lamp. The vapor arched into the air where it began to take shape before them. The upper part of the smoke took the form of a muscular man with dark purple skin and flowing black hair that was tied into a knot that floated beside him. His bare body was bedecked with golden jewelry, and his ears, which were long and pointed, had a long pair of gold chains hanging from them. "Who summons me?" he declared as he peered around the cavern. His gaze quickly found Scarlet, and he looked down at her with a sneer. "Human. It was you." She found herself meeting his sneer with a sneer of her own. "It was." The djinn observed her quietly for several seconds before crossing his large arms across his chest. "It has been a long time since I last saw the light of day. You have my gratitude. Human. Your gratitude is not what we are here for." He eyed her for several more seconds. Then the edges of his lips rose into a small smile. "The nature of humans never changes, it seems," he said with a short laugh. "You know what I am. What is it that you wish for power, money, immortality?" Scarlet smiled. "You claim it is within your power to gift these things." "Of course." The djinn waved his hand. Blue smoke trailed behind it, turning into gold coins that fell into the water beneath. "I can give you whatever it is that you want, for a price." She raised an eyebrow. "I do not recall hearing that djinns ask a price for their gifts." "Then perhaps you've heard incorrectly," he said, and floated closer to the ground. "Nothing is free, and I have been in that lamp for a very long time. My power is weakened, depleted. If I am to grant you your boon, I will need to replenish it. So," he moved closer to Scarlet so that he was right in front of her. "Do you agree to the deal?" Scarlet frowned as she almost breathed in some of the blue smoke that whirled around him, trying to wave it away with her hand. It seemed to ignore her movements. "I believe it is best if you specify the price before any arrangements are made." "Certainly." He smiled and leaned back in the air. "I simply need the beating heart of a human." Scarlet heard Cat flinch behind her as the woman's feet moved in the water, but thankfully the shielder kept quiet. Scarlet stared at the grinning djinn. "That is a very macabre request, for a being such as you." The djinn gave a non-committal shrug. "I am merely telling you what I require to regain my power and grant you your wish. Humans are a valuable source of mana." "That may be, but I am afraid I cannot fulfill your request." He looked at her. "A shame. You did seem the type for a moment," he said, rising up into the air again. "But very well, then I need something else." "Speak." He froze, staring down at her. It appeared he did not like her ordering him around. "Blood," he eventually said. "I need blood to regain my strength." Scarlet examined him for a moment. Then she turned around and took the flask in Cat's hands before looking back at him, holding the blood up. He stared at her as if he hadn't even noticed the object before, then slowly floated down to receive it. He tore the cap off and smelled the contents, then narrowed his eyes at her. "This is blood." "Astute observation," she stated. When the djinn didn't immediately give a response, she tilted her head ever so slightly to the side. "Is there a problem? I believe that is what you asked for. Is it not?" He stared at her, occasionally glancing at the bottle in his hands. He even sniffed it one more time. "Do you perhaps think I am attempting to poison you?" Scarlet asked. "There would not be much point to such an action. Then you would be unable to give me what I wish for. Nor do I know of a poison that could harm a djinn." He eyed her for a moment longer. "Crafty woman," he muttered. Then he downed the whole flask before throwing it to the ground. His body suddenly began taking on a deeper hue, and the smoke around him shifted into a darker violet. A smile played on his lips as he moved his body with the energy. "Ah, it's been so long." To think such a measly amount would give so much. Scarlet watched the djinn rejoice in its refound strength until he finally turned his attention back to her. As agreed, I'll grant you one wish within my power. What is it that you want, power money? Power is what I need, she answered with confidence. He sneered. Of course it is. Then you agree to our deal. Yes, Scarlet nodded her head. Then say the words, he said. He moved down to her level again. Say that you agree to the terms. I agree to the terms of the deal. The moment the words left her lips, a sharp, burning sensation shot out from her left hand. The pain surprised her, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself to endure it. Smoke billowed out from her skin as a dark crest formed at the top of her hand. A steadily rising laugh resounded throughout the cave as the djinn's skin had suddenly begun growing darker and darker, cackling like a madman. Any sense of gravitas that he'd previously had was completely gone as his entire appearance started turning sharper and scaled. Scarlet heard Cat move behind her, but held out her arm to stop the woman from doing anything. All the while, she kept her eyes on the transforming djinn in front of them. Eventually, he stopped laughing and turned his attention back to Scarlet, completely ignoring Cat. His entire body was now covered in dark purple scales and his mouth was filled with rows of teeth. He was staring at her with bright red eyes. It's been centuries since I last had my own little meatbag slave to toy with. This is going to be marvelous. Scarlet kept quiet as she watched him. His eyes went to her arm that was blocking Cat. Of course. Greedy little human. Your reward. He grinned and waved his hand in the air, a necklace forming out of dark smoke, a circular violet crystal that hung from a thin black band and shimmered in the air as he threw it towards Scarlet. She caught it and examined it. The item is the depraved Solitude's choker, a unique necklace that hungers for power and appears to suck in the mana around it, waiting for it to be unleashed. It currently holds 1 out of 3,000 charge. Precisely what I required. She smiled and looked up at the djinn, or rather the demon in front of her. A pleasure doing business with you. The large and scaled man let out another cackling laugh. Crazy woman. No. It was a pleasure doing business with you. His face morphed into a maniacal grin. I am sure it was. Scarlet turned to Cat. We have all we need. It is time for us to leave. Cat met her eyes with a disbelieving look. We're just going to leave. That's a demon. Oh, you're not leaving yet. The demon's voice rang out behind Scarlet. You're not leaving until I say so. The pain started to grow on Scarlet's hand again, and she felt an urge inside her pulling her back. It was mucky, vile. If the traits that beheld her to the original Scarlet's personality were chains, then this was a tentacle, a barb that felt out and tried to drag her towards it. But it was pitiful compared to the chains. She looked back at the demon. I think it is time we break this pact. He smirked, revealing his rows of sharp teeth. There is no breaking it. You are now mine, forever. I disagree. She held her left hand in front of her, looking at the dark crest imprinted on it. Vezaleth, she declared, the crest lighting up the moment she uttered the word. The demon's eyes shot open. Ho! I demand this pact be broken. When her last word finished, a blinding light radiated from the crest and filled the cavern they were in. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light dissolved and the crest was gone from Scarlet's hand. You! The demon screamed out. My name! How? He glared at her, his red eyes like molten lava. With a scream, he sprang towards her, but she was ready. She detonated a small aqua mine next to the magical lamp. The entire demon's body warped with an ear-piercing scream and pulled towards the lamp as it fell down into the water. A brief moment later, he reformed above the lamp. You little. She had already pulled out her wand of fireball from Kat's pouch of holding and cast the spell at the lamp. The water around it instantly vaporized with the explosion, and the demon cried out as its body twisted in the air above the lamp. Scarlet didn't hesitate for a second before casting the spell again, and then once more after that. After the third explosion, the demon had disappeared altogether, and the lamp was just a half-molten lump of metal that was soon swallowed by the water that came flowing in around it. A notification appeared. Quest completed deal with the demon of the isolated hollow. Skill points awarded 3. Scarlet glanced in the window of text that appeared beside her as she kept her eyes on the lamp and waited for the ringing in her ears to stop. Fireball wasn't as ridiculously loud as some of the spells she'd seen Kat cast, but it was still a bit much for an enclosed space with a knack for amplifying sounds such as a cave. She should really be careful about things like this in the future. After watching the lamp for long enough to feel sure that it was completely dealt with, she finally turned to Kat. The woman was staring at her with a dumbfounded expression. Now we leave. The both of them quietly sat in the carriage as it moved across the road, back towards Ambercrest. It had taken them some time to climb out of the cave and walk back to the resting spot because of Scarlet's relatively weak body. But with Kat's help, they'd eventually managed it. The shielder had barely said a word the whole time. Though Kat wasn't one to often hold back her thoughts on matters, so Scarlet felt a little uncomfortable with the silence. Not that she'd show it. Showing any signs of discomfort was basically blasphemy to the original Scarlet. Her expressions essentially ranged from satisfied derision to contempt, a trait she'd found to be both a blessing and a pain. Mostly a pain. Though, did you know there would be a demon there before we entered the cave? Scarlet was pulled out of her thoughts as Kat finally decided to speak. She was now looking straight at her with an interrogating look. Yes, Scarlet answered after a moment's deliberation. There did not seem to be much point in lying about it. Are you crazy? Kat asked. Scarlet paused, meeting her eyes. I am quite sane. You struck a pact with a demon, and then broke that pact, Scarlet pointed out. There was no real danger present. Even if her original plan hadn't worked, she could have visited the followers of Itar's temple in the capital to get rid of the pact. It would be a lot more troublesome if that's what she had to do, but it was another solution nonetheless. That's what she'd been forced to do in her first playthrough, when she'd fallen for the demon's tricks. She hadn't learned she could break the pact with the demon's name until her second playthrough. Although in that playthrough, she had also given the demon a human heart. But the only difference that made was in the quality of the reward you received. And how did you do that? Kat furrowed her forehead. I didn't know pacts with demons could be broken that easily. I simply spoke his name. Scarlet looked out the carriage window. They were getting close to the city walls. Their names hold a great deal of power to demons, enough to weaken them, and definitely enough to break a pact. But how did you know his name? Scarlet observed some of the people on foot that they passed by. I uncovered it in my research, she said, as she spotted a brown-haired woman with a baby in her arms that reminded her of a friend back in her world. It wasn't the same person, but the resemblance was close enough to spark a few memories. So this was all part of your plan from the start? Yes. Then why didn't you tell me before I was this close to bringing down the entire cave when I first saw that demon? Scarlet shifted her head to look at Kat. The woman had a serious look on her face. Would you have agreed to go if I told you we were looking for a demon? She eventually asked. Demons were the stuff of nightmares in this world. I don't know, but it would have been better than not telling me, Kat said, meeting her eyes. Technically, I should cancel this whole escort request because of this. The guild doesn't like endangering its members more than necessary. Scarlet stared back at the woman, without saying anything. She looked out the window again and started tapping her fingers against its frame. Closing her eyes for a moment, she took a breath. God damn it. This shouldn't be that hard. She'd apologized to Evelyn before. I should have informed you beforehand, she eventually said, trying her best to avoid the wave of disgust that came with her actions. Damn it. That had barely been an apology. Why the hell was this worse than when she apologized to Evelyn? Kat stayed quiet for a moment, and Scarlett glanced at her to see the woman also having turned her head to look out the window. I didn't say I was going to, just saying I probably should, she said. Though I wouldn't mind some extra reward or something for all the dangerous things I'm always doing for you, she added in a light tone. Scarlett's eyes widened somewhat, the edges of her mouth rising slightly. I will ensure you are amply rewarded for the dangers you face, and I will keep you informed of such dangers in the future. Kat shrugged her shoulders. I won't object to that. The carriage fell into silence again. Several minutes passed, and the carriage passed into the city itself before Kat spoke again, in a lower tone. All the dungeons, and those Zuvarian ruins, were they also something you found in your research? Scarlett looked at Kat. The blonde woman was absently fiddling with her braid. Yes. Huh. Kat kept her eyes fixed on the buildings they passed by. You do not believe me, Scarlett stated in a neutral tone. No, Kat admitted, but I don't think it's any of my business either. I would like for you to tell me, but I'm not going to force your hand about it. Scarlett also turned her eyes outside. I appreciate that. They didn't say anything else after that. Chapter 21. Outlining. Are you sure? My Lady Garside asked, as he stood in front of the desk in the mansion's office. Yes. The sooner this is dealt with, the better, Scarlett said. We have allowed the current situation to proceed for far too long. Garside bowed, his shoulder-length gray hair springing from the movement. I will personally see it done. Scarlett nodded her head in approval. Remember to confirm what the necessary procedures are as well. I will not have this become more complicated than it has to. As you wish, I will carry out your commands immediately, he responded. This was why Scarlett liked the man. Not only was he one of the few people that didn't even slightly irk the Scarlett part of her, but he was also incredibly efficient in basically everything he did. She would have been so much more lost in this world if he wasn't here to help her. Is there anything you need while I am gone? My lady? Garside continued. I will relay the orders to the other servants. She thought about it. There was something she had wanted to look into. I require maps of the surroundings fiefs, as well as a map of all active kilnstones, she said after a moment. Garside's mustache trembled slightly as he grew a thoughtful expression across his wrinkled face. I believe we have an old map in the library of kilnstone locations that belonged to the late Lord. It would be over 20 years old, but it is most likely still accurate. I will have one of the servants bring it and a map of the fiefs. Good, she nodded. And Garside? Yes, my lady. What did I have on the calendar in the coming weeks? There was nothing until the Lightfest in the capital, 2 weeks from now, he answered. That's right. She'd forgotten that the first Lightfest was pretty early into the game. It was just a large festival that took place in Ellisted once a year. She hadn't been there for the first one in any of her playthroughs, but she had participated in several of the later ones. There were a couple of quests related to those. She had things she wanted to do in the capital, so this wasn't unwelcome news. But 2 weeks. Was that enough? She had some things she had to prepare before going there. She'd have to wait until she got those maps to make sure. I see. Good, she said, and brought her attention back to the old butler. Then you may get to work. Very well. Garside performed one last bow before leaving to execute her orders. Right now, his first job was to look into if there were any decent buildings in the city where they could move all the children to. Scarlett was still waiting for word from Evelyn on the matter, but she was starting to fear that might not pan out. She'd had the thought of establishing an orphanage to house them in before, but she hadn't really considered it seriously. And although an orphanage might be a bit more than she wanted to deal with, she at least needed to move them somewhere. That had been made clear the day before when she returned from Ambercrest and followed Kat to do a quick check on the kids, finding the servant responsible for taking care of them at the time almost completely run down from overworking. That she realized that she'd let this whole thing run on for far too long. Taking care of a large group of children wasn't what the people in this mansion were paid to do. Yet they were still forced to perform that job in addition to their original duties. So she'd finally decided to handle the situation. In addition to finding new housing for the kids, Scarlett had also asked Garside to find some temporary hires to offload the responsibility from the mansion servants. Frankly, she should have done that ages ago. But despite how she acted as if she belonged in her position, she really wasn't used to being in charge of other people and managing things like this. She was glad Evelyn was the one who actually took care of all the management matters in the Hartford family. That reminded her that she had to inform the younger Hartford sister of her plans. She'd instructed Garside to address all potential costs to the Hartford estate. After all, hopefully it wouldn't be expensive enough to prompt the younger woman to come running here to yell at her again. That was never a particularly pleasant experience for either of them. She wagered, although, in the long run, she wasn't too concerned about their financial status. She'd concocted enough plans and tactics with her game knowledge for how to, among other things, earn money for her to feel safe in that area. She took out a small key from the pouch of holding she had lying on the desk in front of her, and used the key to unlock the drawer where she kept her notes. She picked out the red journal in it and placed it on the desk. Sifting through page after page of information she'd written down from Chronicle of Realms, she eventually stopped on a page where she had written several place names. She'd only been in this world for about 2 weeks, so much of her game knowledge was still relatively fresh in her mind. But she still liked double-checking things from time to time. Although there were enough places in the game for there to be a decent chance she'd gotten at least a few of the names she'd written down wrong on a letter or two. Nonetheless, she found the name she was looking for, with a few notes beneath it describing what could be found there. Memorizing the name, she pushed the journal to the side and pulled another one out from the drawer. This one was black instead. Opening it, she flipped past the first few pages. This was her min-maxing book. Here she wrote down all the useful character builds she could think of, while stats like strength, charisma, HP, and things like that didn't seem to exist as they did in the game. Or maybe they were just hidden for now. She did still have access to skills and items. As such, she had written down several possible combinations she'd thought of, to compare them. Many of them required skills or items that she was unlikely to ever get. Just for fun, she'd written down a build that would let her be a fighter through the use of a certain late-game skill that converted mana into strength, but those that her main focus was on were those that revolved around her pyromancy and pyrokinetic skills. Right now, her biggest obstacles were her low mana and her inability to cast spells. The mana problem she'd found 2 solutions for. The first was to use items that increased her mana. The artifact she'd gotten from the demon the day prior had effectively quadrupled her mana, from a rather measly 1,000 to an only slightly measly 4,000. The artifact was the Depraved Solitude's Choker, a unique necklace that hungers for power and appears to suck in the mana around it, waiting for it to be unleashed. It currently held 3,000 out of 3,000 mana. The second way to increase her mana was by training. This wasn't anything new to her. She'd been doing some practicing with pyrokinesis and hydrokinesis for an hour or two every day for a while now. and it increased her max mana by around 10 points each day. It was far from efficient, but she'd done the math and come to the conclusion that she would have to do it if she wanted most of her builds to work. Sadly, her spellcasting problem didn't have as clear-cut of a solution as her mana problem. She was still spending some time practicing with Kat and studying the basics with the books she'd found. But it was like trying to learn a completely new language, only worse. She could still barely understand what an inner circle, a term that was repeatedly used both by Kat and the books, was actually supposed to be, and she was no closer to feeling or moving her own mana. Using pyrokinesis or hydrokinesis didn't count. For some reason, she still didn't understand, but she was having a really hard time figuring out how to do anything else. At the rate it was going right now, it might literally take a year for her to cast the most basic of spells, if she would even manage that. So while she hadn't completely given up on the idea, her current plans were made on the assumption that she wouldn't be able to perform magic, and as such, mostly had to do with making up for that. The character's name is Scarlet Hartford. Her current skills include minor mana control, pyromancy, pyrokinesis, minor hydromancy, and minor hydrokinesis. Her traits are dignified August, supercilious, cavalier, callous, overbearing, conceited, and third-rate mana veins. Her current mana is 365 out of 1088, plus an additional 3,000 stored mana, and she has 4 skill points available. For now, her mana had increased by about 100 since she first arrived in this world. She had upgraded her minor pyrokinesis and lesser hydrokinesis to pyrokinesis and minor hydrokinesis to better make use of her aqua mines. And for now, that was her main focus when it came to using more of her skill points. Looking at the skills menu, available upgrades include greater pyromancy for 10 points, greater pyrokinesis for 10 points, hydromancy for 5 points, hydrokinesis for 5 points, and mana control for 5 points. New skills are currently locked. If she could get both the skills to the greater stage, she felt pretty confident she could make great use of them both, even in other ways than just her aqua mines. After that, she might look into maybe upgrading minor mana control or some of the other skills, or maybe she'd finally have figured out how to unlock new skills by then. A knock sounded out from the office's dark mahogany door. Scarlet looked up from her notes. "Enter," she said, as she put both the red and the black book back into the drawer before locking it. She put the key back into the pouch of holding. The door opened, and the dark-haired Molly entered the room with a blonde servant girl close behind her that Scarlet had seen a few times before. Both of them carried large, rolled-up pieces of parchment that stuck up above them. "My lady, we have brought the maps you asked for," Molly said, as she performed the closest thing she could to a curtsy with both her hands busy. "They are larger than I expected," Scarlet noted. "Those wouldn't fit on the desk. Maybe there was a map viewing room. She hadn't explored all parts of the mansion. She couldn't exactly ask that either. She considered it for a moment. She couldn't just unroll them on the floor, both because it might dirty or damage the maps, and because it offended her sensibilities. Or rather, the original's sensibilities. The dining hall's table was more than large enough, but that wasn't exactly the kind of place you looked at maps in. Neither was the parlor or her bedroom. She hadn't had much reason to visit many other places, except for the library, where she'd been when she looked for books on decorum and other things before. It was far too cramped to do anything but read books there. That only left the reception hall, which was currently an impromptu living space for a bunch of children. Well, Kat was bound to be there, so Scarlet could always use her presence as an excuse. The Shielder's opinion might be good to have on this as well. "Come," Scarlet said as she rose from her chair. She then walked around her desk and past the 2 servants, who immediately fell in behind her as she began walking towards the mansion's reception hall. Chapter 22. 21. Questions. Soon enough, Scarlet reached the mansion's reception hall with the two servants close behind her. Another servant was currently there, and making those of the beds that weren't just a makeshift gathering of blankets lined up against one of the hall's walls. Most of the children were gathered over next to Kat, at the other end of the room, where it seemed like the Shielder was telling them stories. Or rather, showing them with her magic and pyrokinesis, as the woman didn't speak Vonian. Scarlet was certain that the servants appreciated Kat's help with taking care of the kids nonetheless. Walking over to one of the large tables at the center of the room, Scarlet gestured towards Molly and the blonde servant girl. "Place them here, then you may leave." The two women did as she asked and rolled out the two maps on the table, bringing out small pieces of rectangular wood from pockets sewn into their clothes, which they placed at the edges of the maps to keep them from rolling up on their own. The both of them then bid her farewell with a pair of curtsies and left the room. Scarlet turned her attention to the laid-out maps. She touched the edge of the largest one. It appeared to be made out of some kind of fine leather instead of paper, which surprised her slightly. All of the books and documents that she'd read in this world had been paper, so it wasn't as if there was a large deficit of the material in this world. Was it perhaps because of the map's size it was almost as tall as she was, and slightly wider, depicting the whole of the Graynall Empire with several landmarks on it that she presumed were Kilnstone locations? She glanced at the other map. This one showed the area around Freybrook and the southwestern part of the Empire. It was half the size of the larger one, and it at least seemed to be made out of paper. It also looked newer, though, so maybe that had something to do with it. Well, not that it mattered much. She put the matter out of her mind and moved closer to examine the smaller map. As expected, Freybrook was the largest settlement on it, located just north of the Innisling Sea that bordered the Empire's southern border. Almost a good third of the map north and northeast of Freybrook was covered by mountains. It read Whitdown Mountains in large dark letters on the map. If Scarlet remembered correctly from the lore in the game, it was the highest mountain chain in the Empire. It was also home to a lot of endgame dangers. "What are we doing? Planning another trip?" Kat's voice rang out from next to her. She turned to find that the woman had already walked up to the table and started examining the two maps. The kids stood a short distance away and looked on with curious eyes. Their aversion to her had decreased slightly, at least. One could say that. "Yes," Scarlet said, and looked over the map of the Freybrook area again. After a moment of searching, she found the name she was looking for and pointed towards the symbol of a small village that was nestled next to the western side of the large mountain chain. It was a far distance away from Freybrook itself. "This is where we are going." Kat squinted at the map. "Whistle Creek," she muttered in a half-surprised voice. "Have you visited?" Kat shook her head. "No, but I know of it. It's a pretty small place. Not much happens there as far as I have heard." She looked up at Scarlet. "Is this another place that your research found for us to explore?" "In a manner, yes. There were a lot of things she needed to do in the future, and a lot of places that she had to visit. One of the most important ones. One vital to her current plans in how to strengthen herself and prepare for the dangers she knew would appear in the future, was a dungeon known as the Howling Gale's Haunt in the game. Specifically, it held one artifact that she needed to get her hands on, but some rather hard criteria had to be met to even gain entrance to the place. One of those involved one of the possible companions in the game, a companion that you could recruit in the capital. But he wouldn't join you just because you asked him to, so she had to find a certain quest item first. "It'll take a while for us to get there," Kat said as she looked down at the map again. "At least a few days, even by carriage." "I was afraid of that," Scarlet said as she inspected the large map with Kilnstone locations on it. She knew from the game that there were several Kilnstones located in the Whitdown Mountains, of which at least one was decently close to Whistle Creek. But from this map, it seemed like almost none of them were part of the current Kilnstone network used in the Empire. There was just one, located on the eastern reaches of the mountain chain, where it bordered on the Three Streams River. Had the other ones just not been discovered yet? Was it because the map was old? Had they been forgotten? Or maybe they just allowed travel between the cities from the Kilnstones. Whatever the reason, it seemed likely they would have to take the long way round for this trip. "We will be leaving tomorrow," she finally said. She didn't know how long it might take to find what she needed, but she wanted at least some leeway between when she returned and when she had to leave again for the capital. "All right." Kat nodded her head. "I'll make sure to get ready." The next day, they set off from Fraybrook's northern gate towards the village of Whistle Creek. The carriage they were in wasn't as ostentatious as the one Scarlett had gotten used to by now. This one was essentially just made out of plain wood, without any real adornments except for the Hartford family crest, which was a silver deer on a gray background. The wood was of fine quality. Yes, and the seats in this carriage were at least as expensive as those in the main wagon she'd mostly used up till now. But from the outside, it was definitely less in your face. Maybe it was to avoid wear on the more fancy carriage, or to not bring as much attention to itself. Although as far as she knew, this wasn't a particularly problematic part of the Empire, so she wasn't sure about that. Well, no matter. It didn't bother her much, and she was happy enough with that. "You know," Kat spoke a while after they'd left the city behind and was traveling through the thick woods that surrounded Fraybrook and its area. "I borrowed an issue of the Imperial Chronicle from Harriet this morning." "Harriet?" Scarlett asked with a glance. Kat gave her an amused look. "She's one of your servants, the one with frilly brown hair." Scarlett thought back to the servants of the mansion. Yes, she did recall there being one like that. She was starting to get to know most of their names, but there were still a few that she hadn't interacted with much, or just hadn't overheard the names of yet. Although she was considering just asking some of them straight out soon, it probably wouldn't be too out of character compared to the original Scarlett, honestly. "Anyways," the Shielder continued, "there was a pretty interesting article in this week's issue." "I am aware," Scarlett said as she leaned back slightly in her seat and turned her attention to the window. "I do not know where they got their information from, but it does not appear to be a reliable source." Kat laughed. "You sure about that? I don't know. Maybe you are Fraybrook's little public hero, saving the city from those terrible criminals." Scarlett frowned. She'd read the article about her in the Imperial Chronicle, and it was almost offensive to call that puff piece news. They'd essentially single-handedly singled her out as the main actor behind the whole ordeal, acting on the behalf of Count Notley. The Shields Guild was only briefly mentioned. In addition to that, they had also considerably exaggerated the magnitude of the Grey Dog Gang's operations. They had quite literally painted her out as Fraybrook's hero, which was problematic in more ways than one. If she were to guess, then the Count himself was probably the reason behind that. She wasn't sure exactly how much he gained from it, but obviously he had chosen to lean into that whole angle she'd given him. The only silver lining was that it wasn't a front-page news story. A story about the Imperial Princess's visit to the Eastern Front taking precedence. Though that didn't seem to stop people from reading about it that much. "You think they might give you a medal?" Scarlett looked at the grinning Cat. "I do not see the amusement in this scenario. Is it not your achievement that has gone ignored?" The woman just shrugged her shoulders. "I don't mind. I don't think I'd want that kind of attention anyway. And the guild'll be fine without it. But you assume I would be more pleased with the attention. Well, aren't you?" "I am not." "Huh." Kat made a somewhat surprised noise. Looking at her for a moment, she seemed to consider something. "Has anyone told you you're a bit weird for a noble?" "They have not," Scarlet replied, although admittedly, I have not given them much opportunity to. Cat chuckled. Sounds about right. Scarlet raised an eyebrow. I was under the impression that you did not have much prior experience with nobles, yet you seem an authority on the matter. The shielder gave her a sheepish grin, leaning against the windowsill with her elbow. I didn't mean that, but everybody knows nobles are a bit, you know. She waved her hand in the air. They're supposed to only care about status and all that, so it's a bit weird that you don't, isn't it? Scarlet felt the side of her lips move up just a bit. I see you have a very favorable impression of the nobility, but you forget that we are also calculating. A momentary increase in status does not hold much value if its effects can be detrimental in the future. Well, at least she assumed that's how the nobility in this world thought. In some ways, she probably knew less about them than Cat did. What? So the attention somehow messes with some grand plan of yours? Cat asked. Scarlet remained quiet. Wait, seriously? I believe grand plan is somewhat of an embellishment, but it does have the potential to interfere with some of my plans. Yes. Cat stared at her. I was joking, you know. Scarlet nodded. I presumed as much, but it was close to the truth nonetheless. Giving her a long look, Cat said, Are you comfortable with telling me this much? Scarlet leaned her head slightly to the side. I have barely told you anything. I would be impressed if you could infer my plans from merely this much. No, but... Cat moved her arms in front of her. Before you were all, I just found it in my research, even though we both totally knew it was a lie. But now you're admitting to having these secret plans without even trying to hide it. Scarlet felt a small smile force its way onto her lips, for seemingly being upset with it before. It seemed Cat had quickly grown comfortable with the fact that she was lying to her. Now I am curious as to what it is you believe my secret plans to be. Cat paused, giving her a measuring look. Isn't it, you know? Yes, Scarlet prodded. Cat opened her mouth as if she was about to say something. Then she closed it and leaned back in her seat with a sigh. Okay, fine. I can't really think of something that would fit. I can't, unless you're doing it for money, she said, throwing a glance toward Scarlet. Money is part of it, Scarlet admitted. Cat's eyes widened. Really? Yes, but I do not believe that to be especially surprising. There are not many people who do not strive for increasing their own wealth. But there's more to it. Of course. Cat grew a thoughtful expression, looking out the window at the passing trees. You're gathering all these rare artifacts and earning money for something. You're getting ready, right? I suppose that much is clear. And you even struck a deal with a devil because of it, so it's probably pretty dangerous. Although that situation was entirely under my control, I will admit that it is indeed dangerous. Cat stopped to glance at her. You're being surprisingly open right now. Just a day ago, you were a lot more quiet about this, she pointed out. Call it a fancy, Scarlet said. There is not much risk of you discerning too much anyhow. Is that so? Cat mumbled, her gaze moving back out toward the forest. A moment later, her eyes shot open. Springing out of her seat, she screamed, "Get down!" as she pushed Scarlet away from the window towards the floor. Then the whole carriage shook as something slammed into it. Chapter 23. I Spy. An ensnarement. Scarlet felt something in her shoulder break as she hit the floor, pain shooting through her arm and sending a jolt throughout her body. Cat covered her body with her own as something flew into the carriage and collided with one of the walls with a loud crack at the same time as the carriage shook. From outside, Scarlet heard the driver's yell as well as the agitated sounds of the horse. Then there was a moment of quiet as she listened to Cat's slow breaths, before suddenly, everything moved. Both she and Cat were thrown around as the whole carriage tipped on its side and slammed heavily into the ground. Scarlet landed relatively softly on the shielder, but the impact still caused her to lose her breath as it sent another burst of sharp pain through her left shoulder. She felt Kat trying to get up from their current position, lodged into one of the corners of the vehicle, and slowly moved to let the woman free. The faint shimmering that Scarlet had come to associate with magical defenses, such as Mana Barrier, surrounded Kat as she stood up in the overturned carriage, looking up at the window where something had just bolted through. Her eyes then turned towards Scarlet. "I'm going out there," she said with a serious face. "Just stay here until I say it's safe." "All right." She didn't wait for Scarlet's response before jumping up and grabbing onto the windowsill, smoothly pulling herself through it in one quick movement. Scarlet saw Kat jerk back as if something struck her, but the woman shrugged it off and soon disappeared from Scarlet's sight. Immediately after, explosions rang out from outside, followed by sounds as if the ground was torn apart. It seemed Kat had already gotten to work. Scarlet closed her eyes for a moment to regain composure. Even with the effects of the original's traits helping her maintain her cool, her heart was still beating like crazy, and the pain in her shoulder was getting worse. Taking a few deep breaths, she tried to focus. This situation was so far removed from anything she'd ever had to deal with, but that applied to her entire life right now. Things like this are what she had been preparing for. Though it did perhaps say something about the original's personality, that the first time she truly felt as if she wasn't in control was in a real dangerous situation. But she couldn't just lie here and waste time. On unsteady legs, she used her right arm to stand up best she could. The sounds from the outside were raging on, and she heard a man scream. Hopefully that hadn't been the driver. She scrunched up her nose. Something smelled. Was that smoke? Her eyes scanned around the inner compartment of the carriage for the origin of the scent, but she couldn't find anything. Stumbling forward to the other end of the compartment, she leaned her back against the soft material of the carriage's seat. She tried to listen. Chapter 24. Where's the cleanup crew when you need them? The sudden ambush by the hallowed cabal had put a damper on their plans. They were probably only an hour or so away from Freybrook, so it wouldn't take too long to get back to the city and send for help. But they still had to deal with all of the dead cabal members and the wrecked carriage. Kat had gotten to work on cleaning up the parts of the road that had been destroyed during the fighting, as well as moving the bodies and lining them up by the wayside. It wasn't something Scarlet could have helped with, even if her shoulder hadn't been injured. She had started putting some light exercises into her daily routine, along with training her magic. But it was becoming all the more clear that she needed to put a bit more focus on her athletic ability in the future. Instead of helping Kat, Scarlet began trying to somewhat control the fires that were swallowing the carriage with the help of her pyrokinesis and minor hydrokinesis skills, so that the flames didn't spread to the nearby trees and bushes. While she couldn't extinguish the fire, she at least managed to make a decent job of keeping it in check. Sometime during the process, she spotted the carriage's driver. It was the same young man she'd had as a coachman several times before slinking up to them through the surrounding thicket with a half-relieved, half-horrified expression on his face as he took in the damage and the dead bodies. For a moment, he'd seemed afraid that she would punish him for running away, but Scarlet just sent him off to look for the escaped horse. It took a while, but when he returned with the horse in tow, she also ordered him to ride back to Freybrook and get another carriage and some more hands to deal with the situation. While waiting for that help to arrive, she and Kat had gathered before the lined-up bodies of the Cabal adepts to inspect them. Some of them had pretty harrowing injuries, with Kat's magic having torn holes straight through their flesh and burned their skin to a crisp. If this was still her from her previous world, Scarlet would almost certainly have retched just from the sight of it. Thankfully, leftover traits from the original Scarlet had some perks to them, and she made do with simply feeling a slight sense of disgust at the display. Kat was the one who seemed most affected by it, however, even though she'd been the one to cause those injuries to begin with. She'd also been the one that had to carry the bodies. Scarlet felt a slight tinge of pity for the woman. As for the bodies themselves, just a closer look at them was enough for Scarlet to get a grasp of the equipment they wore. The equipment included an epic mask of canon, which sees the truth of the world through the scriptures of the dogma, along with several rare items from the sinless set robes, boots, vambraces, greaves, and a khopesh. The khopesh was described as cutting the world's fabric to the very soul through the grace of the words of truth. She frowned. The descriptions for the pieces were very grandiose, but from what she knew, the effects weren't anything that special. The helmet, for example, gave you complete vision in the dark, along with a decent amount of magic resistance. That in and of itself was, admittedly, pretty rare, as most resistance items in the game were type-specific rather than just giving resistance against all magic. But she certainly wouldn't say it was enough to justify such an ostentatious description. As for the other equipment, if she recalled correctly, the robes gave resistance against pyromancy and a couple of other schools of magic. The boots lessened the amount of detectable noise you made. The vambraces increased your damage when attacking from behind, and the greaves just increased your stamina. She wasn't sure about the khopesh, as she'd never used them herself in the game, but they probably had some damage over time effect that targeted the mind. If so, it was most likely some sort of umbramancy enchantment. That was the school of magic that dealt mostly with mind-related stuff. They were all decent enough sets, better than a lot of what she'd found yet. But there was a reason even some of these lower-ranked members of the Cabal could wear them. They were far from the best. She was still uncertain if these descriptions were the item descriptions from the game or not, but if they weren't, then she was really curious as to who it was that wrote these versions. Of course, she was also curious about who created this system that bound her and put her in this world in the first place. But none of those questions were things she was likely to get an answer to anytime soon. It wouldn't surprise her if all of those things shared a culprit. Though, except for the equipment the adepts wore, they didn't find anything special on most of the bodies. Kat did a cursory search, and the only thing of note she found was a mirror of communion on the body of the mage stalker that Scarlet had fought. To avoid anything similar to what happened last time from occurring again, Scarlet instructed Kat to carefully pick it up with a piece of fabric before putting it in the pouch of holding. Thankfully, no horrifying voice invaded their minds this time. For now, Scarlet would just keep it in the pouch. It might be that she could find a use for it sometime in the future. As for the equipment itself, she now had 8 sets of heavily enchanted armor to do with as she pleased. She didn't really have any practical use for the Cabal Adept's armor set, though it was specialized for assassins. After all, it also wasn't the kind of thing you casually wanted to go around wearing. If she tried to sell them, they'd probably be worth a decent amount, but that came with its own issues. The Cabal had eyes and ears in a lot of businesses, and she didn't know what the consequences could be for just outright selling their armor. In the game, you could do it without anything special happening. But this felt like one of those things where the real world was likely to diverge from the game. Of course, she'd already made herself a target of the Cabal, but they were a busy organization that had a lot of things to do all across the Empire. And in the coming years, they'd no doubt become ever more occupied. As such, it might be in her best interest not to paint any more of a target on herself than she already had. She didn't want them to actually send any of their more powerful members after her. Maybe it was possible to disenchant the armor for reagents. It had been a feature in the game, so there should be some equivalent to it in this world. Or perhaps there was some way of moving the enchantments or changing the looks of the equipment. The ability to see in the dark could certainly be useful in the future. She'd have to look further into it later on when she had the time. They left the armor on the bodies, for now. Neither of them wanted to undress a bunch of corpses, and sat down at the edge of the road to wait for help to arrive. Kat had spent several minutes creating a chair for Scarlet through telekinesis, saying things like, "Yes, my lady," and "Of course, my lady," in an obviously fooling manner. But Scarlet couldn't really help it. There was just no way she could get herself to sit down on the dirt at a roadside. As they waited, a couple of wagons drawn by a muscular pair of mules had passed by in the direction of Freybrook, but Scarlet had largely ignored them. At first, they seemed deathly scared by the toppled, still-burning carriage and the row of bodies, but Kat had managed to calm them down somewhat and told them to keep traveling towards the city. After that, Scarlet had absent-mindedly practiced her magic as she kept watch on the carriage. Although the fight had been tiring, she still had almost half of her mana left, 1843 out of 4088. Of course, all of that mana had been used against just one opponent, but she didn't think that was too unreasonable of an amount. It was just that she had too little mana. She would need at least 5 times that in the future. She'd also have to ask Kat to refill the depraved Solitude's choker, for now. "Hey," Kat eventually said at one point, a while after the wagons had passed by. "You said this hallowed cabal is in charge of the tribe of Sin." Scarlet turned to look at her. The shielder had a dark expression on her face. "What is it that they actually do? How come I haven't heard about them?" Scarlet dispelled an attempt at water sculpting that she'd been dallying away her time with as she thought about what to answer that question with. There is a lot that they do. It ranges from assassinations and political tampering to mere racketeering and trafficking, though I could not describe it in one word. Suffice it to say that their activities are not something you would enjoy involving yourself with. As for why there is no widespread knowledge of them, it is simply because they conduct much of their activities from the so-called shadows. The tribe of Sin is the group that carries out their more overt endeavors. That said, their existence is not unknown to all. There are guaranteed to be certain members of the Shields Guild that are aware of their existence. Kat's expression deepened as she seemed to consider Scarlet's words. What use did they have for the children? The original buyer was that voice we heard, right? The leader of this cabal. Scarlet hesitated. I am not entirely certain. She'd never heard of that situation specifically in the game, so she didn't actually know the answer. But the cabal didn't use slaves. They didn't really need them. As such, there was only one use she could think of that the cabal might have of them. Be that as it may, she continued, it is no longer of relevance. You have already helped prevent such a scenario. Kat shook her head. But there's bound to have been other cases like it, and more in the future. Gods know just how much grief just the tribe of Sin has caused over the years. There was a bitterness to her voice. Scarlet didn't respond. She couldn't really refute it. The Cabal was one of the major players behind the havoc that would beset the Empire in the coming years, and that wasn't really something she could affect too much. Many of their actions were far outside the range of what she even had an interest in getting involved with. Of course, she wouldn't always have a choice in the matter. She was bound to clash with them at some point in the future. You said they were likely to come again. Kat continued. How long before that, do you think? Scarlet leaned her head slightly to the side. I cannot be sure. It is unlikely that they will make any significant moves against me while we are in any major city. I also do not believe they have the ability to send another group such as this one before we have returned from our current venture. While she knew the Cabal had an impressive information network, they weren't omniscient. She hadn't shared where they were going with many individuals, and the Cabal had just lost the group that was keeping an eye on her. It should take them some time to send out another group that could actually pose a threat to her, and even longer for that group to catch up. So as long as they kept a decent pace on their current trip, they should be all right. Though she would have to be careful when traveling in less populated areas in the future. But you're saying we should still keep our eyes out, Kat said. Scarlet nodded her head. It would be prudent to display caution. Yes. Right. They went silent again, and Scarlet shifted her attention back to practicing her magic. You know, Kat suddenly spoke again. When I originally accepted your escort request, I never even imagined it'd lead to me exploring centuries-old ruins and having to fight murderous secret cabals. But despite that, I can't really say that I hate it. I wouldn't put it in my top 5 jobs, but I've definitely had worse. Scarlet glanced at her. The woman had a thoughtful expression on her face as she looked out into the trees on the other side of the road. I am glad the danger has not discouraged you from continuing your employment, Scarlet said after a moment. Well, I once took on this request to get rid of some grave slimes back when I was a junior shielder. Kat grimaced. Lost almost half of my armor from that job, and I had to cut off almost all my hair just to get rid of the smell. At the time, I seriously considered just quitting this work. She smiled. I'm glad I didn't. Though, I've been able to help a lot of people through my work as a shielder, and I wouldn't give it up for anything. Scarlet gave her a long look. It is commendable that you have such pride in your work. Although that does sound like an unpleasant experience. Oh, it was, Kat said. But what I'm trying to say is that I won't abandon you just because things turned out to be a little more serious than I thought it'd be. Scarlet knitted her brows. That's what she was getting at. From how things are looking, it seems like I'd put you in a pretty tough situation if I did that now. So, Kat turned to look at her. Well, I was going to say that you don't have to worry about it, but I'm honestly not sure if you ever worry about things. But just know that you can rely on me, even if you're super suspicious and all that. I appreciate your loyalty and your sincerity. I truly do, Scarlet said and turned away. If she had been in Kat's shoes, she probably wouldn't have stuck around. So she honestly respected the woman's devotion, although I ask that you henceforth refrain from suggesting that I am in any manner suspicious. However, perhaps she was just a bit too honest at times. Kat chuckled. Is calculating better? Scarlet gave a slight nod. That is acceptable. They once again lapsed into silence as they waited at the roadside. Chapter 25. Ah, there they are. Eventually, people from the estate arrived with a silver-coated carriage and a wooden wagon in tow. 2 guards in light armor and gambesons, that Scarlet recognized as 2 of the men who sometimes guarded the front of the mansion's gates, jumped down from the front of the carriage. The driver was the same young man Scarlet had sent away to get help. She just now realized she'd never even thought of getting his name. Even though she had been trying to learn the names of many of the mansion's other servants, who seemed to have gotten a change of clothes. The man that helmed the wagon wasn't someone she recognized, though he might have been a stable hand of some kind. Soon the doors on the carriage swung open, and a man in a dark suit stepped outside, followed by a middle-aged woman with dark brown hair in a bun that Scarlet recognized as the head of the female servants. The woman, however, quickly returned to the carriage with a horrified expression after catching a glimpse of the dead bodies. The guards stood to the side as the man in the suit, Garside, walked up to Scarlet, who had now risen from her own impromptu seat and threw a glance at the row of corpses, grimacing. He bowed before Scarlet. My lady, we began moving as soon as we heard the news. It gladdens me greatly to see that you are safe. He turned to Kat and gave her a bow too, though not quite as deep as the one he gave Scarlet. Miss Breeden, you have my eternal gratitude for protecting the lady. Kat threw up a hand. It's nothing, really. It's literally my job. Nonetheless, it is an indisputable fact that you have been of great help to our mistress, Garside said, his thick gray mustache trembling slightly as he spoke. I realize some of our earlier interactions have not been entirely cordial, and for that, I apologize. I hope I have not caused any undue offense. Kat took a step back. She looked uncomfortable having the old man apologizing to her. Right. Well, all's well that ends well and all that. Scarlett raised an eyebrow. For a moment she'd almost thought that Kat had quoted Shakespeare, but she knew that wasn't the only place where that proverb was used. It did make her wonder where the proverb originated in this world. However, and how the modern imperial in this place shared so many idioms with the English she was used to. They didn't just pop into being. They had to have some etymological roots that differed from those in her world. Just another thing she could add to the ever-growing list she had of questions about the nature of this world. Thank you, Miss Breeden, Garside said before turning from Kat back to Scarlett. My lady, how should we deal with this situation? He then asked, wrinkling his nose as he gestured his arm towards the bodies that were lined up close to them. The smell wasn't that bad. Actually, the smell of scorched wood from the burning carriage largely overtook it, and Scarlett didn't mind that smell too much. She examined the damaged bodies for a moment before speaking. Remove their equipment and bring it back to the estate. I want it stored away safely. Ensure that as few individuals as possible know of it. The butler's eyes stayed on the unmoving figures. And the bodies. My lady. Scarlett looked at him. Deal with them in a suitable manner. Garside furrowed his bushy brows. Suitable manner. She paused. She had hoped he'd know what to do just from that. He was the butler of a villainess. After all. Knowing how to get rid of bodies sounded like something they'd do sometimes. Then again, it might be possible the original Scarlett never involved Garside or any of her other servants in matters like that. She hadn't seen many signs of it. After all. Bring them to the officials in Freybrook and report them as brigands, she eventually said. She would have preferred if it didn't get out that she killed these people. But the Cabal would probably learn of it soon enough, so it might not matter that much. Hopefully turning up to the officials with a bunch of bodies in tow wouldn't be considered as something illegal or unreasonable for a noble like her to do if they claimed they were bandits. If people bothered to investigate, Kat's testimony should be enough to assuage any other doubts. I will make sure it's done. Garside nodded his head. Scarlett then turned to the toppled carriage. This will also require handling. Garside looked at the burning vehicle. This much I can do, he said, and walked closer to it. He lifted his hands into the air, and soon enough the flames engulfing the carriage started dying down. After about half a minute, the fire was almost completely gone. The only remaining specks of it, the slightly glowing wood pieces that had made up the carriage. Kat let out an impressed whistle. That was just through pyrokinesis. That's impressive. Scarlett looked at the glowing remains. She'd had no idea he even knew any magic. What grade of pyrokinesis would this translate to greater pyrokinesis? The old butler lowered his hands. You flatter me, Miss Breeden. I pale in comparison to the late lord, and I am certain the lady and young madame will soon surpass me, he said, straightening his cuffs. I've always had a knack for pyrokinesis, but I'm ashamed to admit my other skills aren't quite as impressive. I am no match for a B-ranked shielder such as you, I'm sure. After saying that, he looked towards the two guards who stood to the side, eyeing the bodies of the Cabal adepts. Excuse me, my lady. I will go and guarantee your commands are followed. With that, he walked off towards the guards and started speaking with them. Their expressions sank at whatever it was that he said, though Scarlett could make a guess. Kat stepped closer to Scarlett, leaning over surreptitiously. Do your family actually just have some secret magic or something like that? First, it's you being better at using advanced magic techniques than you are normal ones. And now the butler, too. Scarlet kept her eyes on Garside as he oversaw the two guards who got to work undressing the dead bodies. There is no secret. It is merely a coincidence, she answered. She seriously doubted the gray-haired butler had access to a skill system the way she did. But it was surprising that the old man hid such abilities. And apparently, the original Scarlet's father had been even more impressive. It did make her curious what the previous head of the Hartford family had been capable of. They watched for a while longer as Garside gave out orders to the guards and then the servant lady in the carriage before he returned to them. "My lady," he asked, "what are your plans from here on?" Scarlet thought about it. "We will be resuming our traveling," she said after a moment. "Did you prepare the other carriage?" "Yes, as you asked," he said, and nodded his head. "I presume you will not be returning to the mansion before then." "No, we will leave at once. I do not wish to waste more time than necessary." "Understood." He gave a short bow before slowly looking up at her. "If it does not trouble you too much, may I make a request?" She signaled for him to go ahead. "I ask that you allow me to accompany your ladyship on this journey." Scarlet frowned. This was unexpected. "Why?" she asked. Garside inclined his head. "I am afraid something like this attack might occur again. If such a thing were to happen again, I would not be able to forgive myself for being complacent." Scarlet looked over the man with a thoughtful expression. "I will do my utmost to not hold you back in your endeavors, my lady. I merely wish to aid you as I can. What of the matters I entrusted you with back in Fraybrook?" "I have already informed Marlin of the necessary procedures," he said. "The servants at the mansion will be able to carry on without me for a few days." She presumed Marlin was the woman in the carriage. "Very well," she said. "It might be good to have another experienced person with her for now, just to be safe." She doubted the Cabal would make another attack before they returned, but it wouldn't hurt to be careful. Garside just gave a short nod. "I will make the last necessary preparations before we leave then." Once again he walked over to the guards, pointing to the bodies, the wagon, and the destroyed carriage. Scarlet looked over at Kat and saw that the woman had a slightly stiff expression. Ah, right. He'd been the one to tell her off for her uncouth behavior before. Just a moment ago she'd been impressed by the man, but she might not like the idea of being stuck in a carriage with him for a few days. Well, he'd already apologized. She doubted there'd be any more problems, especially when she was around. Mentally shrugging those thoughts away, Scarlet began moving towards the silver-coated carriage that the servants had brought. It didn't take too long for Garside to finish issuing his orders to the people, and soon enough they were off in the new carriage, leaving the servants with the wagon and the bodies to deal with the situation. She would have to remember to give them some kind of reward when she returned. Chapter 26. Are we there yet? The remaining journey towards the village of Whistle Creek was thankfully much more uneventful than the first couple hours of the trip. The first day went by relatively quickly, even though Kat spent much of it constantly keeping an eye out the window, watching for any further ambushes. The Shielder's normally outgoing personality was further quieted down by Garside's presence, which did leave the ride somewhat more boring. It did give Scarlet some extra time to do some basic practicing with her magic, but she could only do that for so long with her current mana capacity. She had taken the opportunity to use 5 of the 7 skills points she had after receiving more from the ambush to upgrade her minor hydrokinesis to hydrokinesis, which she'd wanted to do for a while, although she didn't have the chance to really try out the upgraded skill while traveling in the carriage. To further pass the time, Scarlet had brought out some books from her pouch of holding on the history of the Empire, the Rising Isle, the Forgotten Tower, the Everdust Barrier, and other interesting places that she knew of from the game to compare her knowledge of. She'd sent a servant to buy the books from some store in Fraybrook, which is also when she'd come up with the rather belated idea of telling them to buy as many relevant books on matters of decorum and noble behavior as they could. On behalf of the ignorant shielder in her employ, finding anything useful on the matter had surprisingly enough not been fruitful as of yet. But now she had a decent excuse if someone were to ask. Unfortunately, she hadn't had time to read any of those particular books yet, and she couldn't very well read them in front of others. Maybe Kat, but definitely not Garside. A miscalculation on her part. Having spent most of the first day reading up on the history of the Graynal Empire, their carriage had reached a small township called Crowbell before night. Kat was especially happy about that, as most of her baggage had been destroyed, along with the first carriage, including some of her armor, which Scarlet did feel some guilt about. She would have to reimburse the woman somehow, and she'd been forced to borrow a set of Scarlet's traveling clothes that the servants had packed along. Kat's own clothes were essentially ruined from the fight. But Kat was both taller than Scarlet and had a much more toned physique, so the clothing she borrowed wasn't the best fit. Add to that the injuries the shielder was still recovering from, and she was quite excited about stopping the first night to get some real rest and get new clothes. Scarlet's shoulder had largely healed by then, after repeated uses of Earth Pulse from Kat throughout the day, so she didn't have as much of an issue. After resting in that town, they had started moving again the next morning. That day had been even more uneventful than the second half of the previous one. Scarlet managed to finish a book about the first emperor of the Graynal Empire, a Galrath the Great, and a few other imperial heroes, as well as start another book. By the time they reached another small town to stay for that night. It wasn't until evening on the third day of their journey through the vast forested land that was the southwestern part of the empire that they reached their destination. The road leading directly to and from the village of Whistle Creek didn't look as if it saw much use. Grass and weeds covered much of it, with only a few trails caused by wagons and people visible through the underbrush. The village itself was located in a clearing next to a small lake that was overflowing with flora. The settlement wasn't that large if Scarlet were to guess. The population was probably somewhere in the hundreds, definitely not the thousands at least. The majority of the buildings were simple, single-floored wooden structures, which made for quite a different view than the one on the streets of Fraybrook that she had started getting so used to. As their carriage came closer and closer to the village, they got a better view of the clearing it lay in. Not too far off from the heart of the village, on the opposite edge of the clearing from where they currently were, Scarlet saw several wide fields with distant figures walking around in them. They were quite large for a village this size, at least compared with many of the other places they'd passed by. Further off, above the copse of trees that surrounded the area, the ridges of part of the Whitstone Mountains towered over the small settlement, lending it some shade from the sun as it was starting to set. Soon enough, their carriage entered the bounds of the village itself, and she peeked out at the buildings. There was no one outside, but she spotted some people staring at them through the windows. It didn't seem to be the most welcoming of communities. Then again, she did just arrive in a noble's carriage without prior notice. She supposed most people would be wary in a situation like this. As they reached an area of Whistle Creek that looked the most like a village square, though it was a bit of a stretch to call it that, as it was just a larger dirt area without any buildings on it. The coachman pulled the carriage to a stop. Garside looked out through the window, his brows slightly knitted. "My lady, am I correct in taking it that you plan on staying here for a while?" Scarlet glanced at him. "You are, yes," she said, turning her eyes outside. "I believe I spoke of business that required taking care of. This is where it is." She tried not to display too much of the inherent distaste she felt at the thought of staying at a place like this. Even in her previous life, she had never been especially fond of camping, and spending time outdoors. That went more than double for her now. The places that they had stayed at the previous 2 nights had at least been decent inns, but this place didn't even seem to have that. The largest building she'd seen was one with a stone base at the edge of this little square, and that was only about the size of a small barn. She doubted it had many amenities. This world had toilets, although she assumed they were somehow magical in nature and were probably reserved for the more better-off places, but it wouldn't surprise her if this place didn't. While she accepted the necessity of sometimes having to deal with circumstances like this, and she didn't want to turn into the kind of blue-blooded stiff who couldn't even handle some minor inconveniences without crying about them, it was still terribly annoying for her to bear. Not only did she have to deal with the inconveniences themselves, which wasn't the easiest when you were used to a modern-day lifestyle, but she also had to live with the added-on annoyance and mental strain it took on her due to the original Scarlet's traits. She'd had a friend back in her world that throughout their entire college experience would complain about how she would be irritated the whole day if she didn't get a coffee in the morning. At the time, Scarlet had never understood it, even though she had been at the other end of its consequences on several occasions. Now she definitely understood. "You coming out?" Kat's voice brought Scarlet out of her musings, as the shielder who wore a simple set of brown cloth clothing from the ones she'd gotten at their first stop had already left the carriage and looked back at Scarlet. Garside had just stepped out and held the door open. Grabbing the pouch of holding from the seat next to her and tying it to her waist, Scarlet rose and quickly exited the vehicle. As her feet touched down on the slightly wet mud that covered most of the ground around them, she was glad that she had worn a high pair of thick traveling boots for the day. "My lady, I will see if I can find a reeve or village head," Garside said. "I believe this village is under the domain of Baron Gresham. As such, I will ensure a proper greeting is organized and that you are afforded the best accommodations." She raised her hand towards him. "A welcome will not be necessary. Simply locate a place to stay and find the one in charge. I wish to speak with them." Asu. He gave her a short nod. "Of course, my lady." With that, he walked up to the young coachman Dickens. It had turned out that his name was, and traded some words with him before heading off towards the larger building Scarlet had noticed near where they were. "So, what now?" Kat asked from the side. The blonde-haired woman was tying some of her hair back into the braid she usually wore as she took in the houses around them. "It depends," Scarlet answered, on how willing the residents are to cooperate, in addition to a number of other factors. Scarlet really doubted the villagers would be particularly helpful in the matter. She just hoped they wouldn't have to wait for too long before the next attack. "Cooperate." Kat had a confused expression on her face. "What exactly are we here to do?" Scarlet looked at her. "Why, we are here to help them, of course." The shielder narrowed her eyes in a disbelieving look. "Yeah. How about you say that again, with some emotion this time?" Scarlet merely shook her head. "We are here to deal with a problem that is plaguing this region, and to procure an artifact related to that problem." Kat's confused face deepened. "Why wouldn't the villagers want to help us with that?" "That, I believe, is a question they are more suitable to answer than I." Kat raised an eyebrow. "Right. And what exactly is this problem? I wonder." Scarlet looked towards Dickens, the coachman, as he stroked the carriage horse's mane while feeding it an apple. "I thought you were going to start telling me these things beforehand," Kat said, and Scarlet saw the woman roll her eyes. "I was," Scarlet admitted. "However, after having my good intentions doubted but a mere moment ago, I am beginning to have second thoughts on the matter." Kat blinked her eyes. "Gods, you just like appearing mysterious and all-knowing, don't you?" "That's it, isn't it?" Scarlet looked back at the woman, thinking about it for a moment. Perhaps that might in fact not be entirely incorrect. It was kind of intoxicating. That feeling of knowing more than everybody else of what was happening. She smiled ever so slightly. Do not worry. I will apprise you of the situation and our exact objective later on, though it isn't something you will have much trouble handling. Kat looked at her for a moment longer, before shrugging her shoulders with a quiet, "All right," as they waited for Garside to return. They didn't have to wait for long before Garside came walking back, a man with balding gray hair close behind him. The butler stood aside as the man stopped in front of Scarlet, with an anxious look on his face, performing a hesitant bow. Welcome, my lady. I'm Dieter, the head of this village. I'm sorry for the poor reception. We didn't know you would be visiting." She gave him a cursory look. He wore simple enough clothing that had dirt on its legs and sleeves and was wet with sweat. He seemed to have been busy at work during the day. She turned towards Garside, who gave her a nod. She wasn't sure what that was supposed to mean. "I had no desire of being received by your people upon my visit anyhow, so it is of little matter," she said, looking back at the man. "I trust there is lodgment available for our stay." The village head feverishly nodded his head. Of course. He gestured towards the building Garside had walked towards earlier. "You can stay in the manor house." She glanced at the building. They called that a manor house. It wasn't in disarray or anything, but it looked about as well as one might expect in a village where most of the buildings were made of simple wood. Well, it appeared to be the center of the settlement. At least. "Lead the way," she said. The man nodded his head once more and led them towards, and inside, the manor house, where they entered a decently sized space that had a fireplace at one end, as well as some chairs and tables spread around. Next to the fireplace was a small area that appeared to function as a kitchen. There were also 4 doors that she presumed led to things like bedrooms and storage. "We will prepare rooms for you as soon as possible." My lady," the man said, looking over Kat and Garside, who had entered along with Scarlet. Dickens was busy finding a place to keep the horse and carriage. "If you want, we can also make you something to eat." Scarlet's eyes moved over the space. "Yes, I believe that would be in order," she said, as she walked over to one of the tables and sat down close to the fireplace. The fire wasn't lit, so she used her pyrokinesis to light the kindling, which seemed to cause the village head to startle slightly. "Now," she said, her eyes locking onto the nervous man where he stood. "I have some questions for you." Chapter 27, Lies and Fangs. To start with, Scarlet began her questioning. "The people I have seen appeared very tense. Why is that?" The village head wiped his hands on the sides of his shirt. "I'm not sure what you mean, my lady." "I believe you are." She tapped her finger against the table next to her as she regarded him. In fact, there was an unusually small number of people out on those fields too. I was under the impression that one worked until it was dark during times of harvest. Yet so few of you seem to remain outside your homes. They'd passed by a number of hamlets on their way here where large groups of people, women and children, had been busy at work harvesting the field's yields. It stood out to her that that wasn't the case here. That's because... He paused as his eyes went back and forth between Scarlet and her entourage. "Yes." She raised an eyebrow. "Surely you do not mean to say that I am the sole reason behind this behavior?" His eyes widened. "No, of course not. My lady, I wouldn't dare." "Then there is another reason. Tell me of it." He went quiet, squirming where he stood. Scarlet almost felt sympathy for the man, though that wouldn't really stop her from grilling him. "I should mention that we will be staying for several days. Attempting to lie to me is not in your best interest." The statement seemed to have spooked him. "I never meant to lie to you, my lady. It's just that I don't think that such a small matter is worth bringing to your attention. I will be the judge of that, she said. Speak. He massaged the backs of his hands. Recently, we've had some small problems with monsters attacking our crops. He held up both palms. No one's gotten injured. We've just asked those more vulnerable to stay inside as it gets darker, just to be safe. But it's barely affected us, really. Why haven't you sent for help or contacted the Shields Guild? Kat asked from the side. The village head turned to look at her. We are not the most wealthy of villages. We couldn't afford to spend money on something like that. And we could never bother the Lord with a problem this small. Kat furrowed her brows. The guild doesn't cost that much. And if it's serious enough that some of you have to hide, I wouldn't call it a small problem. He stared at her with his mouth open. Scarlet clicked her tongue. It was clear that he didn't know what to say, so she decided to give him an out. How long has this problem afflicted the village? She asked. The village head turned to her with a slightly relieved face. Not that long. My lady, give me a figure. He scratched the back of his head. A few weeks, maybe. She frowned. He was lying. She was pretty sure it was mentioned in the game that the villagers had put up with this for at least a year. And the first time she'd done the quest line here in Whistle Creek, it had been several months into the game. And by then, someone had definitely died. But she wasn't certain how early into the game the quest became available. That first death might not have happened yet in relation to where she was in this world. She eyed him quietly. And what do you know of these monsters? They're wolves of some kind. Very large wolves, he answered, before hesitating. We don't know why they suddenly started attacking us. Another lie. But they come every few days or so. Scarlet glanced at Kat, seeing a disbelieving expression on the woman's face. And their haunt, she asked, looking back at the village head. Do you know where they make their den? Sweat ran down the man's face as he shook his head. No, we have no idea. They just appear from out of nowhere and steal some of our crops before making off into the woods. She stopped tapping her finger against the table, staring into his eyes. Are you certain about that? Bear in mind that lying to me can have severe consequences. She saw him gulp as he lowered his gaze to avoid hers. Yes, my lady. I have no idea. She kept her eyes on him for a while, watching him writhe in discomfort. Very well, she finally said, and rose from her seat. It appears we will have to find their lair by ourselves then. His head shot up and he stared at her with wide eyes. You're going to look for them? Of course, she smiled. As I happen to be passing through, it is only right that I lend my aid to the people of Baron Gresham's domain, is it not? Yes. Of course. He started mumbling. But it's dangerous. We could never have a noble like you risk themselves just for our sake. Was it not you who earlier claimed it was not a significant problem? Scarlet gestured towards Kat. Then I imagine I and the shielder Miss Breeden here will have no issue in handling it. His head spun to look at Kat. You're a shielder. She nodded her head. I am. A problem with that. No, of course not. He shook his head. Then that means you would be able to take care of the monsters. The shielder looked at him for a moment. Probably. I would have to see them first, though. I imagine it will not be long until you do, Scarlet said and walked over to one of the doors to look inside. It was a small room with a single bed and a closet in it. If the residents here can be of no aid in locating their den, we will have to begin our own preparations. She looked back at the village head. But first, I believe a meal is in order. After eating far from the best meal she'd had in this world, Scarlet and the others settled in for the night. She didn't want to risk missing it if the monsters were to attack again that night. While she had been pondering the best way of dealing with that question, along with Kat, Garside had offered to stay awake the first few hours in case anything happened, and Kat then volunteered to cover the rest. Scarlett didn't feel quite comfortable asking that of a man his age, but she also didn't want to leave a job like that up to the coachman. And as she had to uphold at least a modicum of her haughty, noble performance, she couldn't really take it on herself either. Garside was also quite adamant about the duty, and Kat would be the one who had the toughest hours anyway. So in the end, Scarlett had agreed to it. The shielder had also assured her that she was quite used to surviving on little sleep, and that it wouldn't be a problem. She'd mostly recovered from her wounds and could stay up for days. As such, the butler and the shielder had been on watch duty that night. Unfortunately for them, nothing did happen. So, first thing the next morning, Scarlett had ordered Garside to ask around some as she and Kat made off into the surrounding forest to try and find where the wolves made their home themselves. Though unlike some of the other dungeons and points of interest that she'd found in this world, the den of these monsters wasn't something that she had high hopes of finding just by looking around some. Even in the game, it had been a tough find. It was basically a burrow next to some tree somewhere, largely hidden by the forest's undergrowth. She couldn't even remember exactly in which direction it was, just that it was closer to the mountains than it was to the village. Even with her and Kat searching for several hours on end, they didn't find any clear traces of it, and Scarlett found herself more annoyed than anything. She knew at least some of the villagers knew where it was. They just didn't want any outsiders to find it, because they were scared that people would find what was inside. She could probably have forced it out of the villagers, but she also didn't want to go too far. Not when she could just follow the wolves to it, similar to how one could do it in the game. Although, she did lack a good means of tracking them, as she did in the game, but she imagined Kat would be able to keep up. She'd asked the woman, and it turned out she knew the haste spell, which was apparently also relatively rare, but it was a very useful spell, even though it wasn't always particularly suited to combat, due to it leaving you completely burned out after using it. They eventually returned to Whistle Creek around noon. Garside had asked around some, but none of the villagers were especially open about things, so he didn't have any new information beyond what the village head had already told them. After eating, they were supposed to continue their search through the forest. But walking around for hours on end in the forest turned out to be a bit much for Scarlett, as she was right now. So Kat went back into the woods herself to resume the search, as Scarlett took some rest. She took the opportunity to practice her magic some and get used to her upgraded skill. She picked a spot some distance away from the village and its fields, but she still noticed some of the inhabitants staring at her from a distance. She decided to largely ignore it. Though, name Scarlett Hartford. Skills include minor mana control, pyromancy, pyrokinesis, minor hydromancy, and hydrokinesis. Traits are dignified, august, supercilious, cavalier, callous, overbearing, conceited, and third-rate mana veins. Mana is 3842 out of 4123. Points available 2. After testing it out, it seemed that the hydrokinesis skill was more effective than its predecessor, minor hydrokinesis, by orders of magnitude. Previously, the limit on the amount of water she could create at once was maybe close to a pitcher of water, even less if she wanted great enough control of it to use it with her aquamines. She used to be able to handle roughly 3 tennis ball-sized mines, and now she could definitely create more, but she wasn't really sure where the new limit was. When it came to merely creating a batch of water, she managed to create maybe half a bathtub of the clear liquid when she really focused an increase that was much starker than when she originally upgraded the pyrokinesis skill, though that skill's performance was harder to estimate because it related more to the fire's heat. But it turned out that creating more mines wasn't merely a matter of how much water she could create. Currently, she found herself losing control of them when she had more than 5 active at once, and even then they were a little unstable. It seemed it was more a matter of practice now than anything else. Nonetheless, the upgrade was a welcome addition to her growing repertoire. Later on, she hoped to accomplish some impressive things with those 2 skills of hers, as well as any other tricks she would pick up. Kat returned later that day towards the evening, when the sun began to set once more, and most of the village's inhabitants had already returned to their homes. Scarlet was no expert on the matter, but it seemed like there was still much work to be done on the fields for the current harvest. They had a lot of work to catch up with. Much as expected, Kat hadn't found anything new during her search, so they settled in for the day as one of them kept watch of the fields. The village head was quite nervous all the while, but it was clear that he didn't dare to say anything. Perhaps he was hoping that they'd be able to just take care of the wolves and settle for that. It had already turned dark when the first sighting happened. Scarlet was sitting nearby the fireplace in the village's manor house reading a book about a rumored lost cave, although it wasn't very rumored to her as she was well aware of its existence. Even if it was incredibly hard to reach in Relaria Lake by the capital with Garside not far from her, when Kat came barging in without so much as a knock. "They're here," the shielder said, moving a strand of hair away from her eyes. Now Scarlet understood why the woman usually wore a headband when they went dungeon trekking. Scarlet closed the book and put it into the pouch of holding as she rose from her chair and moved towards the door. "Then we will have to move quickly," she said as she tied the pouch to her side. "Our first objective is rebuffing the monsters into the forest. You know what to do after that, Kat." She looked at the woman for a moment, then turned to her butler. "Garside, you are in charge of ensuring the safety of the villagers. Try to make it so that none of them come to any serious harm. We would not want them to complain about our interfering." He performed a quick bow. "I will do my utmost, my lady." She nodded her head. "I expect no less." They left the house and both Kat and Garside began to run towards the fields. The elderly butler was in surprisingly good shape despite probably nearing his 70s. As for Scarlet, even during circumstances like this, running wasn't something she could bring herself to do easily. It wasn't dignified, after all. Instead, she settled for a rather hurried, but still calm, gait in the direction of her destination. She passed by several houses on the way, and even though it was quite dark outside by now, she could still see a few faces looking out at her through the windows. It took her a few minutes to reach the fields, but she could see and hear some of Kat's magic from a distance. Now and then she also saw sparks of light at other locations which she could only assume was Garside at work. As she neared the simple wooden fence that enclosed some of the fields and the tall stalks beyond them, she saw a pair of large men climb over the fence and run off towards the village. Not all had managed to get away yet, it seemed. She entered the fields and walked along a path of trampled wheat stalks towards the other end of the field, where recurring bouts of rumblings and the occasional flash suggested Kat was currently fighting off some of the monsters. When Scarlet got close, she spotted the shielder launching a small boulder towards the side of a wolf the size of a pony. It had thick silver-gray fur that almost shone in the fledgling moonlight and displayed fangs the size of her fingers. Scarlet recognized it as a warg. Honestly, seeing it in person, she almost couldn't believe these monsters were only supposed to be level 25 in the game. Another 5 of the wargs showed themselves not too far away, in the cover of the trees by the forest edge. All of them seemed injured in some way, either limping slightly or with large gashes on their side. Kat had already done a number on them. As the last one that Kat had attacked slowly got up from the ground with a whimper, one of the other wargs let out a loud howl. It was soon met up by howls from other parts of the clearing, and soon the group of wargs started running off into the cover of the forest. Scarlet looked towards Kat. who gave her a nod. Immediately after, Kat started gesturing with her hands in front of her, and a low red-white light shimmered around her for a second. Scarlet saw how the woman's eyes took on a red hue. Then she took off like a bullet into the forest, leaving Scarlet behind. Chapter 28. Mysteries on the Chase. After having watched Kat run off into the forest, Scarlet started following the forest edge as she searched the fields for her butler. It only took her a couple of minutes before she spotted him, close to the border of one of the fields, assisting a rather large bald man who lay on the ground and had blood running from what appeared to be a bite on his right leg. An impromptu splint made of part of the ruined fence nearby had been created to support the leg. When Garside noticed her, he stood up and bowed towards her. "My lady, the monsters appear to have fled, as you predicted. I've assisted a number of the villagers in escaping back to the village itself, just as you ordered." Scarlet inspected him. He'd been wearing the same black suit during most of their journey. She could only assume he had many like it, and it seemed mostly intact, so he probably hadn't been hurt. There were some signs of blood on his sleeves, but they didn't seem to come from him. "Well done," she said, momentarily glancing over the injured villager as he shakily stood up. "Kat has left in pursuit of the monsters," she continued. "I expect it will be some time before she returns. I will retreat to the manor for now. If you wish to search for any other injured, I suggest you do so immediately." "Understood, my lady. I will join you as soon as I can," Garside said. She nodded her head and began to make her way back to the village. Kat's breath flowed out heavily as her foot found purchase on a protruding root in front of her. She tried to pace her breathing evenly as she sprinted through the dark, canopied forest. The haste spell was taxing enough on the body as it was. Leaping over the body of a fallen-over tree and landing with some uncertainty before quickly regaining her balance, she spotted more movement some distance in front of her. These wolf monsters were as quick as cockatrices. Even after injuring some of them, she could only barely keep up. Another minute or so, and she wouldn't be able to keep the spell up any longer either. She dodged a low-hanging branch that she noticed at the last second, scanning around for the wolf she had been following. Howling sounded out somewhere to her right, but it was far too dark for her to see anything in that direction. She kept running forward, hoping to spot her target again. There, a short distance away, some of the moonlight found its way through the trees and reflected off silver fur. Kat immediately veered off towards it. More howls, some of them closer than before, rang out from different points in the forest. She ignored them and focused on following the monster ahead of her. She saw it run out from amongst the trees and cross a wide area that held a large gathering of rocks before continuing deeper into the forest on the other end. She made sure to not lose it as she ran and kept her balance across the stones. The wolf didn't seem to mind her as she kept close to its heels, when it suddenly slinked into a large bush next to a tree and disappeared. Both her feet slammed into the forest floor, and she grabbed onto the trunk of a nearby tree to help her halt despite her speed. She readied herself for an attack and observed the bush closely. But there was no more movement. The wolf wasn't hiding. She didn't even think these monsters had the brains to try and trick her like that. She looked around the area. Judging from the howls earlier, there were still other wolves out in the forest, although they had turned out not to be a major threat to her. Finding herself stuck amongst an entire pack of them while dealing with the after effects of using haste probably wasn't the brightest of ideas. She glanced up the tree next to her. Boosted by haste, she managed to jump and climb up the tree without much issue, setting herself to rest on a branch that was fairly high and gave her a good enough view of the bush that the wolf had disappeared into. She wanted to make sure this was the right place. She also let go of her haste spell, feeling the fatigue wash over her body like a vials-dammed wave. Some of her bones made small popping noises in protest, and she was already starting to feel stiff all over. Gods, she really hated that spell. taking long and deep breaths as she kept an eye out for any more wolves. She began trying to look to the east and see if she couldn't find out her general position. Scarlet had been right when she'd said the mountains wouldn't be far off. Kat could see them through the treetops. Without haste, it'd take her maybe a minute or two to get there. She shook her head. Sometimes it was downright scary what that woman knew. She'd met plenty of impressive people throughout her time as a shielder, but she'd never met someone quite like Scarlet Hartford. Despite being a baroness, and living up to at least half of the stereotypes Kat would have anticipated from a noble Scarlet, still somehow managed to go against her expectations. The woman so naturally somehow acted like there was barely any secret in the world that wasn't known to her, yet at the same time she was exploring new territory. Kat was pretty sure this was the first time Scarlet had ever been to Whistle Creek, and it showed, but it still felt like the woman knew all its mysteries. It was as if she had the gods themselves whispering in her ear all the little secrets she wanted to know. Kat paused. Scarlet couldn't actually be an augur. Could she? No. That'd be ridiculous. From what she'd heard, that was impossible outside members of the followers. She didn't know if any of the other gods even bothered with things like that. And Scarlet felt about as far removed from a holy woman as possible, so it definitely wasn't that. But what other ways were there for the woman to know all that she did? If it was just the stuff about the tribe of Sin, Kat still had a hard time swallowing that there was a whole other group behind. Those monsters, then Kat might just have thought Scarlet had first-hand experience of them or something similar. But all the different ruins, caves, and other interesting places that they had visited because of Scarlet's vague research didn't really fit into that explanation. There had to be more to it. Did Scarlet actually have someone feeding her all this information? Somebody that had to be kept a secret, or had she learned it all by herself? Kat had found herself more and more intrigued by that question the more time she spent with the woman, and the more comfortable she also felt around her. It was pretty clear that Scarlet had also mellowed up some towards her, at least as far as that word went, when it came to describing the usually indifferent noblewoman. Kat grinned. She'd even gotten Scarlet to pull what she was pretty sure were supposed to be jokes at times. Movement down at ground level caught her attention and pulled her out of her thoughts. She spotted shadows in the shape of large wolves creep out from among the trees, lurking towards the bush where she'd seen the other wolf disappear. Either they didn't smell her, or they didn't mind her. Soon enough, they disappeared into it too, which meant this was definitely the right spot. She leaned back against the tree. At least they knew where they were supposed to go next then. Now she just had to return to Whistle Creek, although maybe she could take some time to rest first. It wasn't until the next morning that Scarlet found Kat returning from the forest. The shielder looked completely exhausted, almost like she'd spent the better part of the night just running. It seemed like the effect of haste was much harsher in this world than it was in Chronicle of Realms. That was curious. She didn't know what the spell actually did, so she could only guess as to the reason. But in the game, haste had drained your stamina and temporarily reduced the stat. If you were to translate that into the real world, where not everybody has a stamina stat that recharges every few minutes, then it sort of made sense for it to have more of an effect. But Kat had managed to locate the warg's den due to the use of the spell, so it wasn't a waste of effort at the very least. Scarlet did decide to let the shielder rest for the day, though, as intruding in the lair of a large pack of wolves didn't sound like the best idea when one in the group was too tired to stand on their own two legs. Much like the previous days, Scarlet took the opportunity to spend most of the day reading the books she had. She even managed to read some of the books on noble traditions and decorums when Garside was busy looking around the village and getting some more practice with her upgraded hydrokinesis skill. That night, after double-checking with Kat if she was well enough for it and getting a decently reassuring confirmation, they got ready to move out. After having checked everything and standing in the village's manor house prepared to leave, The village head had approached them. He seemed to mostly stay in some nearby house during their stay, but came in now and then to see if there was something Scarlet wanted, and had noticed their preparations. "Ah, my lady, are you leaving somewhere?" Scarlet gave the man a look over. He looked significantly more tired than when they'd first arrived here. She could only assume that the stress of their stay here didn't treat him well. "Indeed we are," she said. "We are leaving to attend to the infestation of monsters that have plagued your village for these past weeks." His eyes widened at her words, no doubt realizing what it meant. You mean to say that you've found the monster's lair? That we have... Ah, that." He hesitated as his eyes passed over Kat and Garside, who were giving him careful looks. "That is great," he exclaimed with just a bit more fervor than was believable. Scarlet chose not to bother him about it. "Yes," she said and turned towards the door. "I expect that by the morning we will have concluded this entire affair in all of our favor. Then I and my retinue will be able to leave with clear consciences." She really couldn't wait. Having to endure using a smelly privy for her business was practically torture in her current circumstances, and not a problem she ever wanted to face again in the future if she could avoid it. Then I wish you all the best," the village head said, though there didn't sound to be much emotion behind it. Scarlet gave him one last look before they left. Well, she couldn't really fault him. He was probably afraid they'd take what was in the warg's den. After they'd exited the manor house and had reached the outskirts of the village, Kat spoke. "That guy is so suspicious. He's been weird about the wolves ever since we got here. You'd almost think he would have tried something by now." "I concur, Miss Breeden," Garside said as he thumbed his thick mustache. "The village head has most likely been hiding something from us. But attempting to do anything towards a noble such as the lady would have been the height of folly. I do not believe he is the sort of man that would perform that kind of mistake." "You're probably right, but you'd think he would have been happy about us going out to take care of their monster problem. Makes one wonder what would make him act like that." And that last part was obviously directed towards Scarlet. "There could be many reasons," Scarlet said, not looking at the shielder. "But ultimately, none of them matter. Garside is correct in that they would not dare go against us, and I do not believe they are hiding anything nefarious. All of the villagers were weak. Even if you outright offended them during the quest line in the game, they still didn't dare go against you, and she had no reason to expect them to act differently here." "All right?" Scarlet could imagine the shielder shrugging. "If you say so." Soon enough, they entered the forest surrounding Whistle Creek, Kat leading the way with a lantern in hand. Scarlet didn't really recognize where they were going from the game, but it was both dark out, and this wasn't the most unique of forests, so that was hardly a surprise. They walked on slowly, keeping a lookout for any wargs in the area, but they didn't encounter any. To her knowledge, they only left their den every few days or so to raid Whistle Creek's fields, and now some of them had even gotten injured, so it might have taken even more time before the next attack. After a while, Kat finally stopped, pointing towards a bush nested against a tree. "That's where I saw the wolves disappear." "Wargs," Scarlet said as she cautiously neared the bush. "These monsters are called wargs." She realized now that she'd forgotten to tell Kat of the specific type of monster this was. Not that it really mattered much in their case. "Wargs. Huh," the shielder muttered. "I think I've heard of them. There are so many different kinds of wolves." "They are quite a rare species," Garside said. "Not seen much outside of the Whitdown Mountains." Scarlet turned to him. He seemed to know a bit about monsters, and he was giving her a curious look now. "Crap." She looked back to the bush. Maybe she shouldn't act as if she knew things like this near him. He'd been rather quiet and obedient about stuff, so she'd started to grow complacent around him. But there was no knowing what he might find odd or suspicious. It is likely that there is a pathway here that the wargs use. We will have to utilize that, she said, looking at Cat. The Shielder's lip turned up. I'm guessing I'm going first, then. Scarlet nodded her head. I believe that would be the most prudent. You did say that you had mostly recovered and would have no trouble dealing with a few overgrown dogs. Cat shook her head with a smile. I wasn't complaining. She then walked closer to the bush and used her hands to move some of the branches away, attempting to climb in on her fours. I think I found something, she said after disappearing behind some of the leaves on the bush. There's definitely some kind of opening or hole here. It's a bit tight, but I'll try to climb inside. Her voice faded, until after a moment they heard it again, but a lot more muted. It's safe down here. You can come down. Scarlet looked towards Garside. Cat will be enough for this. I believe it would be best if you stayed and ensured there are no problems here. Is that understood? He merely bowed. Of course, my lady. You may put your trust in me. And if there is anything else you require, you need only signal me. Good. She moved away from the butler, who thankfully turned away as she did, and kneeled down. She wasn't exactly looking forward to this specific part. Chapter 29. I'll have a fried warg, with just a side of blood. Leaving the forest behind and making her way through the bush and down the small tunnel hidden in it was both awkward and uncomfortable for her. But Scarlet managed it without taking too much time, and soon found herself crawling into a small cave of dirt with roots jutting out from the walls. Cat stood in the middle of it, holding the lantern up as she looked towards a part of the cave that narrowed down and led further in. To Scarlet's eyes, it almost looked like that passage had been widened by human hands. As she stood up, taking out a cloth from her pouch of holding to wipe off some of the dirt, Cat turned to her and nodded towards the passage. Looks like it'll get pretty tight. We don't really know how many of those wargs we'll encounter at once on the other side either. But I'm guessing that I can't convince you to stay here. Scarlet paused, looking between the passageway and the shielder. This time, there wasn't anything particularly dangerous that Cat couldn't handle, and as far as Scarlet remembered, there weren't any traps in this dungeon. As such, she didn't actually have to come with. She'd probably be more in the way than anything else, and she wasn't sure how effective her own magic would be against these wargs. They weren't the highest level, so she could probably handle a couple of them, but there were a lot of them. Although Cat would be able to handle them all on her own, so she could just tell Cat what they were looking for and have the shielder get it. But that didn't sit well with Scarlet. She didn't like the idea of just leaving the whole matter, which was directly connected to her current needs, in someone else's hands, while she just waited for the results. She wasn't sure if that was something from her, from Amy, or if it was a consequence of her traits. Nevertheless, she didn't want to do it like that. Hello, you hearing me? Cat's voice returned Scarlet's mind to the present, and she met the woman's gaze. The shielder had found a piece of white cloth from somewhere in the village, which she was now using as a headband to keep her golden hairlocks away from her eyes. What you said is true, Scarlet said, but you are also correct in assuming that you will not be able to persuade me into staying here. If necessary, I trust in your capabilities to keep me safe in any unforeseen situation. A snap of her fingers conjured 3 small spheres of fire in the air above them. And I believe I can be of some help, at the very least by relieving you of some of your encumbrances. It wasn't quite as bright as the lantern, but it did leave Cat free to worry about other things. Cat just gave a small smile as she shrugged and put the lantern out. You won't hear me complaining, she said, handing Scarlet the lantern to put in the pouch of holding. Just be careful, as usual. If I tell you to get back, it's probably a wise idea to get back. With that, Cat began moving towards the small passage and squeezed into it. Scarlet followed closely behind. keeping the fires slightly in front of them as they moved. Before long, they reached a point where the passageway opened up into the side of a stone corridor. It almost looked like the passageway had originally formed from a crack in the wall, and later been widened artificially, probably by animals at first, but then by humans. If Scarlet were to guess, it was the villagers of Whistle Creek, back when they first discovered this place. It was never mentioned in the game specifically how they found this place, though. The floor of the corridor they now found themselves in was covered with dirt. Scarlet scrunched her nose at what she was pretty certain was animal droppings. Too small to be from the wargs, but it wasn't too unusual for bats to be found in places like this in the game. The rather decrepit appearance of the corridor brought attention away from the walls, which were covered with different murals and depictions of several large wolf heads with fangs around them, like wreaths. Cat let out a low whistle at the sight. "I keep on running into the most interesting places when I'm with you," she whispered, and leaned close to Scarlet. This was barely anything compared to some of the other places one visited later in the game, but Scarlet had to admit that some of these illustrations were impressive. She wouldn't say they were quite on the level of some of what they'd seen in the Zuvarian ruins, but the wolves did have a flair to them that old statues of a mostly extinct race didn't. Scarlet glanced to the right, where there seemed to have been a cave-in of sorts that blocked most of the passage, and to the left, where the corridor continued on into the darkness outside her fire sphere's range. Cat had already started moving further down that path, and Scarlet followed. Soon they reached a set of stairs that went down. Scarlet touched Cat on the shoulder, gesturing down the steps. Cat seemed to understand what she meant, as she gave her a nod and cautiously began moving down. Scarlet waited for a moment before following. The area at the bottom opened up into a larger chamber, but how large was impossible to see, as almost the entirety of it was covered in darkness. Scarlet could only see a few meters ahead, though she knew this was the place she was looking for. Almost as soon as Cat reached the end of the stairs, several low growls echoed throughout their surroundings. The growls grew in number and strength, and soon the two of them were flooded by a cacophony of snarls and gnarls from the shadows. The wargs weren't happy about them being here. None had attacked yet, though. Scarlet saw Cat move her hands, and suddenly two walls of stone taller than them both rose on either side of them, blocking anything from approaching from anywhere but the front. Scarlet created two more spheres of light above Cat to give the woman even more light, as well as a basketball-sized sphere of fire high up in the air a few meters ahead of them. The extra light illuminated even more of the chamber, revealing dozens of the man-sized wolves spread around the center of the chamber that growled at the sudden appearance of the miniature sun. Keeping it was a little expensive mana-wise, but they were at too much of a disadvantage otherwise, so it was necessary in this case. She was pretty sure most wolf species in the game had at least greater dark vision. Several of the wargs were approaching Cat by now, their silvery fur reflecting some of the fire's flames as they stepped closer to the lights. Scarlet wasn't quite sure why they hadn't attacked yet. The entire pack was here. So could it be that they were afraid of Cat? A warg that was closer to the shielder than the rest let out a low snarl and jumped towards the shielder, but was immediately met by a boulder that slammed into their snout and knocked them back into the shadows with a loud whine. The growling in the chamber around them intensified, but there was no other attempt at attacking Cat. Then a new warg appeared, stepping in under the light of Scarlet's larger fire. It was the size of a full-grown horse with bright, almost white, fur that sat upon a muscled frame. Both its eyes were a dark red, and a long scar ran down one of them, ending just above its mouth that was opened to reveal rows of glistening, sharp teeth. The pack leader, its eyes seemed to meet Cat's, and for a moment the chamber was engulfed in silence. The pack leader let out a loud snarl, and the wargs moved. Spikes ruptured up from the ground and speared some of them as a couple fireballs soon followed. but several of the beasts made it past and lunged towards Cat. She quickly created another set of stone walls, narrowing the opening between her and the wargs even further, and knocking some of them away in the process. Only one made it through the gap and charged at her, its teeth catching around the shielder's arm. While it did seem to affect her balance somewhat, Cat didn't seem to panic. And with a quick movement of her other hand, a single spike rose up and pierced through the warg's heavy body. Cat quickly yanked her arm loose and cast a bolt of fire towards another warg that tried to make it through the gap. Scarlet threw a quick glance at the woman's arm, noticing a light shimmering but without any blood, before looking towards the temporary barriers that protected their sides. She heard some of the wargs slam into them on the other side, and cracks were already beginning to form. Cat seemed to know what she was doing, so she doubted it had become a problem. But just to be safe, she got ready to conjure some of her aqua mines if necessary. A loud howl drew Scarlet's attention to the center of the chamber. She couldn't see the pack leader now because of the walls and wargs blocking it, but she was pretty certain it was the origin of the sound. It grew in strength, and soon it was so loud that she was forced to cover her ears. She felt her pulse quicken as an inkling sense of dread began to fill her. She shook her head, and the feeling quickly disappeared. She'd forgotten they had an ability like that. Not that it felt particularly strong to her. She looked towards Cat, but she didn't seem to have minded the noise much other than protecting her ears for a second. The shielder had already slain a good number of wargs and taken to reinforcing the barricades that surrounded them. The wargs kept charging at Cat, but the woman had no issue dealing with them as they came, even when a couple of them succeeded in clambering over the walls and jumping her at once. She did sustain some injuries, one of them a bite to the shoulder that her mana barrier apparently hadn't been enough to fully block. But in general, these wargs weren't a real threat to her. Scarlet had once estimated that Cat had probably been somewhere close to the equivalent of a level 50 character in the game. And seeing how the woman handled this pack of creatures that were in the high 20s range in the game, that estimate didn't seem far off. Cat had lessened the warg's number considerably by the time that the pack leader finally moved. Even through the mess of bodies and stone that was in front of her, Scarlet could feel the ground move as the leader charged towards them. It climbed over the bodies of its fellow wargs and shattered the edges of the walls Cat had set up as it moved for the shielder. But Cat didn't give it the opportunity to land an attack. Earth spikes shot up from between the dead bodies and forced the pack leader to move back as one of its paws was pierced. Cat didn't give it even a second of reprieve now that she didn't have to pay the other wargs as much attention, and shot off spell after spell at it, forcing the pack leader further back into the chamber where the darkness was thicker. When given the opportunity, Scarlet saw how stones started gathering in the air before Cat as the woman moved her hands, creating a spherical cluster of rocks that soon started glowing as molten stone emerged from the cracks. Scarlet took several steps back just as the shielder pushed forwards and released the spell. The pack leader barely managed to move aside as the flaming boulder slammed into the ground next to it and exploded into a mess of rock and lava that lit up the entire chamber and all of the Otome, remaining wargs with it. The place shook with the blast as slabs rained down from the ceiling. It took several seconds for the dirt and ash that was knocked into the air from the attack to settle, and soon any glowing remnants of the spell itself disintegrated into thin air, leaving the chamber completely dark. Scarlet had lost her concentration on her fires from the explosion, so she conjured another set close to where Cat had been as well as a larger one higher up in the air. It revealed the large crater that now lay at the center of the chamber, along with the burned bodies of the pack leader and several of the other wargs. I sure hope whatever you're looking for around here wasn't something fragile, Cat said in front of her, the woman moving some hair over her shoulder and wiping sweat from her face as she turned back to Scarlet. I think I might have overdone it a little there, but it was better than using living burial, at least. Scarlet looked over the devastation the shielder had caused, Calling this a massacre really wouldn't be exaggerating it. She frowned. And the smell wasn't particularly pleasant either. She had to fight back a gag. She didn't want to stay down in this stale dungeon for any longer than necessary. Stepping forward and walking past Kat, who let the remainder of her stone walls disappear now that the fight was over. Scarlet created another large fire ahead of her as she moved further into the chamber. Though I am loath to stand in the way of what I am starting to suspect is your own, rather unique way of managing your inhibitions, she said, as she carefully sidestepped the smoldering body of a once silver-furred warg. I do ask that you give me a word of warning henceforward. It is of no real consequence this time, but it is always best to be cautious. Kat quickly caught up to her, not seeming to care as much about avoiding some of the gore on the ground. Well, it was her clothes. That's duly noted, she said, as they reached the crater that her last spell had created. Just so you know, I was exaggerating there. I had a decent idea of how much damage that'd do. I don't, get off on blowing things up, if that's what you think. Scarlet turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow. No, that is not what I meant to imply either. Oh. Well, never mind then. Kat quickly looked away and pointed towards the other end of the chamber that was now partly lit up by Scarlet's other sphere of fire. Now that's pretty interesting, don't you think? Scarlet's eyes stayed on Kat for a moment, before shifting to where she was pointing, urging her fire further ahead to give even more light. At the end of the chamber was an elevated bed of white stone that held a small podium. It was surrounded on both sides by large statues of wolves of the same hue, and that were even larger than the pack leader had been. Not far from the right statue, tucked into the corner at the back of the chamber, were piles of stalks that Scarlet assumed were the crops the wargs had raided from the village. Most of it looked wet and soggy, with the stalks themselves not being in the best shape, but there was a fair amount of it nonetheless. Kat also seemed to have noticed the wheat. So that's what they took from the village. Why would they just take some produce it has barely even been touched? Scarlet eyed it for a moment longer until she reached the stone bed that was the centerpiece of the chamber. There was a small set of stairs at its front that led up the bed itself. They did not take it for the sustenance, she said as she began climbing the steps, but rather for the mana. Mana, Kat asked, the shielder following her onto the stairs. That is what I said, yes. I meant that as a question, and I took it as such. Scarlet's lips curled upwards slightly as Kat let out a sigh beside her, when she then reached the top of the stairs and had the podium before her. Scarlet stopped. On the podium lay a single white ring, almost looking like it was made out of bone with odd carvings on the inside. To be more precise then, she said, grabbing the ring and holding it in front of her. The mana belonging to this. The item is the Mark of the Gale, a unique ring. This ring has an odd air to it, causing the wearer to be filled with a sense of frigidness and vigor. That's it, Kat asked, staring at the ring. No cache of gold, artifacts, or weapons, but just that ring. That's what we came here for. Scarlet smiled and put the ring away in the pouch at her side. It wasn't for her to wear. That is indeed correct, and I would argue that it is a more than sufficient prize. The possibilities having this ring would unlock for her in the future were definitely more than worth the discomfort she'd had to suffer on this little trip. Of course, she continued. In the process, we also saved a village plagued by monsters. I believe some would argue that alone would be enough of a reason for all this. Kat narrowed her eyes. Yeah, but most people also wouldn't have known this was here to begin with. Then she let out another sigh and scanned around the chamber. There wasn't much else to see. I really was expecting something a bit more interesting from this place. Scarlet merely turned around and began walking down the stairs. "How fortunate that I do not pay you to enjoy yourself, then," she said, and gestured for Kat to follow. "There will be many more opportunities for discovering fascinating locations in the future. If you continue working with me, for now, I think it best if we leave this place." The smell really was starting to get to her. Chapter 30. It's technically not stealing if you're gonna return it. Soon enough, Scarlet found herself outside in the dark forest again, where Garside stood waiting for them with a lantern in hand. Kat crawled out from the bushes behind Scarlet not long after, standing up and brushing away some dirt from her clothes, an action without much point, considering the woman's clothes were already ruined by all the warg blood that had soaked into them as the butler turned his attention to the two of them. "I presume there were no major difficulties?" he asked, his eyes shifting from Kat's disheveled appearance to Scarlet's mostly untouched one. "None whatsoever," Scarlet responded, taking in the clear forest air. She'd have to get used to dealing with places like this dungeon, considering some of the plans she had for the future. "We will leave this village in the morning," she continued, turning to the gray-haired butler. "If that is your wish, my lady," Garside said, lowering his head. "Am I to assume you have accomplished all that needed to be done for the night?" "Yes, there is not much else of interest left around these parts." She'd considered trying to look for the kilnstone that was supposed to be somewhere in the mountains close to here, but she'd decided to give up on that. With how distances changed and increased in this world compared to the game, there really was no telling how long it might take to find that particular kilnstone. And it wasn't as if it was a particularly important one. Nor did she even know if she'd be able to make use of it. Considering how regulated the old Zuvarian artifacts had been in the cities, it might not be a good idea to try and use one without any warning to the right authorities. She'd have to look into that matter more in the future. There were some kilnstones that it would be very convenient if she could use as she wished in the future. She noticed that both Kat and Garside looked at her as if they were expecting her to say more, but she simply waved her hand at them. "I suggest we get moving if we wish for any rest before the night is over." Garside's mustache quivered slightly as he examined her for a moment, his face still as a mask, before he gave a short nod. "Of course, my lady, I can lead the way back to the village," he said, then turned around and started walking with the light from his lantern revealing the way. Scarlet stared at his back for a short while before she too started moving behind him. She was pretty certain Garside had noticed she was acting odd quite a while ago. It would almost be weird if he didn't think so, at this point, but she wasn't sure what he thought of it, or how far she could push her actions when around him. It genuinely didn't feel like he meant her any harm, or was hostile in any way. He'd been more than amenable to anything she'd asked of him. And if it weren't for the butler, she probably couldn't have accomplished even half of the things she had so far. But she also wasn't a real noble, and wasn't used to the kind of games those people and the people around them might play in this world. For all she knew, Garside could just be a good actor. It really wouldn't do for her to get exposed or ousted because she put too much trust in the wrong person. But she also couldn't not rely on other people to some extent, when she was still new to both this world and the position she'd found herself in. For now, she'd keep her eyes open. She would have to deal with this particular problem somehow eventually. "Are we really just leaving now?" Kat's voice suddenly sounded out from beside her. Scarlet turned to look at the woman, finding the shielder walking beside her with a questioning expression. "I believe that is what I said." "Yes," Scarlet said. "But what about the villagers?" Kat asked. "What of them? What was their whole deal?" The shielder used her arm to move a branch hanging down in front of them to the side. "I still don't understand what they were being all weird about. I was half expecting us to find out they were part of some cult or something." Scarlet raised a bemused eyebrow at her. "Is that something you have encountered before?" "Well, no," Kat said. "But I've heard a few stories in the guild." Scarlet looked ahead where Garside was walking a couple of meters in front of them. He was consciously choosing a path without much undergrowth in it, it seemed. "You have a colorful imagination," she said after a moment. It wasn't too unrealistic of a guess. There was at least one quest similar to a situation like that in the game. It wasn't the Whistle Creek quest line, though. However, as I said before, I do not think there is much risk of the villagers taking part in any particularly nefarious acts. "Then what do you think?" Garside paused, looking back at Kat with what Scarlet was sure was the closest thing she'd ever seen to a glare from him. Kat's eyes widened. Right. Sorry, I meant, what is it that you, believe?" Scarlet glanced at the woman who suddenly looked rather uncomfortable, as if she had just remembered the previous interactions she'd had with the butler before looking back ahead. "It's all right. Garside. I have already grown accustomed to Miss Breeden's inability to maintain proper manners. I do not expect anything of the sort of her. She is of far too much import to my affairs to concern myself over such inconsequential matters." His eyes stayed on Kat for a second, then turned to Scarlet. "Very well, my lady. It is true that a woman of Miss Breeden's ability is indeed rare." And with that, he spun around again and kept moving through the forest. Scarlet's gaze dwelled on him for a moment longer, before she spoke again. "As for what I believe," she said, briefly turning her head towards Kat as she responded to the woman's original question. "I believe an adequate explanation for their actions can be derived from much of what we have already observed." She saw Kat throw a quick look towards Garside before giving a small smile. "Is that right?" "Indeed." "Then, mind sharing?" Scarlet met Kat's eyes. "It is simple. The villagers of Whistle Creek meddled with an artifact they did not have a complete understanding of and were not prepared for the consequences." "The consequences being the wargs," Kat stated. "Exactly," Scarlet said. "They did not expect that their actions would attract the monster's attention." Scarlet saw Kat's eyes move down towards the pouch of holding at her hip. "I'm guessing a certain ring is the artifact they meddled with." "A reasonable assumption," Scarlet said. "Earlier you also said the village's crops were filled with mana," Kat pointed out. "Mana belonging to that ring." Scarlet nodded. "A closer examination of the fields here will no doubt confirm that. I am sure you can verify that yourself too, if you so wish." "You're right," Kat said. "I probably can." A slight frown formed on Scarlet's face as she saw Kat look at her with an amused expression. "Oh, right." She'd told the woman that she couldn't see mana before. Well, whatever. It wasn't as if Kat actually thought Scarlet had figured all of this out just from observing things. It was doubtful if even Garside would wholly believe that. "Anyhow," she continued, "it is clear that the mana present in the crops attracted the wargs, who then made their den inside the dungeon, whose location I assume you have already realized the village head was well aware of even before we arrived." Kat grew a thoughtful expression. "So the villagers found this artifact and somehow used it on their fields?" "Most likely, yes," Scarlet said. "Did you not find the size of this village's harvest odd when compared to Whistle Creek's size?" Kat shook her head. "I didn't really think about it." "Well, neither would Scarlet have done if she didn't already know about it from the game. While it is unlikely to be its true purpose," she continued, "it appears the villagers unwittingly discovered the ring and realized they could infuse their fields with its mana to increase their yields. She didn't know the specifics of the situation, but this much had been made clear in Chronicle of Realms. I presume the podium and the altar it rested upon serve as a means of recharging the artifact. It must have been quite a surprise to the villagers when the wargs appeared and prevented them from retrieving it anymore." "Wait." Kat rubbed her temples. If that's true, then their behavior doesn't make any sense. Oh, and why is that? Scarlet asked. Because then they haven't done anything wrong. There's not much reason for them not to ask for help. The corners of Scarlet's mouth rose. And risk some duplicitous noble stealing their precious artifact after having dealt with the monsters. Cat paused for a moment. The guild is always an option, and the assigned shielders would have reported the matter, ensuring that a record of an unknown artifact in this region is created, Scarlet said. While I do not doubt the guild's trustworthiness, I cannot say the same for a village of unschooled peasants. God. She never thought she'd use peasant unironically like this in her life. I am sure you have noticed that Whistle Creek is far from prosperous. I imagine they believed it was better to wait for the wargs to leave than to request aid and risk losing the artifact. After all, if the village head is to be believed, the wargs had yet to become a truly dangerous obstacle. Cat went quiet, a pensive expression on her face. The woman didn't say anything more as they made their way back through the thick forest towards Whistle Creek. When they eventually left the cover of the trees behind and entered the large clearing that the village was nestled in, Cat took the opportunity to briefly jog over to the closest field to check if there indeed was mana present in the crops there was before, returning to them as they walked into the small settlement and towards the manor house where they'd made their stay. When they entered the building, Scarlet saw the village head sitting at a table close to the fireplace. The anxiety was clear on his face as he looked up towards them. "Welcome back!" he almost shouted. Did it go well?" Scarlet walked over to the same table as him and sat down in the chair at its head. "Quite," she said, as she leaned back in the chair. They hadn't actually been gone for too long, and she hadn't done much personally. But it still felt nice to relax being in a place like that. "The monster threat has been taken care of and will bother you no more," she said, gesturing towards Cat. "As you can see, it was a considerable task. Your village can consider itself fortunate that we were present to resolve the issue." The village head's eyes turned towards Cat and widened when he saw her appearance. It seemed he hadn't noticed it at first. "Was it really that dangerous?" he asked, his eyes locked onto the bloodied shielder. Cat herself didn't say anything, as she leaned against the wall closest to the door, while Garside had apparently taken it on himself to go over to the fireplace and feed some more wood to the fire. "Good man. It was a bit chilly in here." "That it was," Scarlet eventually said in response to the village head's words. "It would only have been a matter of time before the monsters stopped being content with solely taking your crops and began taking people instead." She wasn't lying. While the occasional warg would have been a problem for the villagers on and off for a year or so ever since they first used the Mark of the Gale, the monsters making their den in the old dungeon should have been a relatively recent event. And from how it had looked down there, Scarlet assumed the wargs hadn't actually been eating the stolen crops. As such, it made sense that a pack of that size would eventually start going after people when they'd hunted everything else in the area out of existence. If she were to guess, that's probably the thought process behind how it happened in the game. But you can't know that. They didn't bother us that much before," the head said, looking back at her. She curled her lips at him, oddly enough feeling a little bit of glee at seeing his face ashen. "Was it not you who said they had only been intermittently harassing you for a few weeks? That is not much time to determine the future behavior of such a dangerous monster." He stared at her for a while, seemingly unsure as to what to say. Yo. "Well," she interrupted him, "it is no longer relevant in any event. Just know that you no longer have anything to fear, and that we will be departing in the morning. There is no need for any rewards or other such signs of gratitude, as I doubt you have anything of worth to give." It seemed to take him a moment to digest her words, but a look of relief did come across his face at her mention of them leaving. He began, hesitatingly looking between Cat and her. But you said you removed the monsters in their den. Does that mean you explored all of it? We did, yes. Ah. Then, did you maybe find something special down there? He asked. Scarlet eyed him for a moment, slowly tapping her finger against the wooden table. We did not, she eventually said. She practically saw his pupils dilate at the reply. Are you sure? He continued. There are some objects that have gone missing in the village lately, and we thought the monsters might have taken them. She almost wanted to scoff at the barefaced lie. She wasn't even sure if he genuinely thought there was a chance of her buying that, or if this was just his desperation speaking. She simply shook her head. There was nothing of a recoverable nature remaining, she said, once again gesturing towards Kat. Unfortunately, Miss Breeden was forced to employ rather extreme measures to properly deal with the monsters. As such, there is a high likelihood that whatever personal possessions it is that went missing were lost to the flames. She wasn't about to give away the artifact she'd spent this much time getting her hands on. The village head's expression sank at her words, but she wasn't about to let guilt affect her decision. The ring wasn't really the villagers' to begin with anyway. In the game, they'd even willingly give it to the player if you completed the quest after getting the companion that it was related to. It's not like they'd starve just because they didn't have it. Probably. If both she and the village was still around in a few years, she might try and make it up to them. But till then, they were on their own. Do you have something to say? She asked the village head. He was quiet for a while, every now and then looking like he was about to say something, before nervously looking towards Kat leaning against the wall, and Garside, who had now placed himself behind Scarlet. No, of course not, he eventually said with an awkward smile. You've already helped us more than we could ever ask. My lady. Good, she said, and signaled towards the door. Then you may leave. We will need rest before departing tomorrow. The village head hesitated for a moment, but he soon stood up and began walking towards the door. After he'd left, Scarlet turned to look at the butler behind her. Garside, find Dickens and ensure he is aware of our departure so that there are no delays tomorrow. Garside gave her a bow. Of course, my lady, he said, and soon after he too had exited the building. Scarlet turned to look at the air above the table. Quest completed howls amongst the creeks. 3 skill points awarded. The quest completion message had appeared right after the village head had left, although it was odd. She was pretty certain this was the first quest she'd completed that actually had the same quest name as in Chronicle of Realms. Why was that? Was it because this was the first time she'd actually done the same quest as in the game? Many of the other quests she'd completed up to this point hadn't been actual quests in the game, but rather dungeons or something similar. When she took care of the Grey Dog Gang, she hadn't done it at Evelyn's request like you did in the game. And the demon in the isolated hollow was actually related to a quest you could get by reading some random book in Ambercrest. So this would technically be the first real quest she'd done from the game, even though she did sort of force her way into it. It didn't seem to give her anything different when it came to rewards, though. But it was interesting. At least. Why'd you lie earlier? Scarlet was brought out of her thinking by Kat asking a question. She turned to look at the shielder, who had now moved over and was leaning against the fireplace with her arms crossed. About the artifact, Kat continued. I'm guessing it's because you want it, but are you just going to take it like that? Scarlet observed this woman for a moment, then took the ring out from the pouch of holding and held it up in front of her. The bone-white ring almost seemed alive when she moved it around between her fingers, feeling both cold to the touch and energetic. It was an odd sensation, not quite something she could describe with words. It was pleasing, though she almost wanted to try it on, but she decided against it. It'd only give her a slight boost to HP and stamina, however that translated to this world, as well as some frost resistance. Nothing to call home about. And if she tried, the companion would know later on when she gave it to him. In the game, it had just been a throwaway line on the companion's end, with them being slightly annoyed by it. But it wasn't really something she wanted to risk in her current situation. The ring's true potential could only be brought out by the companion anyhow. The villagers of Whistle Creek have nearly as little right to take this ring as I have, Scarlet said, looking up towards Kat. So I do not believe there is anything wrong with me taking it instead. My aim is to return it to its rightful owner, after all. The shielder looked at her with a slightly surprised expression. That place was old. I doubt they're still alive. The original owner might not be, Scarlet said and put the ring back in her pouch. But the current owner is… Care to share who they are? Kat asked. Perhaps in the future. Thought so. Silence fell upon the room for a moment, before Kat spoke again. What about the village? They were the ones who found it, and they seemed to make good use of it. Is it really that wrong to let them have it? Is that truly something you should say after seeing those wargs? Scarlet asked. What I said before was no lie. If we had not come here, the villagers would have been the next victims. Yeah, but we took care of the wargs. Momentarily. But it would only be a matter of time until the ring's mana attracted more monsters. Allowing it to remain in their possession would only bring calamity upon them. Scarlet didn't actually know if that was true. She honestly suspected it wasn't, considering leaving the ring with the villagers was an option in the game. But it wasn't too unreasonable of an assumption to make. Kat had turned silent at her words. Do you object to my actions? Scarlet eventually asked. The shielder looked at her for a moment, then shook her head. No, I think I get it. Good. Scarlet nodded her head. Then I think it best if you clean yourself and get to rest. I want us to return to Freybrook as soon as possible. Kat gave her a small smile. All right. I'll go ahead and do that, she said, before walking off and into one of the smaller rooms at the other end of the room. Scarlet followed the woman with her eyes, then turned her attention to the fireplace that now had a lively fire in it. Now it was time to return, and the light fest in the capital wasn't far off. Soon things would actually get started. Chapter 31. Discourse. Evelyn looked out the window as the carriage traveled through the open iron gates and along the graveled road that led towards the large mansion. The mansion that had belonged to the Hartford family for generations. She leaned her chin against the palm of her hand as she watched the passing hedges and the facade of the approaching building. This was where she grew up, and despite her current circumstances, it was still more her home than the small manor on the border of the Northern District that she was currently living in. Yet the only times she could visit were when she had something she needed to discuss with Scarlet. As she did now. It was always a bittersweet mix of sentimentality and frustration. Soon the carriage stopped not far from the mansion's courtyard, and Evelyn stepped outside, taking the entirety of the structure in. Though what it was like internally changed, it still looked the same from the outside. She shook her head and started walking towards the entrance. Unsurprisingly, one of the servants had noticed her arrival because when she'd passed the fountain at the center of the courtyard, she saw the mansion's main doors open and a girl a little younger than Evelyn with blonde hair and servant's clothing standing there. Madame Eveline, the girl said, as Eveline climbed the stairs and entered, curtsying as she entered the foyer. Evelyn ignored the drop of frustration she felt at the manner of address. It was just another of Scarlet's attempts at disparaging her. She wouldn't let it get to her. Her ladyship only recently returned from her trip. I'm not sure if she's ready to take any visitors right now. The servant continued. Evelyn's eyes scanned around the lobby, stopping momentarily on the door leading to the reception hall, before returning to the girl. Didn't she get back yesterday? Then there shouldn't be any issue with meeting me now. It's regarding important family matters. As usual. The servant girl opened her mouth, but she didn't seem sure what to say in response. Evelyn was still technically the heir, after all. She watched the girl's hesitant expression, fighting back, letting out a sigh. Why did it always have to be this hard? Just go get Garside, will you? He won't scold you for it, and he won't tell my sister about it either. The girl paused for a short time, before giving another short curtsy. Then please wait here. Madame Eveline, I'll go and inform Master Garside immediately. With that, the servant left up one of the stairs in the foyer and disappeared down a hallway at the end of it, leaving Evelyn alone in the entrance hall. A stranger in her own home. She walked up to the doors that led to the reception hall and peeked inside. The large room was largely empty, no signs of any tables, chairs, or hastily gathered beds and blankets. It seemed Scarlett really had moved the kids. Evelyn had already guessed it from the promissory note she'd seen. But it was still surprising. Much of what her sister did lately was... Not only had Scarlett left for a sudden trip further up north a week ago, but she'd also apparently been ambushed by a group of supposed bandits immediately following. A matter that ended up on Evelyn's desk when the city guard sent a message asking about some corpses. And of course, she couldn't do much more than explain to them what she heard from the servants. She couldn't even ask Garside about it because he'd followed Scarlett on her trip, a trip that had left Evelyn even more confused. She'd assumed Scarlett was traveling northwest to visit their lands for some reason or other. But Scarlett had instead visited some minor village in the neighboring domain. As far as Evelyn knew, there was nothing of note in the area, so she couldn't for the life of her figure out what Scarlett had gone there to do. She just hoped it wouldn't come back to bite her in the ass later on. Although she had long since gotten used to cleaning up Scarlett's messes, Evelyn closed the doors to the reception hall and went back to waiting in the lobby. And she didn't have to wait for much longer before she spotted Garside coming down the stairs. A small smile played on the old butler's face as he approached her, stopping before her in a bow with one arm bent behind him and one in front. "Lady Evelyn, it gladdens me to see you well." The tips of her lips rose involuntarily. "Garside, how are things?" she asked. "I heard you joined my sister on her trip. I hope it wasn't too hard on you." Garside raised himself from the bow, standing slightly taller than her. "There is no need to worry, young lady. These old bones still have some vigor in them." He rolled his shoulders as if to show there was nothing wrong with him. "It is still some time yet before I will allow anything minor like age impede my ability to serve you and the lady to my full extent." Evelyn couldn't stop her face from growing into an outright smile. No matter the circumstances, it was always nice seeing Garside. Ever since her parents had died, he had been one of the few people to still treat her like this. "I'm glad to hear that," she said. But then her smile weakened when she thought of what she wanted to ask. "But was it truly necessary for you to go with Scarlett on her trip? Did she do something that will cause us trouble later on?" His gray mustache trembled slightly as he looked at her for a moment. "I believe that is not for me to say," he eventually said. "Perhaps you should inquire about it directly with the lady." Evelyn scoffed. "As if she'll tell me. We both know she would rather I disappeared completely than involve myself in any of her affairs." Garside had a reflective expression on his face. "I would not be quite so sure of that." Evelyn blinked. "You don't actually believe she would actually bother answering my questions, do you?" He stroked his mustache. "It is not my place to make any judgment on the subject. But I do feel the lady has changed recently. I think the young lady will have noticed it too." She shook her head. "It's just another one of her schemes, or she's gotten bored of her banquets and is looking for something new to entertain her." "I do not believe that is the case," Garside said. She furrowed her brows. He looked as if he knew something she didn't. Had he seen something while he was gone? People don't just change for no reason. He slowly nodded his head. That is true. She narrowed her eyes. What would drive her sister to suddenly change the way she acted? Scarlett was too proud to care about anything she considered minor. Reputation, money, power. Those were the kinds of things Scarlett wanted. But none of her sister's recent actions seemed to fit with her aiming for those. Sure, there had been some excitement the week prior regarding the criminals Scarlett helped apprehend. But people would forget about that soon enough. And nobles even sooner. And Scarlett had always cared more about her relationships with people in the different noble social cliques than what her reputation among the public was. Scarlett only ever tolerated commoners, and that was assuming they stayed where they belonged. The moment they encroached on what Scarlett considered to be the territory of nobles, Evelyn stopped her line of thought there before it went any further and turned her attention back to Garside. Is there something wrong with Scarlett? The butler grew a contemplative expression across his face. I am unsure whether it could be described as wrong, he said thoughtfully. And I will admit that I myself am uncertain as to what has affected this recent development in the lady. But of one thing I am certain. He met her eyes. There is a purpose to her, one that goes beyond what has previously motivated the lady, and which I sense is more profound than this old man could unravel from merely observing from the sidelines. What are you talking about? Evelyn found herself asking. Garside was about the only person she knew that Scarlett had ever let remotely close to herself, so seeing him talk about her sister like this was startling. I am not quite certain I understand it myself, he responded with a small chuckle. Call it the musings of an old servant, the hopes of an aging man, or perhaps the intervention of Itar himself. Evelyn's eyes widened. You can't be serious. One would think Scarlett was dying from how he seemed to think she had changed. As I said, young lady, I am not one to tell. He gently shook his head. I am but a servant in service to his lady, as I was to your father before. Evelyn gave him a wistful look. He always had been loyal to a fault to their father, and that hadn't changed much after father's death. She had always respected that about him, even though she'd often wished it hadn't been so. But I will not take up any more of your time, young lady, Garside suddenly said, putting on the same old impartial expression he always used to wear when he stood behind her father back when she was young. I am aware both you and Kinsey have much work to do at this time, especially now in preparation for the Light Fest. I understand you wish to speak with the lady. She took in his black and prim attire. How he gave off an almost completely different air compared to just a few seconds earlier. She didn't mind him taking up her time. She was busy. Yes. But there were so few chances for her to meet Garside and some of the other older servants that still worked in the mansion. She held those thoughts in, though, and simply gave him a short nod. Thank you. Yes. I have some matters I need to speak with her about. He turned and gestured along with his arm. Then I will accompany you to the office. The lady has been occupied during the morning, but I am certain she will have time to spare for you. He began leading the way through the mansion's familiar hallways, and soon enough they found themselves in the far end of the east wing of the mansion where Scarlett's office was. He gently knocked on that nostalgic, dark mahogany door, waiting for a second before speaking. My lady, Madame Evelyn is here and wishes to meet with you. A moment of silence came, followed by the sound of a drawer being opened and closed on the other side of the door. Then her sister's voice rang out from inside, as frigid as ever. She may enter. Garside looked back at her, giving a short bow with his head, before opening the door to let her inside. She took a few steps and entered the office as he closed the door behind her. As usual, Scarlett was looking at her with a scowl on her face. Maybe her sister's expression wasn't quite as sharp as it usually was, but that might also just have been her imagination. She walked over and sat down in the chair that was opposite Scarlett's, across the desk. The desk itself was largely empty, save for the same large ornate mirror as before, with a silver clock piece and black pouch next to it. It seemed whatever Scarlett had been busy with, it wasn't something she wanted her to know of. The woman herself leaned back in her chair, her red hair flowing out over her right shoulder as she peered down at Evelyn. She wore a light white dress with a pair of half-circular earrings that had an amber gem affixed to them that Evelyn felt relatively certain she'd seen Scarlett wear the last time they met, too. That was odd, considering it was Scarlett. I take it there was something you wished to discuss? Her sister suddenly asked coldly, shattering any illusions Evelyn had built up in her mind about seeing any real change in Scarlett. Yes, a number of things. Actually, she said, examining her sister for a second. You've been busy lately. Scarlett simply gave a nod. I have. Are you going to bother telling me about any of it? Scarlett tilted her head slightly to the side. Do you want me to? Do I want you to? Evelyn let out a low chuckle. Honestly, I would prefer it if I never had to care about your activities. But I don't have a choice in the matter. She looked into Scarlett's amber eyes. And you promised you'd report news to me. Her sister frowned. I believe what I said was that I will keep you informed of matters that are relevant. My most recent outing did not have much relevance to your affairs. Evelyn gaped at her. You were attacked, she exclaimed. 8 people were killed, and one of our carriages was destroyed. How is that not relevant to me? 8 bandits, Scarlett remarked. And do you perhaps expect me to report any potential ambushes against my person beforehand? From now on, I hope I do not have to tell you why that would be difficult to accomplish. Evelyn stared at her. That's not what I meant. And you know it. Scarlett just stared back. Then what is it that you meant? She asked. Evelyn swallowed a cry. She was so tired of always going around in circles with Scarlett, always stepping around and lashing out at each other. She leaned forward, looking down at the wooden flooring. I'm not here to argue about that. So fine. Just ignore telling me anything about why someone attacked my own sister. She finally let out the sigh she'd kept in most of the morning, since before she even left her manor. I just don't understand what you're up to, and I'm so tired of still having to care about it for the family. Her words were met with silence. She looked up to see Scarlett looking at her with an odd expression. Scarlett hesitated. Scarlett. It wasn't just her delaying her words or preparing to follow it up with something worse. Scarlett legitimately looked like she wasn't sure what to say. Evelyn hadn't seen her sister with an expression like that for years, since before mother and father died. I do not think it would be wise of me to share the particulars of the current situation with you, Scarlett said after a while. It is both complicated and dangerous as well as unrelated to you. As such, it is best for all parties if you are aware exclusively of the matters that directly affect the house, and do not involve yourself with anything else. Evelyn gazed at her, dangerous for who, for her Scarlett wasn't likely to care much about that. What was more probable was that Scarlett wanted Evelyn out of the way of whatever it was she was doing. But that had essentially been true for everything Scarlett had done since becoming head of the family. Yet she'd never acted like this before. What exactly had her sister gotten involved with now? Regarding matters that do relate to you, Scarlett suddenly continued. I had Garside ensure the acquisition of a building in the city to house the children who were previously being accommodated in the mansion. He informed me he had already confirmed you were versed on the issue and the related costs. She paused for a moment. Speaking frankly, I assumed that is what you would have wished to discuss with me. Scarlett's words reminded Evelyn of what she was originally here for, and she took the chance to change the subject. That is one of the things we needed to talk about, she observed her sister. On the way here, she'd almost wanted to yell at Scarlett because of her wastefulness, but that feeling had mostly gone away now. The thought did pass through her mind that this might be exactly what Scarlett wanted, but that was on a level of manipulation that she'd not seen even in Scarlett. I thought you asked my help dealing with the children, but then you went and bought an entire building for them near the Eastern Gate. You were taking too long finding an answer to the problem, Scarlett said. It proved to be too draining on the mansion's resources to have them stay any longer than necessary. So I judged it best that they were relocated to another facility more suited for harboring them. More likely, Scarlett was just fed up with having a group of kids in the mansion with her. Scarlett began tapping one of her fingers against her armrest. Itar's light. Evelyn hated that habit of Scarlett's. Did you have another solution for the issue? I was looking into if there were any orphanages or families in the villages around Stagmund that could take some of them in, but I can't just wave my hand and magically find a place for them, Evelyn said, and immediately noticed her sister's eyes grow just a bit sharper. Would the children have to be separated in such a scenario? What? Evelyn blinked. Of course they would. There's no place that could take them all in at the same time. So, then it is not a suitable resolution at the moment. Scarlett interrupted. The children only speak Vonian, so separating and entrusting them to households which they cannot communicate with would do them no favor. It is better to allow them to stay together and ensure they are taken care of until they have mastered the language, and proceed from there. Evelyn paused, taken aback. Why do you even care? She asked. Scarlett had a hard look in her eyes. Because it is my responsibility, and I do not believe in performing matters perfunctorily after having taken them upon myself. Evelyn didn't know how to respond to that. Scarlett almost never bothered dealing with things she thought were annoying, nearly always delegating it off to either her or somebody else. This might be one of the first times since they were young that she'd ever seen her sister look like she cared about anything else than her dozen different ploys for societal power. Just what was happening here? I will take your silence as your concurrence on the matter, Scarlett said. Evelyn looked at her in a daze for a moment, then shook her head. There's still the matter of costs. Scarlett paused her tapping on her chair's armrest. Costs? Yes, costs. Evelyn furrowed her brows. Do you know how our finances have looked this past month? I have not paid it much attention, no. This time Evelyn swallowed her sigh. Of course she hadn't. This was the Scarlett that she knew. Just the house itself cost 42,000 solars. And that's without counting the extra costs from all the new hires I've also got reports on. In addition to that, I've also heard that you have that senior shielder on a continuous contract right now. Do you know how much that costs? Scarlett gave her a quiet look as if waiting for her to continue. That's at least 4,000 solars just this month. That's almost as much as we spend on all of the servants and personnel in the mansion put together. And as if those things weren't the worst. Evelyn took a deep breath and clasped her hands together. The carriage we lost was worth over 100,000. Her sister raised an eyebrow. That is indeed quite the sum. Although, as I said, not something I could affect. I prefer my own life over that of a simple carriage. Yes, I know. Evelyn decided to ignore pointing out that it wasn't just a simple carriage. I'm not saying you could have done anything to prevent it, but we can't afford this right now. I've told you our situation is bad at the moment, and none of this helps. We're not that far away from having to start selling some of our assets and firing some of the people working for the family. Bon. She was already making do with just 3 people herself, and that was if you included Kinsey, who was currently back in the manor ladled with enough paperwork for the fiefs and businesses Evelyn had tried investing into to last for days on end. Yet despite this, They couldn't just fire the over a dozen people working for them in the mansion, or the people responsible for their mansion in the capital. Partly because they were responsible for them to a certain degree, but also because Scarlett would never agree to it. Her sister stayed quiet, genuinely looking like she was considering Evelyn's words, before picking up a key that lay on the desk and unlocking one of the drawers. Evelyn couldn't see the contents of the drawer from where she sat, but Scarlett soon pulled out a red leather journal that she began sifting through with it held in the air before her. She looked through it for a while, the only noise in the office being the sound of pages occasionally turning, before eventually putting it back into the drawer and turning her attention back to Evelyn. Evelyn herself was unsure what to feel about the situation. There was a kind of uncomfortable sense of being disregarded she got from sitting silently in the same room as Scarlett when her sister essentially acted as if she wasn't present. And it annoyed her that she even felt like that to begin with. "It appears that I have been neglectful in taking this situation into consideration," Scarlett finally said, once more leaning back in her chair. "I was not aware it had reached this point, but I do have some responses prepared. First of all, I presume you recall my earlier request to you regarding establishing contact with an auction house on my account." "Yes." Evelyn nodded. She'd contacted the only auction house in Fraybrook and ensured they contacted Scarlett, but largely forgotten about the matter after that. "Their appraisal of the artifacts I secured with the aid of the Shielder is over 30,000 solars, which, while not equivalent to the full amount I hope can alleviate some of the burden caused by the acquisition of the house," Scarlett said. She then paused for a second. "In addition to that, I may know of some vacant businesses in Ellisted that I believe hold some potential for growth in the near future if handled properly, and which should not require excessive capital to acquire." Scarlett then frowned again, as if there was something else that she thought of. "And I did not consider it till now, as it did not pertain to my goals at the time. But there is an old Zuvarian crypt not far from Fraybrook that I and Miss Breeden explored at the start of the month. There were several magical crystals there that served as lamps." She began tapping the armrest again. "I am uncertain if the Shields Guild has already cleared the ruins, but as a month has yet to pass, I believe any remaining spoils would still belong to me by law. While I do not know the worth of these crystals, it might be worth inquiring further into the matter." Evelyn stared at her sister with wide eyes. "You actually found Zuvarian ruins and you decided to explore it yourself?" Scarlett gave her a quizzical look. "Where else did you think I obtained the Zuvarian coins I spoke of? You never told me you got them yourselves." Evelyn shook her head. "This is huge. How did you even find it? And does the Brook Tower know already?" "I do not believe it is that noteworthy of an occurrence," Scarlett said with knitted brows. "It was not a particularly expansive set of ruins, lacking much of true worth. As for how I found it, that is largely irrelevant to the situation. And as I mentioned, I did not pay it much thought till now, so I do not know which parties are aware of the ruins at present." Evelyn was genuinely shocked by Scarlett's disregard for what she was saying. "It's been years since the last ruins were found. The Ostrom Assembly and the Towers will all be interested in it, and we might be able to trade any artifacts found with them for a decent price. Even people from the Rising Isle may be curious about it. If what Scarlett said is true, she might be able to use this to establish some contacts that could be useful in the future." Evelyn examined her sister. Could she trust her on this? Finding ruins built by the old Zuver wasn't something she thought Scarlett could do by herself. There had to be someone helping her. But this could be incredibly helpful to them in their current position. "I'll try and contact my friend at the guild to see what they've done about the situation, but I would also like to send someone myself to check the ruins. Could you send me a map of where it is later? I can lend you the shielder that aided me when I originally cleared it. I believe that will be easier for us both." "That works too." Evelyn nodded her head. "Also," she said, giving Scarlett a hesitant look, I have business that I have to do in the capital this year during the Light Fest, so I will be staying at the residence there during the celebration. Is that so? Her sister casually said, not giving any special reaction. Evelyn waited for more, but Scarlett didn't say anything else. I'll also be attending the Elysian Proclamation. Now Scarlett was staring at her. Are you asking for my permission? What, no? Evelyn's eyes flashed. I am going. Then do so, Scarlett said, unless you expect me to stop you. Evelyn met her sister's eyes. There was annoyance there, irritation, but not anger. No. But I'm still asking that you don't. Scarlett clicked her tongue. I had no intention to, and as I said, I won't. Now, was there any other issue you wished to discuss with me today, or is that all further details when it comes to the financial matters can be left for another day? Evelyn paused for a moment, then gave a short nod. That's all. I'll be leaving for Ellisted the day after tomorrow, and I've already contacted Whiteley so that he knows both of us will be staying during the Light Fest. Everything should be prepared when you arrive. Good. It appears as if you have it under control for now. Then before you leave, I only have one request. And what's that? A week ago, I had Garside inquire into the procedures necessary in establishing an orphanage in the family's name, if the circumstances allow for it. I would like for you to handle the process, ensuring any hired personnel is competent and not a waste of money. Evelyn gave Scarlett a long look. You're establishing an orphanage. I am, Scarlett said, looking almost haughty now, as if this whole conversation hadn't just been a weave of one absurd or illogical thing after the other. I think it would serve well as a display of my generosity. Would it not? This should be a solution we can both be satisfied with. I am sure you can agree. Evelyn let out a short laugh. At one moment Scarlett was acting like herself, and the next she wasn't. Before suddenly she was again. She was getting more and more confused by all of this. I'll look into what it would require. I'm still not sure if those artifacts you spoke of from the ruins will get us anything. And even then, it might not be enough to add another expenditure on top of what we already have. But I'll try at least. Scarlett waved her hand. I have other means of acquiring wealth later, so there is no need to worry about the future. Merely ensure that it is done so that I do not have to pay it any more mind. That is all I ask of you. Then I'll get it done. Good. Scarlett gestured towards the office door. Now then, you may leave. Evelyn looked at her sister for a moment longer, before rising from her chair and walking towards the door. She threw one last glance at Scarlett before she left the room behind and entered the hallway outside. Garside had already left to somewhere else. For a while she just stood there, unsure what to make of the conversation she'd just had. She massaged the bridge of her nose as she heard the sound of a drawer from inside the office. Then she started making her way down the hallway. She really had no idea where all this was going. Chapter 32, Crossroad. Scarlett closed the last page of the book she'd been reading and put it off to the side on the desk before her. This was the third book she'd finished in as many days, covering different aspects of noble society and etiquette in this world. This last one had been a compendium on prominent families in the empire, which she'd felt was relevant as she was soon supposed to travel to the capital for what was apparently some kind of noble gathering. Suffice to say that there had been and were a lot of important families in the Graynell Empire. The book had even mentioned the Hartfords, albeit only briefly due to some of the predecessors being famous mages. While she couldn't possibly memorize all of the different families in this short time, now she at least felt some certainty in being able to tell some of the noble houses apart, if necessary, which was about as much as one could expect after binging through a book in the span of a day. She still had more books she wanted to read through before she had to leave and actually begin interacting with the nobles of this world. And that wasn't the only thing she wanted to do before she left. The trip itself to Ellisted was supposed to be through Kilnstone in 2 days. Then the Lightfest began 2 days after that, on the 31st of August, continuing over a period of 8 days. From her meeting with Evelyn a couple of days before, she knew that the younger woman was supposed to have left earlier this day and was probably already at whatever residence it was that the Hartfords owned in the capital. The thought of sharing the same building as Evelyn for over a week didn't exactly excite Scarlett, considering how uncomfortable it was, just being in the same room as her for a few minutes. But there wasn't much she could do about it in this case. She could probably try and restrict Evelyn's movements to avoid things like that, being the head of the family and all, but she certainly wouldn't. That might have been something the original Scarlett would try. It wouldn't surprise her, but it wasn't something she was willing to do. As such, living with Evelyn during their stay in the capital was just something she'd have to deal with. She'd probably manage it without too much trouble. Hopefully. Their last meeting hadn't been too bad. All things considered, she'd largely succeeded in restraining the flaring feelings of anger and disgust that arose when speaking with Evelyn. And if you were to ask her, they'd had what she'd genuinely call a productive conversation, wherein Scarlett had learned some things she hadn't been aware of. Namely, that she wasn't as loaded as she had previously thought. She had to admit that she had been a bit lax when it came to confirming her current financial situation as Scarlett Hartford. She'd intended to, but then it turned out she could just wave her hand and the Hartford family would pay for it, which she had felt was fine for now until she actually got started on any of her plans. A definite oversight on her part. She probably shouldn't have just assumed Scarlett was filthy rich, although she did feel it was somewhat defendable, considering that she lived in a huge mansion with over a dozen people working under her. And honestly, if you asked her, this still fit under the filthy rich label, despite any current financial troubles the family might have. But Scarlett did feel a little bad for Evelyn, thinking of how the woman must have reacted when she first saw the cost of the things she had done this last month. It still surprised her that the destroyed carriage had been worth as much as it had. Sure, it had been a comfortable carriage, the one they'd switched to afterward, definitely rocked a lot more, but to think it was worth several times the amount of an ordinary house. She assumed the high cost was because it was enchanted in some manner. Anyhow, what she had learned from this was that she had to be a bit more frugal in the future, at least until she could start earning some real money herself. She still felt pretty confident in the plans she had for amassing a decent amount of wealth, as long as she had the time. She also still had the gear that she'd looted from the Cabal adepts that had attacked them when they left for Whistle Creek. She hadn't done anything with it yet. For now, she was planning on just bringing it with her to the capital. She only knew of one store from the game that dealt with enchanted armor here in Freybrook, and she wasn't sure if that place could necessarily be trusted with equipment like this. But there was one store in Ellisted that she was certain could do it, although she'd have to wait until she was actually there to decide whether she would simply try selling the armor or repurposing it in some way. Another matter she'd almost forgotten about was the reward for the servants that ended up having to deal with the aftermath of the fight with the adepts, as well as the bodies. Although Scarlett did try to keep up at least part of the villainous facade she had going from the original, there were some points she didn't mind acting differently on. The servants that had dealt with that matter deserved some kind of reward, she felt, at least to the degree she could afford at the moment. She had also wanted to get Kat some kind of armor, as compensation for the equipment the shielder had lost along with the burned carriage. But that turned out to be a bit difficult under the current circumstances. Kat hadn't actually brought the matter up. Perhaps the employer wasn't considered responsible for any lost equipment, while the shielder was under contract. But Scarlett felt it would be better for both of them if it was resolved. Maybe she could get a good deal along with the gear from the Cabal adepts. Just as Scarlett was about to pick up and begin the next book that lay on her desk, A knock sounded out from the office's door. Scarlett looked up as Kat's voice rang out from the other side of the door. "Hello, you busy? Can we talk for a moment?" From the way she spoke, it sounded like something serious. Scarlett opened up the drawer where she kept her journals for the moment and placed the books she'd been reading there before closing it. "Enter," she said. Kat soon opened the door and walked in. The blonde woman sitting down in the single chair across Scarlett. "Is there something you wish to say?" Scarlett asked, examining the shielder's expression. Kat's expression did indeed look like this wasn't an ordinary matter. "I just got a message from my colleagues at the branch," Kat began, folding her arms across her chest. "There's come in a request from the guild's branch in the capital, calling for the assistance of all senior shielders in the Empire ranked B or higher." Scarlett raised an eyebrow. This was unexpected. "Did they inform you of a reason?" Kat shook her head. "Nothing specific. Even if they did, I doubt it's something I could share. I just know it's an emergency of some kind." Scarlett leaned back and tapped her finger against the armrest in thought. It wasn't too long until the tribe of Sin would start causing some ruckus here in the Empire. In fact, that would be the start of the process that would light the fuse of the main quest line in Chronicle of Realms. Though as far as she knew, the player could never be involved in matters this early. The first movements of the tribe were instead something the player would read about in the Imperial Chronicle after the fact. Could it be that the Shields Guild was aware something was going down and was trying to counteract it? She hadn't really considered the possibility. But it did sound like it from what Kat had just said. In her first playthrough, Scarlett had only been an F-ranked junior shielder at this point, so she didn't really know too much about the inner workings of the guild this early. Considering how things went in the game, though, whatever they were trying to do now was bound to fail, or at the very least not go completely in their favor. "I assume this means that you will no longer be able to act as my escort until the emergency has been handled?" Scarlett asked after considering it. Kat looked at her for a moment, then slowly nodded her head. "Probably. Yeah. It's rare for the Capital Branch to send out Empire-wide requests like this." She grimaced, pulling her hand through her unbraided hair, leaving it slightly ruffled. "They actually wanted me to leave immediately, saying they'd pay damages for the broken contract. But considering your circumstances, I didn't feel comfortable leaving just like that. I convinced them that I'd stay with you at least until we're in the capital, and then I was thinking that I could find some replacements for me there. If that works for you, I have a few contacts at their branch." Scarlett stayed quiet for a while, gazing at Kat. Would that work, or could she find someone else to replace Kat? She didn't know many organizations except the Shields Guild that so easily would let you hire and give you access to such strong individuals without needing any prior connections. In fact, she only knew of one, but the Vanguards made their base in Wildscar, near the Empire's eastern border, where the Everdust barrier protected the Empire from the threats of the unresting steppes. Even if you discounted the fact that Wildscar was one of the few major cities in the Empire that didn't have a kilnstone, meaning getting in contact with the Vanguards might be hard. She wasn't even sure they accepted normal escort requests. They mainly took jobs that meant venturing out into the unresting steppes themselves, which, while there were certainly things of interest to her in the large desert, wasn't exactly what she needed right now. Any replacement Kat found was bound to be at most C-ranked, which wasn't weak. But it could be problematic if that was all Scarlett had to defend her. But it was also better than nothing. And considering she was planning on picking up one of the game's companions while she was in the capital, it might be enough for now. "So," Kat asked after Scarlett had stayed quiet for some time. Scarlett gave the woman a nod. "It seems to be an acceptable compromise. Under these circumstances, I would appreciate the consideration on your part." Kat let out a relieved sigh, before giving a small smile. "I'll make sure they're capable enough so that they don't just get in your way. Anything less and I would be quite disappointed." Kat chuckled. "Yeah, I'm sure you would be. As for this emergency, Scarlett brought the subject back to what they'd spoken about before. There was no indication as to for how long it might continue. Some of the events related to the tribe's coming actions had been covered by the weekly news report in the game. But she really didn't know too much about the details related to the different factions' movement this early in the timeline. For all she knew, it was possible things continued for months behind the scenes. I have no idea. I don't know what the reason behind it is yet, Kat said. The last time something this major happened in the guild was during the Dragon Rampage 7 years ago, and I heard they dealt with the aftermath of that for months on end. I see. Scarlett gave another nod. Nevertheless, you are more than welcome to return to my service after matters have been concluded. You have been of significant help up to this point, and I will not easily forget it. It looked like she wouldn't be able to get Kat any new armor before the woman left, but at least this gave her more time to prepare something for the future. I'll keep that in mind, Kat said with a smile. She then looked towards Scarlett's empty desk. You busy now? By the way, I was thinking that now that we didn't have much time left, we could use some of it to get you some more training. The best defense is the one where you can defend yourself. After all, some of the hairs on Scarlett's neck rose, as she'd had more and more training sessions with Kat, and had grown more and more used to being in a fight. The Shielder had also grown more and more aggressive in their practice. And while Scarlett could usually ignore the slight feeling of annoyance that was almost ever present when she interacted with the rather informal woman, she found that her self-control was pushed to its limits when that very same woman threw her to the ground like a sack of rice. But she couldn't deny that it was good training. Very well. The smile on Kat's face grew wider, and Scarlett felt that perhaps she would be less careful with her aqua mines this time than usual. Chapter 33. The Capital. Gods, that's a lot of people. Kat's words filled the small carriage cabin they were in. Indeed it is, Scarlett agreed, looking out the carriage window at the masses of people, wagons, and carriages that filled the enormous circular plaza they found themselves in. Like them. Many of the people here were moving away from the center of the plaza, where there was a large half-open structure surrounded by lines of people. The structure bore some resemblance to the building in Freybrook that housed the city's kilnstone, but this one was much more extensive and elaborate in its design. If Scarlett were to just describe its appearance, she'd call it something like a neoclassical mausoleum. It also just happened to be called the Mausoleum, so she wasn't the only one who thought so. Additionally, it was home to the imperial capital's 4 kilnstones. Elisted was the only city that had more than one of the old Zuvarian artifacts, making it a very busy spot now during midday. Just 2 days before the Light Fest begins, they'd traveled through one of those just a few minutes earlier. Scarlett's eyes carried across the whole plaza and its surroundings, taking in the views. It was one thing seeing it in the game, but seeing Elisted in real life was a completely different experience. Although Freybrook and Ambercrest had their own charm, they couldn't match up to the capital's grandeur. She knew it wasn't the same over the whole city, but all of the buildings encircling this area had a very old, but pristine look to them. Much like the mausoleum, they were all very Romanesque, with a lot of open spaces, neatly filed trees between buildings and in the middle of the streets, with small ponds here and there. It was very clear where the original designers for Chronicle of Realms, if they actually existed, had gotten their inspiration from for this part of the city. She was pretty sure the whole of Ascendant Court, which was what this district of the city was called, was filled with buildings like this. The sight actually filled her with a sense of reverence pride. She wasn't sure exactly what it was, but she had a suspicion it wasn't actually from her. Nonetheless, it still left her wordless for a moment. As their carriage started nearing the edge of the plaza and began moving along the street that encircled it, Scarlett's eyes shifted towards the other side of the mausoleum from where they'd exited. A long rectangular pond with still, blue water stretched almost 100 meters from the mausoleum, surrounded on both sides by circular colonnades that were placed in lines. At the far end of this pool of water stood an incredibly large structure that curved slightly, like a half-moon, towards the pond and the plaza, its white marble walls and pillars resplendently reflecting the rays of the midday sun. That had to be the Ustrum Assembly, the foremost authority of magic in the Empire if you discounted the Rising Isle, which didn't technically exist in the Empire and a major faction in the game. She'd also been part of it in her first playthrough. It almost looked like some kind of ancient dam, now that she saw it like this, towering over the plaza and all the nearby buildings here, reaching about the same height as the mausoleum. Her view of the grandiose building was eventually cut off. However, when the carriage moved further away from it and turned off onto another much bigger road, it pointed away from the plaza and towards the south, where it went on through the rest of the city all the way to where it cut off into a large body of gleaming water. That would be Rellaria Lake, the jewel of the Empire, and off into the distance, a short stretch into the bay, Scarlett could see the remote facade of an extensive and faintly red castle that stood like a mountain unto itself in the lake. And that'd be Dawnlight Palace, home to the imperial family, and the heart of the Graynal Empire's power. Their carriage started traveling down the bustling street, which Scarlett remembered was called Sunset Walk. There were too many places to remember around here on the in-game maps of the city, surrounded on both sides by large buildings of all kinds. This was the main thoroughfare of the central parts of the city, and seeing it like this really lent to the effect of impressing how large Ellisted actually was. Freybrook was a decently large city. She'd read in a book somewhere that it was the third largest imperial city area-wise, but the city she had seen in this world had been mostly similar to what she'd known from the game, with only some parts having changed, or increased in size, or opened up where they had been locked in the game. Ellisted, however, was much larger here than in the game. It really couldn't compare. Just from what she was seeing right now, it looked like it could compare with some of the smaller capital cities in the modern world when it came to size, which was impressive considering the world they were in. "It's good to be back," Kat said. Scarlett turned to see the woman looking out at the passing buildings. "You have been here before." Then, the shielder nodded her head. "I grew up here." "Is that so?" "Yeah. In the foreign quarter." Kat smiled. "My mom was originally from the Lewisian Isles before she traveled here and met my old man. They always said I rubbed more off of her than him, though." She went quiet for a second. "Coming back here always reminds me of her." Scarlett studied the woman's face. "I imagine she must have been a headstrong woman." Kat let out a short laugh. "The opposite. Actually, she was shy as a bird, really. More often than not, I had to go with her when she bought anything, just to make sure she didn't get hoodwinked into paying more than she needed to." Scarlett raised an eyebrow. "That is surprising." Kat just shrugged her shoulders. "There were a lot of other things I got from her, though." The woman leaned closer to the window as she peeked out at a pair of statues that Scarlett assumed were depictions of some old hero or other. Past those statues, the design of most buildings changed to look much more like those in Freybrook and Ambercrest, which likely meant that they were now out of the Ascendant Court. Scarlett spent a few seconds trying to remember which district of the city came next. Was it the Wise Quarter? No. That had been in the opposite direction. Hadn't it? Then the coins. Perhaps. She looked out at the buildings, seeing several smaller, but still decently wide. Streets move off from the Sunset Walk, and, in between the houses, masses of people moving about them and looking into different storefronts. The coins it was then. This was essentially the commercial district of the capital, where the majority of the shops and trades made their place. She also had some business she needed to get done here, though that would have to wait for a bit. Shame I'll probably have to leave again soon, Kat said, leaning back in her seat as she moved her braided hair over her shoulder. Have they told you where you will be going? Scarlett asked. Kat shook her head. No, they'll probably wait until I get to the branch here before telling me that. But I doubt it'll be anywhere close to the capital. Scarlett didn't say anything. From what she knew, Kat wasn't wrong. Oh, right. Suddenly Kat sat up and looked at her. I've found 2 replacements for me as escorts. They're from the branch here in Ellisted, and they're both C-ranked, so I think they'll do a decent enough job of protecting you. They are a bit young, and only recently became senior shielders, but I'm familiar with them and can promise you that they're reliable. Scarlett eyed Kat, slowly beginning to tap her finger against the windowsill. 2 reliable shielders definitely sounded good right now. That they were senior shielders was also important, but she hadn't expected Kat to recommend her junior shielders anyway. In the Shields Guild, you could only become a senior shielder after having completed a good amount of requests and showcasing to the guild that you were both reliable and upheld their principles. It was less a measure of your strength and more a certificate that you were trustworthy. Although if you need more than that, I can probably see if I can't find someone more to take on the job. Kat added. Scarlett considered it for a moment, then shook her head. No, I believe 2 escorts will be enough for now. While more was usually better, hiring more than 2 shielders might not be the best idea for her right now. For one thing, she had to think about her expenses, although that would hopefully not be a factor for too long. And for another, she didn't want to move around with too large of a group. She was already planning on recruiting 1 companion soon, which should give her a decent amount of force for the moment. And having too many people working for her that didn't actually work under her felt like it could get troublesome later on. All right, if you say so. Kat leaned back in her seat. I should probably warn you, though, she added after a while. Even if I said they're trustworthy, one of their fathers is a big shot in the guild. So you might want to be a bit careful with what you do when they're around. Scarlett looked at Kat. And what might you mean with that? Kat gave her a knowing smile. Not to offend, but some of the stuff you do seem a little shady, at first glance. I haven't really had an issue with it too much, frankly, because I trust you and have only reported what was necessary for my job. She met Scarlett's eyes. But I can't promise that they'll always be the same. Then Kat shrugged her shoulders again and looked out the window. Well, not that I think it'll be any real problem. They're good kids. You can make use of them as you like. She grinned. You can even tell them I said that. I will keep that in mind, Scarlett said. Although, I believe I had already expressed my distaste of being described in such questionable terms as shady. But seeing as you will soon be leaving on what is almost assured to be a dangerous undertaking, I will endeavor to forgive it without further rebuke this time. Kat looked at her with an amused expression, then performed a mock bow. How magnanimous of you, my lady. I believe you mean magnanimous. Kat just waved her hand in the air. Close enough. Besides, we don't know if it'll be that dangerous yet, unless you happen to learn anything about it in that research of yours too. Scarlett's finger paused in its rhythm, and she didn't immediately respond. Kat seemed to read enough from just that because she froze, her smile disappearing as Chapter 34, Goodbyes and Good Businesses. Their carriage passed through the busy streets of the Coins District, occasionally navigating by some of the smaller roads until they finally reached the Shields Guild's capital branch. It was a large stone building at the end of a large street that was mostly filled with carriages moving back and forth. On a sign that hung above the building's entrance was the upturned triangle with a blue shield and the handle of a sword inside that was the guild's symbol. Right. I guess this is where we part ways for now, Kat said. looking out at the building. I'll go ahead and make sure everything is set up with my replacements, so you don't have to bother too much with it. Although I heard that they were busy with another job until the evening, so I'm afraid you might have to wait for a while anyway. She turned to Scarlett. I might be able to talk the people at the branch into giving me some extra time if you need me to stay with you until then. Scarlett shook her head. While I do appreciate the offer, that will not be necessary. I have some business that I wanted to carry out today, but it is nothing that requires the added protection. I believe I will be safe for now. Kat shrugged her shoulders. If you say so, just don't go and get yourself into any trouble now while I'm gone. I believe I could say the same to you. Kat grinned. Yeah, maybe you could. The shielder stood up and opened the carriage door, and Scarlett saw the coachman take a step back to avoid getting hit by it. Oh, sorry about that, Kat said to the man as she jumped down onto the cobbled street. It was the same older man that had driven the carriage for their trip to Ambercrest. Kat turned back to look at Scarlett. You know, it's been a good time. I don't usually get too many exciting jobs working in Freybrook, but this one has been something special. I hope you don't forget about me in the future when you need my help again. You can rest assured that there is not much risk of that happening. You are quite the memorable individual. Scarlett said to the blonde-haired woman, Your aid has been greatly useful. You can feel free to contact me when you are available once more. Look who's talking. Kat smiled. Then she turned around again and started walking towards the branch building. I'm not one for long goodbyes, so I'll just take my leave here, she said with a wave. When you're looking for the other two later, you can just tell the people at the branch that I sent you and they'll help you out from there. Say goodbye to the kids for me, if you can. Bye. Scarlett watched her leave with an amused look. I wish you well, Miss Breeden. Goodbye for now. Soon enough, Kat disappeared into the large building. Scarlett's eyes stayed on its doors. My lady, the coachman suddenly spoke. Her gaze shifted to him. Where do you wish to go now? Shall we head for the mansion? She studied him for a moment, before turning away. No. Not yet. I believe there is a street nearby known as the Silver Way. Find a spot near there to park the carriage. The man bowed. Of course, my lady. He then closed the carriage door, and soon they were on the move again. Scarlett's gaze lingered on the guild building as the vehicle turned into a side street and started moving away from it. When she originally hired Kat, she hadn't expected the woman to be quite as useful as she was, nor had she expected to somewhat grow to like the woman as much as she had, especially not so soon after she'd just found herself alone and stuck in some kind of game world. But she was thankful for it, even if it did still grate on her nerves sometimes when Kat talked. Honestly, Scarlett wasn't sure if that annoyance had actually lessened over the past month, or if she had just gotten better at putting up with it. Nonetheless, it had reached a level where it was more than bearable right now. She might actually even miss it. She hadn't considered it before, but Kat was probably the first friend she'd made in years. She really hadn't been good at going out and meeting new people lately, before coming to this world. Well, she didn't have much choice in it any longer. From the looks of things, Kat was just one of the first in a long line of people she'd have to meet in the future now. She could just hope nothing terrible happened to the woman while she was gone. Although everything she knew about storytelling told her that that's exactly what she shouldn't be thinking. But that was probably a baseless concern. This world might have been based on a game, or maybe vice versa, but that didn't mean it had to follow standard storytelling structures just because of that. That'd be ridiculous. Probably. She turned her attention back to the world outside to avoid thinking about existentialism in this world, and started observing the people milling about their lives as her carriage drove through the district. For a moment, she wondered whether the coachman simply knew all the streets in all of the Empire's cities, or if he just happened to be familiar with both Ellisted and Ambercrest. Just like when they'd been in the smaller city for the wedding back then, the coachman seemed to steer them through the streets of the capital without any issue, deftly giving out warnings to people who were in the way of the carriage and keeping a safe distance from other vehicles that passed by. It didn't take them too long before they reached a boulevard. After following it for a while, they reached a large area at the end of it that was warded off by iron fences and had several wagons and carriages parked in it. Adjacent to it, Scarlett spotted a building that looked like a stable of sorts. Most of the carriages she saw didn't look like they belonged to nobles, lacking any kind of insignia or coat of arms, but there was still a decent amount of them. She guessed this was essentially this world's equivalent to parking lots. The carriage drove in and stopped next to the other carriages, and soon the coachman opened the door for her. "I will return later," she said, as she climbed down the steps of the stairs that the man folded out from beneath the carriage for her. "You may wait here until I do." He gave her an uncertain look. "Are you sure? My lady, I can accompany you if needed." She held up a hand. "No, that will not be necessary. Simply be prepared to leave when I return." He bowed to her. "As you wish, my lady." She turned away from him and left the parking space behind, stepping out onto the busy street outside. Then she paused for a moment, moving to the side where there were, for the most part, only people walking and no carriages, before glancing around her. The middle of the large boulevard was parted off by evenly placed trees, and most people seemed to cross however they wished as they moved between the different stores and buildings around here. A person brushed against her dress as they passed by, the contact sending shivers down her spine. She had to hold herself back from snapping at the person. Okay, she did not like this. She almost wished she could just order everybody to make way for her, and if she were the original Scarlett, she might actually have tried to, but she couldn't very well do that now. With Kat out of the picture for now, and Garside back in Freybrook to take care of things, Scarlett had to be able to do some things by herself in this world without relying on others, even if it went against what she currently wanted. She reflexively took another step back when a tall gentleman in a coat almost bumped into her. She held her rising anger inside her, forcing herself to take a deep breath. Calm down. It was just a day out on the town. She'd done it hundreds of times before. So what if some people almost walked into her and didn't have the eyes to see that she was a freaking noble? What of it? She didn't care. She was calmness personified. Taking her eyes off the back of the man in the coat that she'd been glaring at, she once again scanned her surroundings. This should either be the Silver Way or be somewhere near it. In the game, the Silver Way had been one of the streets in the coins that you could visit to buy and sell different kinds of materials. She had a decent memory of how it looked, but she wasn't sure how different it would be here in real life. She didn't recognize herself right now. At the very least. Well, there wasn't much to do other than start looking. She crossed a part of the streets where the carriages passed by. They didn't have any kind of crosswalk at all. In this world, she gathered and started to walk past storefront after storefront as she made her way down the boulevard, careful to avoid people as much as she could. Luckily, she was moving in the opposite direction of the stream of people around her, and most seemed to dodge her path after seeing her expression, making her life a bit simpler. She kept walking like that for a while, keeping her eyes out for anything she recognized from the game. When she finally spotted a restaurant on the other side of the street called the Vermilion Apple, that had been a place you could buy expensive food in the game, as food had let you regenerate some health outside of combat in the game. It had been a decent way of saving your potions, which were rare and expensive, and your mana, although she doubted food had that kind of effect in this world, considering she hadn't noticed anything special up till now, despite the food she ate at the mansion in Freybrook being some of the best food she'd ever eaten. After glancing both ways, a habit from her past life that she didn't even realize had carried over, she carefully crossed the wide street to the restaurant. She looked around. It shouldn't be far from here. She started moving down the street in the direction she remembered from the game. After a few more minutes, she stopped before a rather large, destitute building. It was bigger than she would have thought, and it certainly stuck out in comparison to the other buildings nearby that were full of life. In the game, she hadn't thought about it, but looking at it now, it felt odd that this building was the only one in this condition, on such a populated street too. It wasn't falling apart or anything, but it was clear from just the dark and slightly dusty windows that this place hadn't seen any activity for some time. And if she were to trust the information she had from the game, this wouldn't be the only place like it in the city. Earning money in Chronicle of Realms could be done in many ways. Quests, dungeon clearing, blacksmithing, enchanting. And the list went on as it often did for open-world RPGs. One of those methods had been to buy and run businesses in cities like Elisted, where they would constantly give you income every month and could be upgraded to increase how much you earned. In the game, there had basically been no way to not earn money through this tactic, so there really was no reason not to do it. But you couldn't just go up to any old store and buy it. You could only buy shops at a few specific locations, and this place in front of her just happened to be one of those locations, which had been dirt cheap in the game if you considered its value. While she'd made millions of solars off that in the game, Scarlett didn't know anything about real business. She really wasn't anything more than an editor. Her experience with finances was limited to knowing how to pay her taxes and what she'd learned back when she was forced to take care of her sister after their parents had died. That's why most of her plans when it came to money in this world had basically been get valuable thing and sell valuable thing. It wasn't until Eveline had confronted her about their current financial situation that she had even considered this option. She didn't even know if there was any validity to this idea. There were so many things that could go wrong, but she was thinking that if the businesses were essentially guaranteed to succeed in the game, then maybe there was some logical reasoning behind it that also carried over to this world. This place, for example, could be bought as a weavery in the game. So if it was set up like that again in this world, then it might secure her an extra source of income. It was a long shot, especially considering there had to be dozens upon dozens of different factors that played into the result. But it was worth a try at least. She was pretty sure this place only cost a couple thousand or so solars in the game, which was a ridiculous bargain if the real price was even anywhere near that, and she knew many others like it that could be worth investing in if it went well. She'd probably have to get Eveline to handle the actual matter. Though, in the game you could just walk up to the place and buy it like that. But there was bound to be a lot more to it in reality. But she could at the very least have Eveline look into if there was any potential to this place. Scarlett surveyed the places nearby to make sure she remembered where this was. Then, satisfied, she started moving down the street again to see if she couldn't find a few more of the places. It took her quite some time and a lot of turns into some of the smaller streets around the Silver Way, but she eventually managed to find 2 more buildings that she was relatively certain had been purchasable in the game and memorized their locations as well as she could before she started making her way back up the boulevard. The next place she wanted to find had a bit more importance to her current plans. As she watched for any signs that could give her directions of some kind. Now and then she did see them hanging from the side of buildings, with names of some of those streets that met the Silver Way. But she didn't spot what she wanted. Eventually, after having walked for long enough for her feet to start getting tired, thankfully she had opted out of wearing any of the high heels today from the arsenal of the shoes that the original had owned and almost ending up back where she started. She set her eyes on a small stall selling jewelry of some kind at the corner of one of the streets that led into the boulevard. She was relatively certain the place she was looking for wasn't too far away. It should be close by in the neighboring district, but she just wasn't sure which direction that was, and there were no signs showing it. She didn't want to head off into the depths of an unknown city just to end up losing her way. She approached the quaint little stall, her eyes momentarily glancing over its articles before locking onto the man helming it. He wore rough, wool clothing and had a bald head, with slightly pudgy skin and a half-shaven chin, a small mole above his right lip. As his eyes met hers, a smile played on his face. "My, oh my, is the lady interested in my humble wares?" he declared in a somewhat raspy voice. "I see you have a good eye." These stem from a wide range of exotic locations, all the way from Zovivios to the far west, and the Luisian torrential belt to the far south. They're only of the best quality, I can assure you. Scarlet examined him. "I had no intention of buying your goods. I simply wished to ask a question." "Ah, is that so? That is a shame. They would have fit you well." His eyes traveled over her, taking in her appearance in less than a second. "But I am not one to deny a woman's wishes." He leaned forwards against his stall, some of the sweat on his forehead clearer as he came closer to her. "What is this question you had of me?" She furrowed her brows at his conduct, but said nothing of it. "I wish to know whether you are aware of where the pub The Wishing Cod is located, and how to get there from here." "The Wishing Cod, you say?" He rubbed his chin. "Why would a lady such as you want to visit that place?" "To meet with an acquaintance." In the game. The companion she wanted to recruit could be found during the days in the Wishing Cod for the majority of the early game. She had been hoping there was some truth to that here too, as that would be the simplest way of meeting him. Her plan was to visit the place every day during the Light Fest until she found him. "Is this acquaintance of yours someone with whom you've already planned a meeting? Or could you perhaps be looking for them at the old cod?" the man asked with an inquisitive look. She narrowed her eyes. "I am looking for him, although I do not believe any further information than that would be of relevance to you. If you do not wish to answer me, I can simply ask someone else." He brought his arms out to the sides. "I was merely curious. Do not blame a man for a base desire, but by all means, I can of course answer your question without issue." And he brought his hand down under the wooden stall and pulled out a piece of paper from beneath it. Scarlet looked down as he unfurled it to show what she recognized as a map of the city. Then he flipped his hand, and suddenly there was a knife in it. She barely had time to react before it spun between his fingers and was slammed into a part of the map. The man smiled at her. "This is where the Wishing Cod is," he said, pointing towards where the tip of the knife cut into the yellowed parchment. She stared at him, but his expression remained unchanged. She would be lying if she said her heart didn't skip a beat there. It was unlikely that he would do anything to her when there were literally dozens of people walking past them at all times. But her instincts didn't care about rational thoughts like that. She would probably have jumped away in fright if it wasn't for the trait's effects on her. Thankfully, she already had plans for getting herself some real defensive capabilities. Otherwise, she'd probably start wanting to look more into that now. "How much for the map?" she eventually asked. The man seemed to ponder it for a second, before pointing to a black necklace that looked to be made of a cheap jade of some kind. "Let us say it is a gift that comes with that." The necklace didn't really look like much, but she could use a map of the city for the time she was here, and this saved her the bother of having to get one. "How much?" He held up 4 fingers. 40 solars. She took out a silver coin the size of half her thumb from her pouch of holding and put it on the table next to the map. "You call it a gift to a stranger, so I presume it does not hold much worth to you. I will give you 10 solars for the map solely." His eyebrows rose and looked at her for a moment, before glancing down at the coin. Well, who am I to argue with the lady? With one quick movement, he took both the coin and the knife away. Scarlet took the map and put it in her pouch. She really didn't mind paying 10 solars for it. It wasn't in the best condition, but that was probably a lot cheaper than she would get for a new map. Just as she was about to turn around to leave, the man spoke up again. Just one piece of advice. On the house. She looked back as he smiled at her. Up to me soon. You won't find many people at the cod this time of day, nor would I recommend for a lady like you to visit it at night, so you would probably do best to visit it tomorrow morning. She considered him for a moment. I will take that into account. Then she turned around and left. She had been planning on visiting the place today, but perhaps it was best to postpone that until tomorrow when she wasn't alone. While she wasn't inclined to always mistrust the words of all people just because they struck her as a little bit shady, there was no harm in playing it safe. She should probably double-check the location he gave her later, too. She looked around this boulevard. There wasn't much left she wanted to do around here today, so she made her way back towards where the carriage was parked and soon found the coachman where he'd been taking care of the horse in the nearby stable. As he was tying the horse to the front of the carriage, he asked, "Where to next, my lady?" She brought out the map she'd just acquired and looked over it. Well, she was essentially just wasting time right now until evening, so she could try visiting a place she'd been curious about. To the old quarter, she said, putting the map away and climbing into the small carriage cabin after he opened the door for her. The House of Fire. Chapter 35. Introductions. It took a while for them to get from the Coins District to the Old Quarter. They had to return to the Sunset Walk and drive along the trafficked highway further south to the docks Elisted's Harbor District, and almost reached Relaria Lake itself before turning off the large road. The Old Quarter was situated close to the water and built on a higher ground than most of Elisted. So as her carriage traveled up along its time-worn streets, Scarlet was afforded a great view of the sprawling metropolis, along with the Dawnlight Palace itself. Like a massive fortress, the palace was built upon a set of high cliffs, protected from all sides by tall walls that were of a polished, bronze-red stone, with the Sunset Walk itself branching off as a large bridge to connect the island to the rest of the city. The palace was built mostly of the same bronze-red stone, giving it a bright sheen in the afternoon light, and had 2 extensive wings with high towers to the east and the west. The area in the middle of the 2 sections being only half as high, but with a walkway of pure gold connecting the 2 wings, similar to when she first arrived in the Ascendant Court. Scarlet felt a sense of admiration surge up from deep inside her at the majesty of the sight. The feelings might not truly be hers, but she felt them as strongly nonetheless. As they continued further into the Old Quarter, she eventually lost sight of the Dawnlight Palace, and instead turned her attention to her surroundings. Most of the buildings in this district were made of stone, and as the name implied, had a much older appearance than the rest of the city. Despite that, the architectural style of these buildings wasn't that different from most of Elisted, reminiscent perhaps of structures from the early Middle Ages. She wasn't actually quite sure if this part of the city was older than the Ascendant Court, or if it was the other way around. It wasn't a matter she gave much thought to in the game, but the difference in styles between the 2 districts did raise some questions. The carriage kept traveling through the Old Quarter for a while, until it finally drew near a large building that looked much like an old church, with tall vines crawling up its walls. The stairs leading up to its entrance, however, were guarded by 2 tall stone statues with arms raised to the skies, although the features of those statues had long since been worn down by the long years. The mouth of the building's entrance also had a large stone protrusion above it that, like the statues, had not fared well under the passage of time, but might have once been in the shape of a head. Soon enough the carriage stopped at a space not far from the building, and the coachman opened the carriage's door for Scarlet. "My lady, We have arrived at the House of Fire. She took the antique church in as she stepped out, giving the man a slight nod. I will not be long. Wait here until I return. He bowed. Of course, my lady. Scarlet walked towards the building, past the worn-down statues, and up the stairs to the church's entrance. The old wooden doors let out loud creaks as she pushed them open and entered. The inside wasn't too different from a traditional Catholic church, with high vaulted ceilings and pillars with archways to the sides. There were signs of murals on parts of the walls and roof, what might have once been depictions of flames and ancient people, but most of it was indecipherable with how much the paint had faded. Turning her head downwards, rows of wooden seats lined the long hall of the church, some of them filled with people who seemed to be occupied in prayer. And at the front of the gallery, on a small platform, stood a marble altar with several objects on it that was in far better condition than the surfaces around the altar. As Scarlet crossed the hall, she got a closer look at the gold reliquary that rested on it. It had a gilded sun at its center and was surrounded by many other minor relics and objects with what she recognized as the follower of Itar's symbol on them. Behind the altar was a wall made of wooden planks that reached all the way up to the roof. But with the way it intersected with the arched ceiling, it was clear that the wall hadn't been part of the original design. There was also a door in it, leading to the space Scarlet knew was behind it. But with the way the door fit into the wall, it blended in quite well and wasn't apparent at first glance. When she approached the altar, a figure to the side seemed to notice her and stood up from where they had been kneeling in front of a low podium. They wore a thick set of red robes with gold emblazoning and a long hood, their face covered by a simple white mask with some golden lines across it. "Is there something I can help you with?" the figure asked quietly, a woman's voice sounding out from behind the mask. Scarlet observed the person, a lower priest from the followers of Itar. As this wasn't one of their main churches, they probably didn't prioritize manning it with full priests. In the game, she'd never actually interacted with any of the NPCs in this church, so she hadn't actually noticed this detail. "Yes," she said, consciously mustering some of that domineering imperiousness that came so easily to her now. "I wish to enter the back room." She gestured towards the door in the wood wall. The priest's head turned to look at the door, then back to her. "I'm afraid that space is restricted to those amongst Itar's clergy." Scarlet frowned. In the game, the player could just walk in there as they wished. But there was actually something like this. Then what will I have to do to be allowed entry? The priest seemed to hesitate for a moment. This is the statute that is observed here in the House of Fire as a temple for the worship of the resplendent Itar. We cannot simply change it and let non-clergy members enter. Something like that would need direct approval from a deacon of the quorum. So Scarlet would have to get permission from one of the head honchos of the followers of Itar, just to get access to this place. As far as the followers were concerned, that place shouldn't be anything special, at least from what she knew. So did it just come down to them having inconvenient rules? Maybe as this had been used as a temple to Itar for the last century or so, they didn't want people paying too much attention to what it was before. Not that it was much of a secret, considering the whole theme of this place. Scarlet let out a huff. "Very well," she said and turned around. "I will return at a later time then." She started walking past the rows of seats towards the exit. "May Itar's light always be upon you," the priest said to her as she left. It wasn't as if she'd gain anything from getting entry now anyway. She would need to get a lot stronger for that. She'd just been curious to check the place out, but seemed like that would have to wait, and she might have to get one of the higher-ups in the followers of Itar to give her permission. She knew a few members that she could probably get to owe her a few favors somehow. The augur was one possibility. Although she was pretty sure the woman wasn't actually part of the quorum, despite holding a high position among the followers, so that might not work. The same went for the exarch. And calling in a favor for something this minor from him would probably be overkill. As Scarlett had exited the church and was walking down the stairs, she continued considering the matter. Had Raymond Abram been a deacon? She was pretty certain he was, so that might be a possible entryway. It would be wise to make some plans for future interactions with him, though there was still quite some time before that would be necessary. She stopped and looked back at the church. Of course. There always was the option of breaking into the place if none of her other plans panned out. She would just have to wait and see. She glanced up at the sky as she started walking towards the carriage again. The sun was still up. It'd probably be a few hours still before it completely disappeared. She wasn't the best at judging time from the position of the sun, but it was definitely moving towards evening. It took her a while to get here from the coins district, so going on any detours now probably wasn't a good idea. She got into the carriage and ordered the coachman to drive her back to the guild. Alyssa played with the napkin on the table in front of her, trying to fold it into the shape of a bird like her dad used to do. It didn't turn out too bad, if she said so herself, although she quickly grew tired of it and laid down on the long seat under her. "Do you think she'll be here soon?" she asked as she took off her goggles, pushing away the stray pieces of blonde locks that fell down over her eyes and held them above her. Looking over the brown leather and lightly green-tinted glass. Oh, there was still some dirt left on them from earlier. She'd need to clean them later. "Probably," Shin coolly answered. "But it won't go any faster just because you ask about it. I wasn't saying it would." She put the goggles onto the table and sat up, turning towards where he sat on the opposite side of the table. The tanned youth was immersed in the book he'd bought a few days earlier. "Then why ask? It won't make a difference," he said as he turned a page. "That's not the point." Alyssa shook her head. Sometimes talking to Shin was like talking to a wall. "Aren't you curious?" "About what?" "About the woman we'll be working for. Didn't Kat say she's a noble?" He glanced up at her. "Kat also said the client does whatever she wants, and to try and not make her angry. We won't learn anything until she arrives, and we never set a specific time, so we'll just have to keep waiting," he said, then shifted his attention back to the book. "You kids doing all right?" A voice rang out from behind Alyssa. She turned around to see a slightly older, tall woman with short brown hair carrying a wooden tray with cups on it. Maggie was the one responsible for the small cafeteria here in the guild's branch. Many of the capital's shielders used this as a gathering place, even though it was mostly empty at this time. "We're good," Alyssa answered with a smile. "Just waiting for our next client to arrive. Shin's being boring as usual, though." Maggie's lips curled upwards as she walked up to their table and set down 2 cups on the table, one filled with coffee and one with a tea that gave off a pleasant smell. "Good to hear things are as always then. With the uproar around here the last week, I was worried you would have a hard time." "Thank you." Alyssa grabbed the cup with tea in it, pushing the other cup with its offending contents towards Shin. "It has been a bit crazy lately. We've had to complete 4 different C-ranked requests just during the last 3 days, because all the higher-ranked shielders left. And I heard Wilfred and the others have been doing nothing but that for days. They even had to take on an emergency B-ranked request. We will just have to hope that whatever it is that's happening is resolved soon," Maggie said. Alyssa took a sip of the warm tea and nodded. "Hopefully it'll be fine." "Well, I'm sure you two will be all right. You've always been clever kids." Maggie put her hand on Shin's head as she ruffled his short black hair, earning an annoyed look from him as he put aside his book and palmed the cup of coffee next to him. "And if you ever need anything, you can always come and ask me. I promised your dad I'd take care of you. After all, we'll be fine. Besides, we'll be busy with something else, and we're not kids anymore." Maggie laughed. You'll always be kids in my eyes, no matter how big you get. I still remember when you were this tall, running around here crying after you had a little accident when you saw the dead grass one of the others had brought in. Alyssa palmed her face. Can we not bring that up? Please. I never heard this, Shin said as he drank from his cup. Alyssa stared at him. Don't you dare! He looked at her with his poker face, but she saw that he was starting to smile a little. Maggie, why don't you share more of this story? He turned to the older woman. Maggie beamed. Oh, well, this was back when Alyssa's mother was working at the tower. Alyssa was just so cute. Astri Thornthon, a voice cried out from the cafeteria's entrance. Alyssa turned around as Leandro, the guild receptionist, leaned in through the door. The long-haired man's spectacled eyes shifted to point towards them. Baroness Scarlet Hartford is here to meet you, he stated in a serious voice. Baroness? Maggie looked at them with surprise. Kat set us up for some escort job with a noble friend of hers, Alyssa said, as she stood up and picked up her large pack that was under the table. Making sure her bandolier with its flasks and pockets was tightly secured, before grabbing her goggles and putting them on so that the lenses rested on top of her head. We don't know for how long yet, but it might be possible that we won't be back before the Light Fest ends. Shin also pulled out a thick pack from beneath the table, as well as a polished round metal shield and his prawn that rested against the edge of his seat. The long and unusual sword was bent along its tip and had a wave-like shape at the base of its upper side. Oh dear. Maggie held up a hand to her mouth. I did see that Kat was back for a while earlier today, but I didn't know she had spoken with you about something like that. Here I was, talking about taking care of you just when you're about to leave too. Alyssa smiled at her. We'll be fine. Bye for now. Maggie. She downed the rest of the tea and lugged her pack over her shoulder, and Shin did the same. The two of them crossed the room towards Leandro, as Maggie put their cups back on the tray and moved towards the kitchen. The Baroness is waiting in the lobby, Leandro told them when they reached him. She doesn't look like the friendliest of nobles, so if I were you, I would be careful with what you say during this job. He paused. Although considering Kat had it before, it might not actually matter. They followed him into the branch's lobby, where they saw a lady in a black dress sitting in one of the couches to the side of the reception desk. She had dark, red hair that flowed over her shoulders, and a thin black necklace with a round purple crystal hanging from it that nicely accented her thin neck. She was definitely one of the more beautiful women Alyssa had seen, but that was offset somewhat by the cold look the woman had on her face as she looked off towards the building's entrance. Alyssa turned to look at Shin to see if he was staring, but he'd shifted into his normal expressionless face now and was steadily walking beside her. Leandro had soon walked up to the lady with his business smile on. Baroness, these are the two shielders we spoke of. They'll be working with you from now on. But if there are any problems that emerge, you can always visit us again, and we'll do our best to help. The Baroness looked to him for a moment, then waved her hand. Very well. Her voice sounded completely indifferent. If there are any other matters that I require your assistance with, I will keep that in mind. You may leave. Alyssa saw how that made part of Leandro's smile crack. He did not like rude clients, but he stayed quiet and simply turned around, giving the two of them a look. You're on your own from here, he whispered as he walked past them and towards the room behind the reception desk. After he was gone, the Baroness turned her attention to Alyssa and Shin, wordlessly examining them. Her eyes seemed to stop at the wide scar above Shin's left eye and the small hand crossbow hanging off Alyssa's side for a moment, before moving on. Alyssa felt uncomfortable silently standing under the woman's gaze, but for some reason she didn't want to be the first one to speak either. How old are you? The Baroness suddenly asked. Alyssa blinked. That was not what she thought the woman would ask first. I'm 17, and he's 18, she said, gesturing towards herself and Shin beside her. For some reason, the Baroness frowned at that, but eventually she relaxed her gaze. I suppose that is acceptable. Did she perhaps think they couldn't handle themselves because they were young? They'd both been official shielders for almost 2 years now, and there weren't many that had become senior shielders as fast as they had. The Baroness crossed her right leg over her left. I presume you have already been made aware, but I am Scarlett Hartford, head of the Hartford Barony and Baroness of Stagmund. I am originally from Freybrook, but am currently visiting here in Ellisted for the Lightfest. She then went quiet and looked at them. Well, she asked. Alyssa realized she'd been waiting for them to speak. I'm Shin Thornthon, a C-ranked senior shielder here at the Ellisted Guild branch. Shin spoke before she could. And I'm Alyssa Astry, also a C-ranked senior shielder here. The Baroness raised an eyebrow at her. Astry. Alyssa nodded. Yep. The Baroness gave her a strange look. I see. Anyhow. She rose from the couch. As the introductions are finished, I believe we should take our leave. Excuse me. The red-haired woman was just about to start walking when Shin spoke, and she turned her attention to him. Yes. How are we supposed to refer to you? We don't often work with nobles. Oh. Right. Alyssa hadn't thought of that. How did you normally talk to nobles? Most of those she'd met had been friends of her dad and didn't care much about that. The Baroness seemed to consider the question for a moment. In formal and public settings, you will refer to me either as my lady or simply as Baroness. However, as I did so for Miss Breeden, I will allow you to address me as Scarlett when in private, as long as you show the proper respect. Is that understood? Yes, Baroness. Shin was quick to respond. Yes, Baroness. The Baroness, or rather... Scarlett gave a short nod and turned around. Then follow me. I assume you have finished any necessary preparations so that there will be no issue with leaving now. We're ready, Shin said. Good. The both of them followed her out of the guild building and onto the street, which had less traffic at this time of day. Soon they reached a parked black carriage at the end of the street with an emblem of a silver deer on it. Scarlett gestured towards a man that stood at its front who moved to open the door for them. We will now be leaving for the mansion, she told him. Understood, my lady. I will have us there post-haste. The man bowed as he pulled out a stair from under the carriage that the Baroness elegantly used to ascend into the carriage. She then looked back at the two of them, who were hesitating outside. There is no need to remain here and waste time. Climb inside. Alyssa threw an uncertain look at Shin before she also started climbing the steps. It had been years since she last was in a real carriage, and it had never been a fancy one like this. She sat down at the far end in the small cabin, opposite Scarlett and beside one of the windows, with Shin climbing inside right after and sitting down beside her. Are you aware of what your responsibilities will be during this tenure of you acting as my escorts? Scarlett asked after the